Ooh, first one here. So, Mike, you had to jump in here, huh?
I kind of figured more would jump in here.
Just a question, Mike. Do you hear that background noise? Or is it my headphones? Sounds like static.
No, I hear it.
Oh, okay. Phew. I was changing the settings on my headphones trying to figure out what it was. That was my headphones, and Ralph must have gotten his mic working or something. I wonder if anybody else is going to jump in here.
I kind of figured they would.
Yeah, me too. Well, I don't have a whole lot to talk about, but it's been really, really busy lately, so it's actually nice to be able to sit back and relax for a change.
You're not sick anymore? You don't have the cat flu anymore?
That swine bird West Nile virus flu. Nah, still got a little symptoms, but I
Well, I
will
gave the
live.
link to those other guys. I think they're all heading over here. Maybe they're not.
That's cool.
But Edge was in there, so I think he'll get the link too.
Ah, damn. Ralph had it go and post it publicly, so we're all screwed. So I miss anything good in the last couple days?
No. Chat
Woohoo.
wise, you mean? No.
Yeah, okay. Hey, Luke.
Well,
Hey,
actually,
howdy.
yeah. Sorry. Now that I'm thinking about it, Guns 111th had Fuller on yesterday. That was pretty good.
We'll have to go back and check that out.
You changed your page.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had an all cats picture night. I just never changed it back, so.
It
Well,
works.
sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Go for it.
Some of us had dogs. Some of us didn't post cat pictures.
Yeah,
Hey, did you see that? Speaking of cats, did you see that Facebook thing that's going around today where this kid is playing in his front yard on a little bike, and then this asshole dog comes running up and starts biting the kid and like gives him a pretty good bite on the leg, and then this like the house cat comes out of nowhere, wails on the dog, and runs it off. He actually like chases it around the car and then comes back to see if the kid's okay. And it was
that'll
like
go
before
viral.
the. Oh, dude, it's pretty neat. And then, I mean, it's horrible that the kid got attacked, and it's sad
Right.
that they're like making dogs look bad. And it's just like some jerk dog. It's not even like a pit bull or like one of those mean dogs that everybody hates. It's just some like regular looking dog who's an asshole.
When
And
I
he
was a
just,
kid,
like,
I rode bikes all
here's
the
the
time.
kid.
Oh, good.
He just hears the kid, and then you can see him on the security cameras. He hears the kid from like a house away, just decides, oh, I'm gonna go bite that kid. Like runs over there, and then this cat isn't even a big cat and just wails on him with all four claws. It's pretty cool. It's worth watching. I'll see if I can find it.
I didn't get any video of it, but when a couple years back, I had a neighbor that had a big old Rottweiler, and he had this little cat that hadn't been fixed yet, and that little cat that didn't weigh a couple ounces stood down that 180-pound Rottweiler. It was something else to see. Once I got him fixed, he wasn't near as bold, but he had some huevos for sure. I remember as a kid, I got chased by dogs. There's certain dogs that if something goes by them fast, they're just like tuned in to chase it. They'd scare the shit out of me, you know. There's certain neighborhoods you didn't ride down that street because you knew the dog would come running after you, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's see the video. Well,
Here, Street Fighter posted it on Gun Channels. Here's the YouTube video of it.
oh, cool. Thanks. Oh,
I'm assuming it's the same thing, but
yeah,
oh yeah, it's the same thing. It's messed up too, because like I say, it makes dogs look bad. But
yeah. You want
this
to know
dog is
what?
an asshole.
Yeah, you want to know how fucked up the news is? You know what led off tonight's evening news, at least locally? You guys know who Olivia Munn is?
No.
Nope.
No, I just watched that video again. It makes me want to kick the shit out of that dog. I'm usually nice to dogs.
Well, she's in Newsroom on HBO. Pretty hot.
That's a good video. That cat was ready to rip the shit out of that dog.
He just came in and headbutted the dog, like body slammed it. You know, it's just like
It's amazing how many times they can
Snap,
hit.
that thing's
hit a
got
dog
3.5
with the
million
claws.
views already.
Was that your whole story, Cork?
No, but it's not the whole story. But since you guys don't know who Olivia Munn is,
Dude,
very
that thing
deal
had
with story.
3.5 million views, and today it was only uploaded today.
Oh, no way.
Somebody's gonna make some money off of that one.
That dog, man, he's an asshole.
Yeah, he is.
Well, yeah, just to say that she's a freaking actress, and she's
Yeah, we need
dating the. Yeah, she just started dating the Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers, so that led off all the news today. Hopefully.
They could really care about the NFL. They're a bunch of dorks.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, why
Well,
is
cat
that?
hits it. Come on.
I still want to talk about the dog cat thing because that dog. I mean, when he told me it was a kid riding on his bike, I thought it was like an 8-year-old just riding down the street. He was just in his driveway on a little.
Oh, no, yeah, this kid was in his own yard. He's a little kid.
Yeah.
But that cat not only wails on that dog with all 4 feet, he then decides, like, after he bounces off of the dog, he goes after him again. That's awesome.
Yeah, I saw that. That was awesome. Yeah, just imagine if it's got 3.5 million hits today. I mean, it'll tail off a little bit, but lifetime that thing will probably have.
Oh, damn, that dog fucked that kid up.
Yeah, he really
Yeah.
hurt that little kid. I guess he must have been hungry. He was going to go take that kid off and eat him or something.
I don't know.
That's fucked up.
I've never seen a dog act that way. I mean, that looks like a regular family dog or whatever. It doesn't look like a savage animal or anything. So I think it must just like figure, hey, that's some kind of food.
I'd
It
have
must
no
be
issue.
feral, though. I can't imagine a dog getting that big and not knowing what a kid is.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind if that dog was euthanized. I'm not a big fan of that, but I don't think that he belongs anywhere.
Look at this baby. Come here for a second.
Well, and the problem with that is once they get a taste for blood, I've heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but just like once they get a taste for blood, they'll probably do it again.
Well, I just
if
watched
it
a
was a
video.
fight and a kid got bit in the middle of a fight, okay, whatever. Don't get in the middle of a dog fight. But that dog definitely just came over to bite that kid for no reason.
What I got is that dog looks like it's got like Akita in it. It's a mix, but it looks like it's a little bit of Akita. Yeah, that's just an amazing video. That freaking cat is. Wow.
No, I never knew cats even gave a shit about their people like that. Unless the cat figured he was going to eat that kid and he was mad that the dog was eating his lunch or something.
That would be my guess.
The other day I was wrestling with my son, and the dog got caught up in the action, and she didn't bite anybody, but she was getting a little bit excited or whatever because she didn't realize we were playing. But labs aren't generally aggressive unless really, really provoked. Yeah, right now I'm more worried about that Chihuahua we've got, BB. We're looking at taking her to the dog park, but I'm almost afraid for the other dogs because I think she's going to attack them.
Well, getting it back to dog or guns from that dogs, what would you do if you had any way of anticipating that, or if you were there? You think a gun would have even been effective in that situation?
Oh yeah, I'd have shot that dog quick.
I
But
would
it's
have
on
been.
your kid though.
Even
The
if
kid
the,
right there.
Yeah, with that
even if the
dog.
was once the dog was off of the kid, I'd have still shot it. And if they wanted to put me up on
Well,
charges,
well, no, I think that's. Well, I think first you try to use blunt force to separate the two.
In my case, my
I'm just saying,
once,
yeah, it's
once,
effective.
once the kid's been bit, that dog's time is
Yeah.
done.
No, I don't
I
mean
would've
morally. I'm
done-
saying effectively. It's not easy to shoot a dog and do anything to it. A dog can take, like, have you ever seen people shoot dogs? I mean, have you seen what dogs can take?
Yeah, they can take
Especially
a lot.
when they're pissed. You can shoot a dog all afternoon and it ain't going to die unless you actually, hit a vertebrae or, incapacitate its brain or something. It's going to keep fighting for the most part. So I just don't think a gun would be effective. I don't mean the morality of
That's-
shooting the dog. Obviously, it needs to go down after it bit that kid.
I mean,
Situations are like that are why I carry pepper spray. 'Cause I figure pepper spray would be a better deterrent than trying to shoot the dog, where it'll actually stop the dog. Yeah, the kid would have gotten pepper sprayed as well, and I'd have been
I think-
feeling
I
the
think the
effects
report-
too. But
Seriously,
Yes,
pepper
or
spray is
the
better than getting bit again.
I think the
Yeah.
report of the gun might scare the dog more than the actual getting shot part of it. I'm not saying shoot in the air or whatever. I'm just speculating on what would happen if you did it.
Well, I hear you, but I'd say the same thing where people say that, if you're in a fire, and if you're actually in a firefight, the last thing you think about is your hearing. People are always like, oh, what, are you going to wear hearing protection if you get in a firefight? Like, no, in a real firefight, after the fact, you realize that your ears are ringing, but you're not hearing that. You're paying ultimate attention on the fight.
Yeah. There
I
is
just
no
figure,
good,
a
there
dog
is
in the
no
fight.
good way to handle that. There is no good way to handle that situation because it just lit off so fast it was over before it started.
It did, but I would think if that dog came sniffing around my kid, I'd taser that dog in a second, and pepper spray would be my close second. But I can definitely see why you'd want to have like pepper spray in the door of your car, in the glove box, or somehow accessible to the passenger.
If it didn't go off the way it did, where the cat came in and ran the dog off, and the kid was let's say it went on for another 15 or 20 seconds, which is a lifetime when that's going on. If I had a chance to draw and shoot the dog without endangering the kid, I'd have shot him even if it wasn't the best thing to do.
Oh no, I definitely wouldn't. I think in that situation with that size dog, I would just destroy that dog. Dude, I'd have to rip it apart. You lay on it and then take it out because I don't think there's any way to strategically or be able to accurately shoot a dog in a melee of arms and legs and dog snout and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know how a Stone Guy would have handled the situation. He'd wait for the dog to take a nap and then we'd kill him.
380 to the temple when it's napping. After I got like a big belly full of baby.
Yep.
Yeah. I only ever got bit by a dog once, and it was a little wiener dog. Bit me in the calf. And I just sort of punted him a little bit.
Must have been a miniature dachshund because
Yeah.
normal size are actually not that small.
Yeah, it's a little tiny guy. He might have weighed 10 pounds soaking wet. But he sure bit me. It's like, the bitch of it was that I didn't really see it coming. He came up from behind me. I heard the bark, but it was bark, bite, and oh shit, turn around, kick dog. It's over,
I keep rewatching that where the dog takes a kid and then the cat just freaking flies out of freaking nowhere. It's
Yeah, that cat was Johnny on the spot.
The cat had to be sitting in the yard just like having an afternoon, with the breeze blowing on it or something. But then the kid does run to where the cat came from, so maybe the cat was inside just looking out the door or something.
Or on the patio or the porch, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the ma had to be sitting right there somewhere, right?
That'd be my guess. They're probably both sitting right there on the
This wouldn't be
front
like,
porch.
that kid's too little to let it play around in the street on that little bike, right? You'd be watching that kid, right?
Yeah, you'd be watching that. I would parent, I'd be watching the kid.
Well, the mom was right there. She's there within a second and a half, so she was watching her kid. It wasn't a lack of...
That's what I figured, yeah. So that means that dog didn't even care. It came up to a group of people and just ate the smallest one.
Right. Yeah, that was weird.
I love it. Ate the smallest one.
Well, you got to figure, I mean, if it's a neighbor, unless the people just moved in, there's got to be some history with the kid there and the dog there that wasn't like that.
Oh, did it say it's the neighbor dog? I got the impression it was just walking down the street.
I don't know. I mean,
I haven't read anything. I just watched the
it
video.
came from the direction of the next door neighbor's house. I guess I'm assuming that it was the neighbor's dog.
I'm going to see if they say anything in the video description.
No description at all. Sort of speaks for itself in a way.
Oh no, the description here says, at least on this one says, after checking why did the mom run away? After checking the wound, she made sure that the dog did not return for a second attempt. The owners were there also, and she was bit by the dog as she tried to put him in his yard. They did control the dog and secured him, and then the mom came out and attended to the kid. Huh, so I guess the people who own that dog are right there. That's messed up even more.
Yep.
This guy's lucky. I mean, would you be able to control yourself if some neighbors was standing there and their dog came over and bit your kid like that? I'd be kicking the crap out of that neighbor, I think.
Yeah.
That probably went down real good.
I'm trying to get a good shot of the dog. I'm trying to figure out what kind of dog it is.
Asshole dog.
Yeah, I'd call it a yellow one.
Well, it's definitely a mixed breed. It's not a purebred. With that really sharp coat, it might be pit bull, but it's got the shoulders of a pit bull, but not really the mouth. Or the face, I mean, the head. Could be part of Kita. Akitas are vicious dogs, too.
One of the commenters said that somebody said it was a lab chow mix.
Oh, chow. Yeah, that
Chows
could
are
definitely be.
notorious for biting
Yeah.
people. I think there's more Chow attacks than a pit bull and Dobermans combined, or something like that. I read some stat on that.
The media doesn't pick up on them as much because it's not a pit bull.
There's no Doberman attacks anymore. Nobody can afford Dobermans.
I had neighbors that had the Doberman that lit on me more than once, and I have never liked them since just because of that. And they were out for blood.
Hey, how dangerous do you think it would be to drill through a live round, like the brass casing of a live round?
Not terribly
What
for?
dangerous.
This is a topic for off air.
Well, I'm gonna say heat is your biggest enemy there. So
I'm going to say that it's possible to drill into a live round without it going off, but it's not recommended.
yeah, you're better off just pulling a bullet and then dumping up the gunpowder and drilling.
Yeah, just get one of those little mallet things where you put it in there and
Yeah, bullet puller.
out, dump the
Yeah,
powder in
I might have my, because I want to make a couple little keychains. I do them with just the casings already, the spent casings, but I want to make some with the actual projectile still in it.
Get together with the reloader buddy and just use spent brass and a new bullet and polish it up a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. I could do that.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be my
You gotta
next
have enough
suggestion.
reloading buddies to pull that off.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I guess that would be safer than drilling up
Yeah.
through a live round with gunpowder inside, huh?
Not a great
Yeah.
idea.
Not the greatest idea. It can be done. You have to worry about heat and where you're drilling if you drill too close. And
You want to know the worst idea ever? This guy, we were probably 14 or 15. A friend of mine from school. I was on my way to his house. Him and another buddy were already there, and he had the brilliant idea. He said he had done it before, but
Those
He-
are the famous last words.
yeah, he had taken an empty CO2 cartridge, right, and drilled out the little foam part in the top to make the hole bigger, and then he was dumping or clipping the match tips, right, just the tips of the match, and he was clipped, hundreds of little match tips and was stuffing them in this CO2 container,
Manufacturing an explosive device. But
and he was gonna make a little firecracker, right? Well,
no pipe bomb.
he apparently he wanted to fit as many as he could in there, so he was stuffing it with a friggin' something metal,
Hmm.
like I don't know, if the edge of a pen or like an ice pick or something. But anyway, my buddy.
That kind of stuff is usually self-correcting because then they just blow all their fingers off. Like,
Well, exactly, dude. That's exactly what happened. My buddy was in the like across the living room from him, and he said all of a sudden the damn thing went off, and it literally blew his index and his middle finger like off, and then half of his ring finger. So he lost 2.5 fingers screwing around at 14 or 15, however old he was.
I'm gonna say Darwin at work.
Yeah.
No, if
I
was
blame
really
the
young.
public schools because that kind of stuff should be like junior high science class type of knowledge. I mean, people should at least understand what would happen if you put pressure inside of a metal container like that.
Well, it's not pressure; it's actually creating.
It's been going on forever. My great uncle, my grandfather's brother, a good friend of his when they were kids, they were doing something with gunpowder and pipe or whatever, and something went wrong, and his buddy ended up almost killing himself. Pipe bomb.
Mm-hmm.
And they'd done it a bunch of times before. It was just that one time it didn't go right, and that was all it took.
As I said, people are idiots.
Talking about, I've done it before things. So somebody I know, for whatever reason, they wanted to get the nitroglycerin out of dynamite, and they had the dynamite. And if you heat up dynamite, it sweats the nitro out of the compound, And so they're got this dynamite in an oven, baking the nitro out of it, and the guy had this bright idea. It's in an aluminum pan. He has this bright idea. He's going to use BBs to help to get the stuff to sort of come together better. And the BBs made a spark, and they blew up the manufactured home they were in with them in it. A couple sticks of dynamite.
Whoops.
Kill him?
No, they survived, but they were both pretty fucked up. One of them has permanent hearing loss.
No, really?
People do stupid things. I mean, if you want to blow shit up, you've already got dynamite. You got to get the nitro out of it to make it even more dangerous. I don't know. It just didn't really make sense to me, but it happened.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of stupid, don't hit yourself with a monkey fist. You don't know what a monkey fist is? It's a metal bearing wrapped around in paracord.
Oh yeah, those things that people were slashing at milk jugs with or whatever.
Yep. I got a nice welt on my arm from it.
That's about like the first time you get nunchucks as a kid when you smack yourself somewhere you didn't want to.
I missed what I was aiming at and ended up wrapping, coming completely around and hitting me right in the back of the forearm. Right on the frickin' bone. Frickin' hurts.
No other worse place to hit yourself with a pair of nunchucks.
Yeah, well, this is... I was actually keeping that in mind, being well above the groin area. Not much, but I do want to protect what I do have.
You know, kids do stupid things. We used to have apple grenade fights. You take a big pen and you jab a hole in an apple, put a firecracker in it, and then light it and throw it at your buddies that were on the other side of the yard. It was rather entertaining. Fortunately, nobody blew any fingers off while we were doing it.
Yeah, well, just like having bottle rocket wars, you know, that's stupid idea, but fun as a kid, but really stupid.
Yeah.
That's a breathtaking.
My buddy decided that
Yeah.
he was going to do a Roman candle war with a friend of his, and he ended up having it go into his shorts. The buddies-
Oh, boy.
Not cool.
I thought bottle rocket wars are bad.
Speaking of Roman candles, anybody seen the video where a guy takes a Roman candle, lights it, sticks it in the ground, the dog runs over, grabs the Roman candle,
Oh
out
yeah,
of
and
the
starts
ground,
running down the street.
yeah, while it's still firing off.
I saw that video. That was funny.
Have you seen the idiot that puts one in his ass and lights it?
Yes, I have.
I mean, what a fucking moron.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, that was a bet. Doesn't make it
That
any
sounds
more.
like something
It
Jackass
doesn't happen very often, but I've heard of them on the very last round having it come out the wrong end of the tube. Yeah, I wouldn't take that.
Oh,
Oh, man.
no.
They're always hot, though. What do you mean? You have never have held one before they would want to take that.
Yeah, that's the thing. They get hot. Although technically, the fireworks have the oxidizer built into the propellant of the actual pyrotechnic, don't they?
Yeah,
That's
I
how
don't
they
know.
can burn so bright.
So when I was
Yeah, they won't go out underwater.
when I was real young, I lived in Oregon, and Oregon didn't have any cool fireworks. I mean, you couldn't get bottle rockets or firecrackers or any
Did
shit
you
like
live near
that.
the border with
I thought
Washington
there was
State?
thought there was reservations there that did.
Washington, yes. Oregon.
Oh, it's
no.
not. Okay.
But what we would do was the Piccolo Pete's. You take the bases off of those, and then if you crimped it, you could sort of launch it down the street, and when it hit the crimp, it would explode.
I don't know what
And
that
then
is.
A Piccolo Pete's just a little thing that makes a real loud whistle. It just
But it
shit
just
out
sits
gas
there?
whistles.
It
Yeah.
doesn't go anywhere. Just it's like sitting there.
Normally it doesn't until you modify it. But once you take the little plastic base off and launch it out of a tube, it'll go chasing down the street. But they go down the street, and then when it hit that crimp spot, it would blow up. So that was pretty cool. Then the other thing we did was they called them witch whistles, It looked like one Saturn missile battery deal in a box, and you just light it and
think
it
I've heard of those.
real loud.
Yeah, like
loud.
pyrotechnic whistles.
Yeah, so we take those out of the
They
box.
don't shoot anywhere.
No, they
Well,
just
when they're in the box, no, they just sit in the box and squeal.
well, they
Oh, that'd be
sometimes
cool.
shoot out
But if you put
sparks.
them if you put them in a copper tube and launch them at the right distance of the wall, they'll blow up when they hit.
So how do you get them, or what do they do? They have a whistle in the cardboard?
The plastic whistles is the charge inside of it burns off. But once you take it out of the box, it's restraining it from movement. It takes off more like a bottle rocket does.
Huh.
You know, launches.
I figured those bottle rockets I've seen that have whistles on them, I thought they had like a plastic whistle on the top or something, so as they move through the air is what blows the whistle.
Yeah, these ones, the plastic, the stuff inside of it was moving at such a velocity the plastic made it whistle. That's why they called it a witch whistle. I guess.
Cool, I never seen those.
I haven't seen them in a long time, but we used to get them in Oregon.
I always wish they would make ladyfingers into bottle rockets, so you have a little tiny bottle rocket.
Yeah.
Or at least do a bottle rocket like a third the size or something. I think that'd be fun.
Hmm.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I love bottle rockets as a kid.
Hmm.
Like I say, bottle rockets are relatively inexpensive.
I remember when I was a kid, my family
Oh, yeah, they are.
from Alaska, my family from Alaska came down and they brought like, I don't know how much fireworks. They probably brought almost $1,000 worth of fireworks with them. So they had, 1,000 long chains of firecrackers that we put out on the barbed wire fence and lit them off. And then they take like 4 gross of bottle rockets and just stick them in a number 6 tin can and light one and then light the rest of them off, and it'd be like a Saturn missile battery where there's 144 bottle rockets all launching almost simultaneously.
Well, I didn't know you could do that. That'd be pretty cool.
It's sort of expensive. You're going through a lot of them, but it works.
Yeah, but like Quark said, if you get the cheap bottle rockets, just Black Hats or something, they're like fairly cheap. I think one of the best buys for your buck, right? Fireworks wise.
Yeah.
Roman candles are awesome, but you can, unless you have a lake or something, I don't know where you're going to shoot them. Every place I've ever been would burn down with them.
Yeah.
Well, are they still burning when the balls come back down?
Honestly, for the 4th of
Kinda.
July, my favorite thing to play around with is those artillery shells. Where you single
Mortars.
launch them out of it, shooting mortars. I
Yeah,
love
that's
the
way too big
mortars.
though.
Although, we'll get several different types of mortars, and then you start mixing different size mortar balls with different size mortar tubes. And at one point, I put too small of one and too big of a tube, and the thing only went up like 30 feet and then went off. It was not good. Everybody got showered. But,
Oh, I didn't have enough like push.
yeah, not enough up push. Yeah.
We never really played with those too much. For us, it was always bottle rockets and Roman candles because we would fight with each other with them.
Yeah.
And I like to buy lady fingers. They're just super fun.
Those are the little tiny firecrackers, right?
Yeah, they're meant for like you say, setting off like 1,000 at a time or whatever. But I would just take them apart and play with them like little tiny firecrackers with army men.
Mhm.
Way more fun. And
Yeah,
because like a pack of ladyfingers, like the size of a pack of cigarettes, would last you all afternoon, and then nobody really get mad because it sounds like you're out there. It's like taking those red caps and hitting them with a hammer or something.
Right.
You're not making that much noise. So, at some point somebody would come over and complain that you're making too much noise, but it would take like an hour of playing. You got bored of playing before they get mad at you.
Yeah, I mean that's what we never did. Whole strings of firecrackers. They always got dismantled to light one at a time. You were wasting them if you lit off a whole string at a time.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, you're sure to get in trouble if you do that.
Right. Those were the days. We had a dog that would attack fireworks. We had to put her in the house anytime we did fireworks. She'd get her whiskers burned off from trying to put them out. Trying to protect us from the fireworks. What other crazy shit did you do when you were a kid? You ever, I don't know, I guess it might have been due to what we had locally, but we'd get the, I think people call them cattails, the things that have the big prickly ball on the top with a sort of a long hollow stalk, grow in marshes and stuff.
Do you know those are
I
federally
think everybody
protected?
calls them cattails.
All right, so we take cattails that have dried out, and we'd find a stick and some string, and we'd make a makeshift bow and shoot cattails at each other.
Yeah, those things are federally protected now. You can't cut
Really?
them, or yeah, you can't screw with cattails anymore.
They were more like weeds where we lived at, so nobody cared.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. They're like weeds everywhere.
Yeah,
Maybe it is. Maybe they're protected in Georgia.
or maybe it's just Florida. Well, Florida is where maybe it might just be Florida where they're protected now. But
Well, I know that they try and protect the glades because it's been getting so trash. But around here, if it's a drainage ditch or something that gets water enough of the year, then you have cattails, and nobody gives a rat's ass about them. You know? Then occasionally we'd have dirt clod fights, but that'd usually end whenever somebody got hurt bad enough, throwing dirt clods at each other.
Well, all that stuff, and then wrist rockets.
Yeah, we never
it's
shot.
we had
Oh,
winter, so
I still
whenever you put
love
on a winter
shooting.
coat, you can throw anything at each other. You're never going to hurt each other.
I still love shooting slingshots even now.
Yeah, I had a wrist rocket, and I remember I put a glass or glass marble through a 55-gallon drum. At least it went through one side of it out of a wrist rocket. That impressed me. Those things are dangerous if they're not handled right. But shit, we spent most of our days with BB guns. I bet we went through a carton or two of BBs a week. I mean, our whole summertime was revolved around mowing lawns or doing something to earn money to get BBs, to use the BBs to go down to a field where nobody else was to shoot pollywogs, you know, little frog babies or whatever in the water or something. We were always shooting something with our BB guns.
We used to play army with BB guns and shoot each other.
Yeah, I didn't do too many BB gun fights. Somebody would get shot and then they'd go crying to their parents and then everybody got in trouble. It just wasn't worth it.
Yeah, they would take your BB guns away, so nobody took away wrist rockets or nothing. Didn't know we had them.
Mm-hmm. I remember my buddy Clint, he got one in the forehead and he's still got a pockmark scar on his forehead from the BB gun.
When I was about 10, probably 9 or 10, I took a shotgun shell that I found out in the woods. It was, obviously a hunter or something dropped it, but it was a live shell. So I got the shotgun shell and I set it between two bricks and got back about 5 feet and shot it with my BB gun to try to get it to go off. And it took me about 10 shots, and I finally hit the primer, and that shell went off. And when it did, that BB bounced back and hit me square in the chin. And I didn't think anything at the time because I thought I just got hit. Well, about 2 days later, my chin was red and swollen and shit. And my mom was, feeling around. She was like, "What happened?" And I was like, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
You know,
Right.
I don't know, my chin just hurts all the time.
Yeah. Well, they took me to the hospital, and they did an X-ray, and that BB had went inside my chin, like it flew back so fast, it like
Went under the skin.
under my skin, and so
jeez.
the dude just took like a little
You
blade
probably
and
blamed it on a
squeezed it like a
gangbanger.
zit. Oh, dude, I was so busted at that point. I had to come clean.
yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
How much trouble did you get in?
Oh yeah, pretty good bit. I lost my BB gun for like a year.
I shot my brother with the BB gun once and didn't get in trouble because I was shooting at I had one of those King Kong rubber action figures or whatever you want to call it. And I'm shooting it with it was a real weak BB gun. It was one of those ones that had a lever up front that you cocked. It was a pistol, but it had just a single cock spring deal. It might have made 250 feet per second if you were lucky. But my brother kept dicking around with the thing I was shooting at, and I told him if he did it again, I was going to shoot him, and he did, and I shot him, and he goes crying to my mom, and my mom's like, "What happened? Did you shoot your brother?" And I said, "Yeah, but I, warned him that, stay away from what I'm doing, or you're going to get shot." And he did, and I shot him, and my mom's like, "Well, tough luck." My brother was so pissed I didn't get in trouble. And that thing wouldn't have broke the skin if you put your hand over the barrel, but I'm sure it smarted pretty good.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
But shit, when we went to move away from that house, we had a shop back behind the house, and the one wall, my dad had said it was okay to use it as like a BB gun, pellet gun backstop. And I bet that there's probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 boxes worth of pellets embedded in the wood in the side of that shop building.
So we have to hope no one ever puts that wood into like a wood chipper or tries to cut it up.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Yeah. Made it really hard to paint. You know that. When my dad got pissed off was I'd gotten a 35-pound recurve bow, and I managed to talk my mom into letting me buy a fiberglass arrow with a little fishing point on it where it has the little barbs, We had no place to go bow fishing or whatever, but I wanted one and I got it. Well, I launched that arrow at the side of the shop and it went through the outside wall and the inside wall. So there was a hole clean through the shop wall. My dad wasn't too happy about that. And it was all I could do to get the damn arrow back out of the wall after I shot it into it.
Yeah, things we do as kids, man.
Yeah. I mean, kids do stupid stuff. Like that shop had a low shed roof off the back of it, and it was probably about 7.5 feet from the roof line to the ground. And we'd crawl up onto the roof to intentionally jump off the back of the roof. We'd do it for hours. Just run and jump off the roof. How we didn't break any arms or legs, I don't know, but did it rather frequently. Guess it was early park crash or something. I don't know. So, anybody ever shoot at the local little birds that came around their house? Wants to admit to it, anyways.
Yeah.
Well, I used to shoot bumblebees off my mom's rose bushes, and she'd get pissed because inevitably I would fuck up her roses and not hit the bees.
Yeah, I'd get in trouble for shooting up. I guess I probably shot at birds, but I like to shoot apples a lot more.
Yeah.
But birds were probably, well, maybe they didn't come around after the apples because there's no apples to eat, but, I don't know. I'm trying to remember now.
We get these little parakeet finches, and I killed more than one of them in my day, but
I wasn't really out there hunting, so I wasn't out there to kill things for no reason. I was mainly just playing. But like I said, probably more apples than anything else.
yeah.
Several mockingbirds I'd like to remove from the neighborhood.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, we had these neighbors that lived, they lived about a mile from us, and they were Mormons and very against any kind of violence or guns or anything like that. But they had some starlings move in that were attacking them when they went to go in and out of their house. And he came over and asked my dad to borrow my BB gun so he could dispatch the sparrows because he'd had enough. He wasn't going to put up with it anymore.
Yep. It's only when you come under attack do the real pacifists
Mm-hmm.
show themselves.
I was just sort of bummed. I'd have gone over and shot him for fun. But I have a feeling it took him a while to get him taken care of. He had the gun for like a week or two, which is an eternity for a little kid. Anybody grow up around areas that had real tall grass fields?
Sure.
Because we'd make forts in the grass and do war, you know. You had to go on your hands and knees to stay below the top of the grass line or whatever, but that was hours and hours of entertainment just
Well, we had
around
more
the
bushes
field
and
and
trees and
everything.
stuff, so we could make forts out of anything. Tree forts and stuff.
Well, we did some tree forts and stuff too, but I remember having fun just crawling around in the grass trying to sneak up on the enemy of the other kids from the neighborhood.
I remember
This is all-
spending a hell of a lot of time going down to creeks and making bridges across creeks for whatever reasons we came up with needing a bridge. So having to scrounge materials and then come up with the best bridge we could come up with, like to get across it, and then make up excuses to have to go across the creek, I guess.
Uh,
I remember doing that a lot. And then when
If
you'd
we
make
got
forts
near-
down there.
If we got near a creek, we'd have been chasing crawdads. You
Oh,
know,
no,
we're
there
near
was
water.
nothing
It's
in
all
them.
about the crawdads.
Well, not when there's people around, though. I mean, you kill them and they're gone. They don't breed fast enough. Same with fish, at least in populated areas.
Hmm.
These are creeks, though, like, you know, not a lot of water, just a creek.
hmm Guess it's all perspective. I mean, I've been places where they say, "Look at this river," and I'm like, "That's not even as big as a creek back home." You know? And they're going.
That's true. Yeah. Who's rearranging their garage or something?
Sorry, that might have been me. I'll mute if I make any movement next time.
Right, well, there ain't no gun topics? So this is a gun chat? No.
It's an after chat.
Yeah, but in a gun-oriented
We can
area
have some
of the
fun,
internet.
and everybody can convince me to buy a non-piston-driven air upper so I can finally get one bought and get it done with.
The DI has been a proven platform for years.
I know it's just messy.
Not, though. I mean, it is, I guess, but I
It's no messier
would
than
never
anything.
recommend a piston, man. You're gonna have to depend on the whatever company you go with, that they stay in business and they keep making parts and that you're able to get parts if you ever need them. And I don't know, it just seems like betting on something. It would be a second or third gun, in my opinion, not a only gun. But I guess if you're not gonna grab it as your go-to gun, then who cares? If it's just one of your extra guns, then it's just an extra gun.
My go-to gun's my AK, but you know, that being said, that was one of the dichotomies, if you will, of my piston quest, if you will. There's Adams I can get an upper that already has it designed in, which is a little bit more spendy, or there's another company that offers one that you know, you take out your bolt and your gas tube, but you don't do any modifications to the gun permanently, and if you want to, you can switch it back to DI if you know, lose interest or change your mind, or let's say you get into a shit hit the fan scenario and you don't want to count on the piston, it could be converted back. But it's a little bit more spendy for the kit. It's like almost $400 for the kit versus.
No, seriously, $400 so that you don't have to wipe off your carrier once in a while?
It's scrubbing
I mean-
the carbon off the bolt that sucks. But,
Yeah, that doesn't happen in real life, though. That was just back in the Army, dude.
Yeah,
okay.
now
Back
it's
on the
back.
In real life, you don't get carbon on your bolt.
No, you don't
Well-
shoot them enough. Like, we shot them a lot, you know. Back when you're training and stuff, you're shooting them a lot. When you go to the range and you shoot 50 rounds or 100 rounds maybe, then,
Yeah.
and still, I know people that, you know, professional trainers and stuff that'll look at, like, the multitasker tools that are designed for the AR, and they're like, why do they keep devoting tools to scraping carbon? No one scrapes carbon anymore. I think that was, like, you know, did they even chrome line the parts back then?
No, they didn't. That was one of the
They were-
ones
they were
reliable.
They were park finished, but maybe I should just look at going with the boron nitride bolt and bolt carrier. And
Oh yeah, I would go with a nickel boron. Save that money on your piston and get a, you know, like a nickel boron coated bolt and bolt carrier.
maybe get a better, more expensive barreled upper.
Yeah.
Well, the barrel.
The barrel is
going
the
to
gun.
affect cleaning.
Yeah, your barrel and your bolt carrier is really where you want to
Well,
sink
bolt
your money
carrier.
into. Yeah, group. Yeah, there you go.
So I'm half tempted to go with like a heavy barrel.
Did you get? Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
wouldn't. Marine, it's unless you're
'Cause you're
really
going 20
after
inches still,
groups,
right?
it's not worth the wait.
Oh, if you're going 20 inches, get the bull barrel.
Oh, yeah.
Shit, it's just gonna be a bench
come
gun.
on. Well, no, but is it just gonna be a bench gun? Or are you gonna want to carry it around ever? Because if I
I
was
don't
going
mind the
20, I'd
extra
go
weight.
pencil barrel for sure, so that you don't have to worry about carrying that thing all around. I mean, unless you're gonna be
Wow.
bayoneting people, what do you need the strength on the barrel for?
Did you guys see Suches just did a video of some new? They're calling it Obsidian, but I assume it's just some other kind of proprietary coating similar to nickel boron. But they're calling it Obsidian coating. It's all black, and it's supposed to be like a Teflon based something or another. But it looked pretty cool. I mean, all the I don't know, the specs and kind of the overview of it seem pretty legit, but
Okay, it's just another way to make the gun look evil. Is it a new color?
well, no, because I mean most of your standard bolt carrier groups are just a black, you know.
Mercury is black.
Yeah, I know. The obsidian coating, it's supposed to make it easier to clean.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be like nickel boron, but even slicker and even better, like self lubricating and even the
Sounds like a ceramic finish.
it was
Yeah, almost.
yeah, it was kind of neat, but I'm sure it's
I think
they're getting a premium for it.
It sounds like something for people who want nickel boron but don't want gold colored parts. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah. Well, you gotta watch the Suchi's video on it if you're in the market. It's pretty cool.
And
Yes,
sorry for stepping away for so long. I split my thumb open.
Ouch! How'd you do that?
We warhammered your own thumb? That's hardcore, dude. Did you take video?
No, screwdriver.
Screwdrivers
Yeah,
suck.
flathead screwdriver slipped and well,
The rest is history. Yeah.
That's a new video series for you.
yeah, I had to put a couple drops of super glue there to make sure it stayed close. The thing was bleeding like a stuck pig.
Yeah.
When you go through one band-aid in 2 seconds, you know something's going on.
Edge is texting me by talking shit by texting me instead of just joining in here talking shit. What's up with that?
Too afraid to face you face to face.
That's what I'm saying. He was in the other chat, wasn't he?
Talking about his beautiful double stack babies. No, he's only got one double stack, 1911, doesn't
So
he?
now I'm on a DI gun, boron nitride, bolt, and bolt carrier. Now, so if I do that way, then I don't get to get rid of the gas rings on the bolt because you need it for gas.
And even then, like almost every mil-spec bolt carrier is going to have a chrome lining inside the bore that the bolt goes.
Mhm.
So it's only really going to improve cleaning on the outer surfaces.
Yeah.
And again, that carbon really only gets to solidifying if you don't keep your bolt carrier group wet. And you're supposed to keep the BCG on an AR-15 wet, right? At all times?
I always
Most
do.
people
There's
do.
different. I know. When I was in the military, they're like, get enough on there to lube it, but they didn't want you over lubing it because it seemed to come
Attract
up
dirt and
with
stuff.
keeping the carbon in the unburnt powder in the action. Gum up after a while. But I do very distinctly remember using my firing pin to try and break the cakes of carbon off of that freaking bolt. Very distinctively remember that.
Well, all I figure is military training is like by committee and for like the lowest common denominator and basically written in manuals. So until somebody comes along and has the wherewithal to like have the balls to make a new manual, and then like the clout to get a new manual done, and then they actually write the new manual, you're doing old stuff, right? So all I'm saying is the whatever you want to call outside the military evolution of the AR has just skyrocketed exponentially what the military is doing. So I wouldn't look to the military as like the gold
Benchmark.
standard anymore. Yeah, the benchmark. I would think at this point, I don't know who would be, but I would think the general consensus is run them wet, and I don't know if the military teaches that or not. They still teach things like, slap, tap, rank, brack, bang shit or whatever. And, they've figured out, just even military guys have figured out that there's better ways of, like, more ergonomic ways of solving more problems than with the old systems or whatever.
Yeah, that forward assist, all it generally did if the round didn't seat was jam it more than what it was before. I never had one where it didn't fire and then I hit it and then it actually fired because it pushed it all the way in the battery. But it was there fixed for the inability to try and get around seated from Vietnam. That was one of the bigger complaints, was no way of trying to force the bolt closed if it got some crap in there.
Well, there's no way to force the bolt closed on like the FN Scar or a lot of the modern Uber rifles.
Yeah, the forward assist is not necessarily needed in this. So I guess you guys convinced me to get away from the piston. I just want to get the thing completed. I've got, 1,400 rounds now. I picked up two more PMags today, but I don't have anything to shoot it with. So maybe I'll order one tonight.
Well, if you're going to get the fancy bolt carrier group, might as well. Palmetto State Armory's they've always got uppers for sale that come without the bolt carrier group.
Yeah, last time I was on there, they actually had one that had the boron nitrate bolt carrier group or whatever.
Yeah.
It was a little bit more than their base model ones, but it wasn't awful either.
I'd like to thank the guys that just joined for helping to grab seats before Edge can get in here.
You're welcome.
You're going to be pissed at me then. I was getting ready to go out because I'm going to go shopping.
Yeah, if you leave, look, I'm going to need 3 more people. That is an Edge.
Well, I guess I don't have to.
Somebody take a second seat and put your feet up.
I'll stay, but you guys got to start posting up links for uppers that have boron nitrate bolt carrier groups for me to look at. To work.
What was that again?
AR uppers with the boron nitrate bolt carrier group. I need to find one so I can order one.
I can show where to get the bolt group for cheap, but not with an upper.
Maybe I need to two-part it.
A lot of them come without the BCG, so it's easier to get exactly what you want. I'll send you a link. And are you logged into gun channels?
Yeah.
I'll send you a link. Did you like that video, Cork?
Oh, I lied. I was logged into gun channels earlier. I accidentally navigated.
I'll just put the link in the side. I don't know why I'm being all secretive.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
What video? The cat?
No, what did you said my name, so.
Yeah, I said, did you like that cat video?
Oh, yes. That was awesome.
That was the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen a cat do. That cat was like, that cat went back for seconds too. It was like, that's the best part. That's like, you want some?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and put it in here because I went back to gun channels and being a moderator, I have to log in twice, and I'm not wanting to do it.
No worries. Give me a second.
Yeah, I've seen him go after foxes and everything else before. I've never seen him go after a dog like that.
The cat wasn't having it.
I've seen cats attack dogs, but never when the dog was attacking something else.
Right.
So this is as cheapest as I've seen this. Oops, shit! Did I just fuck that up? Sorry. Give me a second. This is the cheapest I've seen this particular brand go for, and it's pretty damn cheap.
That's the fail zero. Well, that's a lot cheaper than ones I'd been looking at.
Yeah, this is also the one that it's also cheaper. It's also cheap as hell, and on top of that, it doesn't come with the hammer, and so you save like I don't know, 10 or 15 bucks by not having the hammer. The I don't know
You want
why.
it to be 20 inches, right?
Yeah, for the barrel length.
Sorry.
All right, click on that link, Marine.
Hold on. Alright.
And you don't care about price, really. You're not shopping for price, lowest price or anything.
I want to. I mean, I'm not looking for a half MOA barrel, but I want one that's going to be reasonably accurate.
You're looking for a rifle upper?
Yeah. 5.56 upper.
Are you in a big hurry?
No.
It's the only thing I would buy, except it's out of stock right now.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, that's the one that Gun Channel's posted is one I'd buy.
So
That's
this is
The Bravo company,
yeah.
4.5.
so it's basically the government style, except for it doesn't have the elevated rear sight charging handle or carry handle.
Yeah, but
No carry handle, no. It'd be the A2, I guess.
that's the A3.
So it has an elevated sight post, but not the carry handle.
Yeah,
Well,
but
it has the A-frame, or the A2 style front sight, yeah.
oh yeah, front side. Yeah, but
But
you
that's what I'd want. I mean, if this is going to be a fighting gun at all, you want to be able to rip people's eyes and throats out with that.
yeah, you don't want the A1 sight. Let me see if this. There's a carry handle on AIM that was super cheap, and I bought 2 of them, and they're really nice. And let me see if they're still on sale.
You
Oh,
got
yeah.
a real front sight base, not some weird one, pinned. Chrome barrel, 1 and 7.
Here you go, Marine.
Is that chrome lining?
Yep.
There you go, Marine. That's your that's extremely cheap and real. I mean, I can't. This is a really high quality rear carry handle sight. Whatever.
The flat top conversion to.
Oh wait, you want a carry handle in the back?
I can go either way. I sort of like this one because if I
I
decide
figured
to
on
do
a 20 you'd go optics.
Well,
Well,
no matter what you
I
do.
might go with the red dot with the co-witness on the rail.
Oh yeah,
I
you
might
can.
might buy a carry handle just to have it just for sometime when I went.
Especially for this price, that's a cheap. I mean, that's cheap and it's not a piece of POS, you know.
Right. I think you shared this with me before.
Yeah.
With Mark.
If you click Bravo Company's pretty good. If you hit the email me when back in stock and put your email in there, they're pretty good about it. Like within an hour of them putting it back on the website, you'll have an email.
And by letting them know you want them means that that's like one more reason for them to make that production run.
Right. They know that they've got enough orders. They might.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows when they're about to tip the orders or whatever.
Yeah, the price isn't too bad.
No, that's a good. And I can't tell you how good Bravo Company is.
Now, does that come with the grip, forearm grip panels, or I gotta get those separate?
You gotta get those are easy to get though. You can get them all day long on
I'd just like to thank those last people that joined so that we cock block the edge out of here.
No problem.
He's out there talking about going either way, so who knows what kind of mood he's in. He's probably all drunk.
Now, are you looking for a full upper, Luke, or are you wanting like bolt carrier group separate and stuff like that?
Well, if I can get a decent upper, because I want the boron nitride bolt carrier group. If I buy it separate, I don't need to have the bolt carrier group in it per se.
Okay. I was
Our
gonna
gun,
say if you don't mind being on a list, that Ares Armor nickel boron bolt carrier group is pretty cheap.
Yeah, but the ATF is
I know.
I would rather not be on there.
oh, that Ares Armor one. I'll tell you what, 89. But they had some killer deals.
Yeah, it's
That in
$109 now.
I got that 80% polymer lower to deal with yet.
Here's the deal. Let me find you this here. Let me see here.
Do you need a rear stock?
No, I got the stock. I got the whole lower.
Okay, cool. I have an extra stock. I could but since you already got one.
Yeah, I got a who is it, UTG stock. Pretty happy with it. It's not a Magpul, but I didn't really want a Magpul.
I don't like the way. I like the way the old school A2 stocks look.
Yeah, you were telling me the other day about your adventure trying to find a decent made
Yeah, it was.
original type stock.
It was kind of a. I can't believe it. It's not the. The fat is all collapsible stocks. You can't find shit like that anymore. The real
I'm
deal.
at Palmetto State. Is there another run on ARs? Because like half of the first page, or at least half the page I'm looking at, is out of stock, out of stock, out of stock.
Yeah, ARs are still pretty hot.
You're wanting a 20-inch?
Yeah, I think so.
I'll be honest with you. That Bravo company is almost the same price as I paid for my Palmetto State upper.
Uh-huh.
Except the Palmetto State, I think, came with a
Palmetto State right now, and I'm not even seeing any 20-inchers.
It's because it's late at night. You gotta catch them early in the day.
Yeah, there's a link for a 20-inch heavy barrel upper.
Yeah, I've seen government profile 20 inchers on Palmetto State once or twice, but they're pretty rare. If you want a 20 inch, your best bet might be BCM.
This is 315.
They're out of stock too, though.
Oh, they are?
Yeah,
Hmm.
but like I said, they do tell you when they come in stock again.
You always try surfing the classifieds on AR15.com.
Yeah, or gun broker. I'm sure there's somebody selling something.
And then here's a 20-inch bull barrel.
Mm-hmm. Well, Luke still needs to be able to carry the thing from his car to the bench.
I'm not worried about weight. I'm a
Well,
Sasquatch, remember?
Well, I know, but, you know, well, bull barrel, 20-inch bull barrel is still a 20-inch bull barrel.
Yeah, I wish I could turn back time. My buddy had it was the Colt AR-15 heavy barrel match
Mm.
come through his hands, and I wished I'd have bought it from him at the time. I could have got it for like
H-bar?
$600. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Those
passed
things
up.
are pretty cool in like the mid '80s.
Yeah, that was early 90s when it would have come from his mind.
I passed up the chance to buy a green label Colt AR-15. I'm still regret it to this day.
On it, that KB Design and Manufacturing, and this, it says starting at this price, but it's saying shown with option and option. Yes, you gotta add to cart to see if that's.
Yeah, if you scroll down, it shows you different options you can get, different gas blocks, different stuff like that.
Wesley in the chat is asking, I think he's asking if a 20-inch bull barrel would be heavy. I don't know if he's being sarcastic or if he's really asking the question, but
It's a 20-inch long, inch thick steel pipe. It's heavy.
and the back of the AR doesn't change at all, so
It's
like
very barrel
it's
heavy.
all front heavy, yeah. So it's even, I think, exaggerated. You know, you feel all that weight because you're used to an AR kind of being balanced.
Yeah, that's probably why they all got bipods on them.
There's a give and a
Oh
take.
yeah, definitely.
With the heavy can be stable as well. You know.
Well, that's what it's for, yeah. But I don't know. It just seems like if you're going to go all that trouble to make it a distance rifle, then why make it a semi-auto AR? Which,
Right.
you know, it's going to be free float or whatever. I would just go with a glass bed on a real stock.
Right.
Figure make an AR fast. But I don't know. I should have bought. I never thought about it because I didn't think they'd disappear or whatever. Or maybe they can't import them with barrels anymore. But you used to be able to buy the old A1 parts kits for like nothing, like everything but the receiver for like $100 or $199 or whatever they were.
Yeah, those dried up a while ago.
Yeah, but I'm just saying back in the day when you still got catalogs in the mail, those would always be like at the back of catalogs, and you'd just see them there for months and months and years, and it's like, well, I can just buy one of them whenever because they're always going to be there.
Yeah, and that time came and went.
Yeah, but now, yeah, could have bought them back then, and then what, for $70 worth of receiver nowadays, slapped together really cool. Because that's how I'd want a big long 20-inch. I think it'd just be an old NOM era 20-inch.
Yeah. Well, I know with the heavy barrels, you're gonna get more heat buildup, and that was part of the reason for the profile barrel was to try and get that heat out of there faster.
I guess we see who got paid off first to jump out.
It's probably got to work in the morning.
Who's DSA? Who's DSA? I mean, these.
I don't know. I put that over. Actually, Edge put that in the external.
DSA is.
There's a decent price in there, though.
I wouldn't. They're
not. There was.
I'm skeptical just because I'm looking at 6 different complete uppers for under $300, and it's.
They made a bunch of fouls.
Their falls
They've
are
imported
okay,
some stuff. They make an RTD.
Sorry about that. I couldn't get muted fast enough.
Yeah, apparently they make good FALs, but I haven't heard anything good about their ARs.
Their ARs aren't bad; they're just mediocre.
It's like Olympic Arms quality.
I wouldn't go quite that far.
Hey, Bob.
Edge put that link in, I'll have you know.
Hey, all.
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Hanging in there.
You still haven't fixed that messed up headset, have you?
That what?
Your jacked up headset, still using it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I could hear as you're putting it on.
Yeah, well, it's stupid. It actually, if I'm wearing my glasses, it really fucks things up, but...
So I've got a headset.
Hold on, I'm chatting. I gotta put my glasses on.
Headset with microphone that I can use with my phone.
Oh, yeah.
The wires broke in it, so I went down to Radio Shack and got the little end replacement deal. Got the wrong one, so I had to order one that's going to be like 2 weeks to get the thing in, and then I got to do this micro soldering to put it all together. I don't know if it's really worth it.
Oh, fuck yeah. I hate trying to solder wires for these things. They're so fine. Any of the soldering equipment I got just melts everything.
I started doing it just to see if I can do it. It's been so long since I dicked around with things.
Soldering what?
Yeah, I remember back in my day, speaker
Putting a new end connector on a headset.
I didn't think you could because I had a couple pair of headphones go bad on me, and I tried, cutting the wire open to fix it, and it's very finely stranded copper wire, and the individual strands are like covered in insulation, and they're mixed in with the fibers of a nylon cord and the bare copper wires of the other polarity. So there's really no fixing them, at least the ones I've taken apart.
Well, if you go to Radio Shack, they offer a barrel that opens up and it's got little tabs for each wire to be soldered onto.
Oh, geez.
With a little bit of work, you can make it happen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I thought of you the other day, Bob. I saw something that made me reminded me of you.
What?
I put it up in the.
Yeah, Luke, I want to say my cat chewed my good headphones. Sonny chewed right in the middle, bit right through the middle. The headphones. So I'm like, I can't. I tried to solder them back together. So the two wires, so I'd actually have a usable length of headphone. It worked for like a day before the solder broke.
There's a picture
So.
of the whole plane, Bob.
They are definitely a pain in the ass to fix.
47 D model, because it's got the full-blown canopy.
Can barely hear you, Bob.
I say that's a P47 with the D model, probably.
Yeah,
Or maybe N, but probably a D. They made a hell of a lot more of them. Nice airplanes. Cadillacs, man. Well, the pilots thought of them.
that's
Hey,
what
Bob.
Yeah,
That's what
twice
that
as big
logo
as anyone
is.
else's airplane, as far as fighters went.
Hey, Bob, did you ever ask your daughter about the drawing? About your illustration here?
No, what? What was I supposed to ask her?
No,
Oh,
just
why my eyebrows look like that?
well, no, the K, the /K/.
Oh, yeah. No, I actually never did. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
/K/. I gotta ask her, but yeah. Fuck yeah, I keep forgetting.
it's 4chan's weapons board.
Really? That's
Yeah.
funny.
I don't think you should go there though, because there was a well, firstly because of my experience there, but also somebody put it very eloquently. There was a writer for one of the online gun blogs. It was a major one. I forget which one exactly it was, but it was like the article was the top 5 places on the internet not to get advice on guns, and the number one place was 4chan. And this is what he said. This were his words. The last bit of my soul not only died, it committed seppuku from the shame that these people owned guns as well as me.
Okay. 4chan, I'll have to ask her about that, yeah.
Why is Edge talking about the Ku Klux Klan?
Because he's Edge, I don't know.
Oh.
Because he's in Texas, I don't know.
What's wrong with Edge? His crack smoking neighbors coming over again? Just kidding. I don't really think his neighbors smoke crack.
Well, at least not in the open.
Yeah, that's still illegal in Texas.
I was going to say, heroin's cheaper, so.
You?
Yeah, crack doesn't make sense to me. I mean, well, none of those kind of drugs. I mean, cocaine doesn't make sense to me, right? It empties your wallet and makes your penis smaller.
Really?
Where's the fucking point in that?
Maybe that's why Antonio Montana was so angry at the end of Scarface.
That could be, you know. Plus, his sister was a hoe.
Is this what you want, Tony?
That sounded creepily like Houdini.
Hi, guys.
Sounds closer.
Hi, Bob.
Oh, yeah. Person wearing the skin cape, whatever. Weird.
Those were some crazy times.
Yep. Yep. Oh, man. Well, I might figure about another 4 coats of stain in this nice birch stock is going to look walnut.
Maybe you could shellac it like Stone Guy did with his AK in it.
No, I'm gonna finish this nice. Right now I'm gonna do between every coat of stain I use grade 0000 steel wool to polish it.
Extra fine.
Yeah, and then just put on my rubber gloves and just rub stain all over the wood and get it all nice and even and let it dry for a
now
day and a
rated
half.
PG-13.
Yeah, let it dry for a day and a half, and then do this the steel wool, and then another layer stain on it. Fuck, it's a pain in the ass.
It is, but it turns out to be a beautiful product when you are done.
Yeah, when it's finished. Yeah, and I've got some really nice Minwax clear gloss polyurethane I'm going to shoot on it, so it's never going to get damaged.
Ooh.
Put 10 coats of that. Should just, be like glossy. And then I'm going to sell it.
That'd be gorgeous.
Yeah, then I'm going to sell it. Because, I got my Andy rifle that's basically painted black because I stripped it down to refinish it, and the wood was so ugly you just could not make it look good and show the wood grain. I mean, the wood grain was just, it was bad. I don't know what they use for wood.
In a lumberyard, why don't you just make your own?
Well, I figure the Handy rifle is my like bush survival rifle, so black works fine. It's a gun that's going to get like leaned up against trees and knocked over and shit like that. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Thrown in the bottom of the canoe. I'm actually going to get a canoe. Just decided. Screw it. The kids don't like fishing anymore anyway. Give me a canoe, put my electric trolling motor on it, and fuck them all. You can go out there and spend the day. It costs me pennies.
I can get capsized because the fish you caught was way too big for the canoe.
Mm-hmm. Well, I still got my one-man dinghy. I'm going to use that this year. I don't think I'm going to use it this year.
One-man
dinghy. God, Quark, you spend too much time with your cats.
I spent way too much time off the jets last couple of days.
Yeah, I have a whole new respect for cats after today. That video.
Oh, you watched that video about that cat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that before. That's a badass cat, man. Because that dog was going for that kid.
Yeah, my cat, I got a whole prance right behind the back hind leg of any dog that comes in the house, just shadow him the whole time. Like, just stay away. And he is a scaredy cat, but he gets balls when there's dogs around. And
well, we got one
very
cat
protective.
like that. We got the one cat that used to run wild, and actually in the neighborhood, our old neighborhood, where he was allowed to go out anytime he wanted. My kids used to tell me, yeah, they'd see Storm, he'd walk across the dog's yard, and even though the dog had enough chain to reach him, the dog would just sit there and growl at him. And the cat would just look at him and go, yeah, you've tried it before. And all the dogs in the neighborhood were scared of him.
Attack the dog, and he was eating his food.
Yeah.
Well, when I was watching the report on CNN today, whatever, the commentator guy, they were talking about the dog was under observation, which meant they were getting ready to kill it. And then the other commentator, she's like, oh, well, that was pretty cool with cats. And he's like, well, I'm not a cat lover. I just think cats, if they wish they were big enough so they could just eat us. So I am not a cat lover.
Probably true.
You mean the guy who owns that cat said that?
No, it was just on TV, the commentator. That's why, because I saw it earlier today, and they were talking that it was the neighbor's dog.
Yeah, it was a talking.
Which was really bad.
Yeah, because that dog was going for that kid. It wasn't just fucking around.
It was pretty wild. They had 2 angles on that thing.
Yeah. Well, just the way it grabbed the kid, eh?
Yep.
I mean, that was predatory behavior all the way. Like, something just snapped in that dog, I think.
Kid got right up, though. I'm proud on him, too, for walking with that wound.
Well, from what I heard was that the dog is under observation, which means that it had bit somebody else before. So
they're observing it to see if it develops rabies, right?
Well,
observation can mean a couple different things.
Did you notice the mom like run up to the kid, and then I think she thought the dog was coming back, and she just split and left the kid there.
I think she came around front to make sure it wasn't coming around.
Yeah, she ran to the front of the truck to make sure it wasn't coming back.
In the video, well, from that one angle, it looks like she just like, okay, kid's all right. See you later.
Yep, you're on your own now, son.
You
can walk. I'm out of here.
You read the description, and it was like, that she was making sure the dog. Apparently, the owner who was trying to tried to corner the dog and lock it up. It bit the owner as well.
Yeah, that's what it said. So that's a dead dog.
Yeah,
I love that the cat burned out too when I got to the other side of the car. I like put the brakes on and slipped out.
yeah. Just
Well,
went,
cat's not
okay, the
stupid.
dog's leaving. I'm going under the truck in case he comes back.
No, the cat was like, the cat goes after it. He stops, and then he's like, he like gets his like wits about him, and then he goes after the dog again. That's the best part.
Well, he makes sure and chases the dog off, and then goes like, "Okay, my job's done. I'm gonna go hide." Yeah.
I know, that's such cat behavior, you know. I've
I
actually
wouldn't
heard
say
of
the
that
cat
before.
was. Yeah, the cat wasn't hiding. What the cat was doing was getting into a place of cover so it could ambush the dog if it came back again.
Yep. Oh yeah, and that's what the cat, like my cat that hates my dog, he'll get under the coffee table and the dog will just walk by and the cat will go for his backs of his legs, eh? And the dog will turn around like, fuck off! It's really quite funny. And this cat also, if the dog plays too hard with the one cat that will actually play with the dog, if he starts getting too rough and biting too hard and the cat starts screaming, this other cat will come roaring out of nowhere and, you know, all fuzzed up and go right at the dog, eh? He's just, thinks he's got to protect the other cats and, you know.
My cat's so short hair and small, and he's old, but boy, when that other cat comes, there's a feral cat, he comes around, he starts huffing, and that tail just goes poof.
Oh, I know.
It's so
Fuck,
funny
hilarious.
looking. It's like a duster.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, it's usually like the size of a beanstalk.
Yeah. Oh,
See,
yeah,
that's
no,
where, you know,
how much they can fluff themselves out.
yeah, that's a weird thing. I have a couple of cats that do come around the house. They're people's pets that are left out because they've got collars on. And my cats just sit there and watch. They don't react or anything. It's really weird.
I had one cat that so hated other cats that we used to allow them on the deck because we had lattice, like wooden lattice, and the cat went after another cat that was outside the deck. The cat went through the lattice, like smashed through the lattice to get to this other cat, and it was like, what the fuck? You know, it's only about a 20-pound cat. It wasn't a really big cat, but.
Well,
Right,
on
right,
that
Luke.
note, we go from cats over to what makes glass bedding more accurate, because Dano's been asking that.
Oh,
and we've
okay.
been sitting here chatting about cats in a gun chat about it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
good.
bedding. I thought he was talking about beating.
I can wait a minute. I can wait a minute to hop out.
All right. I thought he was talking about beating. Not bedding.
No, glass bedding.
Glass bedding.
In action. It's about even contact with the action and or. Well, it depends if you flip the barrel or not.
Yeah.
But
Because accuracy is repeatability.
right.
Repeatability is, having it be able to fall into the exact same place each time when it jars all around with the recoil. Right?
Yeah. So part of it has to do with having the same barrel harmonics every time you fire, and in a standard action, they're not fitted real well, so it can move around and sort of echo different. If you want to.
So in other words, the inside of the stock, it's meant to fit that barrel in that action, but it might touch here and here and here. If you went in and put some of that, like, what is it called, the machinist blue, like a film on your barrel, and then you touched it to your stock, you might see some high points here, and here, and that's the point of contact with the stock. And, that's going to change, and just, depending on how tight you screw everything together, all that's going to be variable. What we're doing is talking about putting in a layer of fiberglass sometimes, or some sort of an epoxy.
Right?
Different.
Epoxy.
Well, people use different materials, but it's some sort of a hard, smooth material in there. So now it's like one point of contact, but it's the entire surface of the barrel, not just some high
And
points.
generally for the high accuracy guns, the action is bedded, but they'll free float the stock area. You don't want anywhere on the stock touching the midpoint of the barrel, because that can cause inconsistencies in the barrel harmonics.
So from the front, from the action all the way to the end of the barrel, you don't want the stock touching the barrel?
No, you want all of the action touching, none of the barrel touching.
None of the barrel. Yeah, okay, yeah. I always thought that was free floating.
Yeah, you're free floating the barrel, but you're bedding the action.
You're bedding the receiver, basically.
Yes. Yeah.
You're getting rid of all the play, so there's no movement, and then that creates repeatability. So every time the rifle's fired, it does the same thing every single time.
But what do you put on the barrel to keep the epoxy from sticking to the metal?
You don't
Well,
you don't put it out there that far.
There's different ways to do it, but you can basically all but put a piece of like cellophane or
Shrink wrap.
shrink wrap type stuff on it.
Okay.
You're usually bedding the pillars where the rifle screws into the stock, and maybe the back of the receiver. You know, everywhere where the receiver meets.
And you're not gluing the receiver into the stock. You're just creating a. Okay.
I don't think it's.
I'm just wondering, how do you keep it from actually gluing?
You're creating more contact surface that's uniform.
You're not using a lot of. You just dab
It's
it
like,
in there.
it's kind of like fiberglass, kind of.
Yeah, what it is, Bob, I want to answer Bob's question here. It's they put a release agent on the metal.
Okay, there's something you put on the metal, right? Because I was thinking, like, I could see shrink wrap working, but then there would be, gaps and ridges, and it wouldn't be complete. So I just wonder, how do you get something that thin onto the barrel? Like, can you paint some kind of thin latex on it or something?
Those that don't want to cheat, well, I don't know. We have a lot of people that are do-it-yourselfers, but personally, I'd take it to a gunsmith that's good at it and have them do it. And then
I've never heard of anybody bedding a barrel. Like, there's no. I mean, if anything, you're gonna remove material from
the stock so it doesn't touch it.
That portion of stock.
You don't mess with the barrel harmonics. You let the barrel harmonics do their thing.
I mean,
if you have contact with the barrel, you'd want to remove like a little bit of wood or whatever material.
Yeah, and
away from the barrel.
Any of the 22s I ever refinished, what I would do is after I'd finished the stock and everything, I'd assemble it real loosely, put a piece of emery paper with the abrasive on the outside in between the barrel and the stock, and just get it all the way down till it got to where the basically the receiver and everything was, and then just take out enough wood that when you varnish the inside there, it didn't touch anything.
Yeah, that's good. You're free floating it is what you're doing.
Yeah, I want to bring something up for Daniel here.
So I'm gonna say goodnight.
Night, Luke.
Hey, night, Luke. Good talking to you again, bud.
Yeah, one of the reasons Dan Wesson revolvers, those removable barrels, are so accurate is because of their mechanism. It does not mess around with the barrel harmonics. It keeps a very even barrel harmonic.
Because it's locked in from the front and the rear.
Yep.
Rather than just like a Smith or a Colt, which is just locked in at the rear into the frame.
Yep.
So, on the topic of gun modifications, I posted a link to a kit CNC Warrior sells to thread a barrel, and includes the die, the handle to hold the die, and a mandrel that goes in the barrel to align the die when you start cutting into the muzzle. And I'm wondering if that is insurance enough to keep the threads suppressor straight.
I wouldn't do it.
Looking at that, if you're gonna thread multiple barrels, you're better off having a gunsmith do it, because most gunsmiths will do it for like $50 to $75.
Yeah,
okay.
It's so cheap to have a gunsmith do it, and they can, if they're a proper smith, and they'll have all the laser and all the shit to make sure that you're not gonna get a baffle strike.
Yeah, and also too, you're not risking having damaging the crown yourself. So.
And there's like 2 different ways to cut threads, and I don't know exactly how it works, but I know there's a way that's a better way to cut threading than the other way to cut threading.
Well, one involves doing it on the lathe, but that's out of the question because I'd be threading the barrel on my SAR 3, and I'm not paying to have the barrel removed and stripped just to have it threaded.
So you're going to use a hand die threader, it's kind of the same thing that cuts threads for a bolt or something that you can do by hand, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get ones that, you get a damaged bolt, you can rethread it using these dies and taps and dies.
Well, you might have to knock the front sight post off, but that's easy enough to put back on.
Yeah.
That's the worst case scenario, and like I've seen the equipment that my gunsmith uses, and it's pretty Sometimes he has to knock a front side post off a weapon in order to do it correctly. But it's like $50, and it's like it's worth the. And if you tell him you're using it for a suppressor, then he usually will do all this stuff to make sure it's straight.
Well, it is an AK, so even if I do put a can on it, it's still not going to be hearing. It's not going to be hearing safe with the can on it. And so I'm thinking that maybe as long as the threads are okay enough that like a Bulgarian style flash hider does what I'm. Huh?
Yeah, you young guys are such pussies, man. When I was your age, I'd be out there firing off hundreds of rounds, not worrying about ear protection. Jeez.
Yeah, and are your ears ringing now?
What?
Are your ears ringing now?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I had it the first time. Since I got Wesley in the chat, I just want to thank him for the stickers. Those are freaking awesome. And sorry, yes, Edge to get in here. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't
just to get this chat going, keep it alive.
Yeah, there you go,
Fuck all the haters.
We need the edge. We need to have an edge on the other chats.
Damn right.
Hey, you still got that little dog? Or is it getting bigger now?
He's crawling over me. I gave him some freaking cold custer things all over me. I'm like, fuck off. I already gave you one. Get away.
Yeah, I just give my dog treats, not people food. Well, other than leftovers, because, I mean, that's one of the reasons I wanted a dog, is because you kind of have a garburator. Like, anything that's meat or people-type food, you don't have to put in the garbage anymore. You can give it to the dog. And
I just got married.
He makes it into compost for you.
Yeah. No, dog poop is terrible for the lawn.
I wouldn't say that. Hell, my damn lawn was grown like weeds with all the, all that was out there in my yard.
It's dog piss that's horrible for the lawn. Dog poop is actually fertilizer for the lawn.
The reason I was thinking about the barrel for the bedding is because when I saw Iraq veteran do one off of he's sporterizing that Mosin. Yeah, I think the long barrel on it. I think he had to do, if I remember right, it's a long time ago I saw a video. He had to, again, like the beginning of the barrel or he had to encompass that as well when he was bedding it. That's why it clicked in my head. But
Yeah, I think that was just because the way the Mosin's built, it's a different
long ass barrel.
Yeah. Even when you cut them shorter.
So if Iraqi veteran jumped off a cliff, would you follow him jump off a cliff too?
I don't know, depending on like how many sponsors were there.
Yeah, there you go, man.
I'm gonna do this for you too.
I would actually try base jumping. You know that base jumping, jump off a mountain or a building. I'd try that once.
That'll be like episode 6 of the Bob and Good Guy show. They go base jumping.
Good guy talking me into going and doing base jumping. Yeah, there you go.
That dude push you off that a freaking parachute.
Yeah. They go, no, use the force.
I'm not going to jump off anything if it's got the ability for me to walk down it.
Oh hell no, that would be fun though. I've always thought jumping out of an airplane would be fun.
But just think, Cloric.
I used to say well, it's kind of stupid because why would you jump out of a perfectly good airplane?
All that walking takes energy.
I would like to see Quark stand next to a polar bear, but naked, and see what the polar bear thinks. Hey, what's up?
Hey, did you see the polar bear versus grizzly videos on YouTube?
That's a trick question though, because wouldn't Quark basically be invisible, buck naked in the snow?
I didn't give it that much thought. I just thought of it.
Yeah, polar bear's got a really good sense of smell, though.
Yeah. You bring that up, and I've never gotten my bribe from Ralph, so I may have to share that picture again.
Go ahead. They, I don't know, they could get you a Coke in the commercial, film a commercial while you're there.
Oh, by the way, I played music one time when nobody was in here, and they gave us a strike against this account. So I guess you can only get 1 or 2 strikes. So.
Oh, really?
Just FYI, I don't play music or something. Put up weird shit in here that's copyrighted. I don't know how much they scrutinize 8-hour-long live chats, but they definitely got mad at me playing music that one day. I only played one song and like half of another song, and they figured it out and got mad.
I was gonna say, back in the day, you did that. You did it. You're talking about. Remember one day you just kind of set it up and you had music playing all day. One time.
No, I did it like 8 songs that time, and then they got mad at me. That was on good websites too. I got in real trouble.
Mm. No music. It's like what's that movie?
Oh yeah, YouTube get it.
Dude, look at this German's helmet. That's fucked up, man. It's the second link, the very small one.
It's a sexual reference in some countries.
It's German surrendering. He's got 2 holes for his helmet.
What? Oh, he does, yeah. The fuck?
Holy crap, that was one lucky dude.
Yeah, it looks like it went in and then out at an angle.
Yeah, you can see it went in the first small hole right in the top.
But he's got a headache. No wonder he's surrendering. He's like, fuck this.
I don't know, those look like 2 entry.
One of those looks like an exit.
Oh yeah, that does.
Yeah.
He might have taken it off with somebody beside him too.
There's British and American capturing him. That's kind of weird.
I don't see any Americans.
The guy who's actually
Definitely don't see any Canadians.
we just look like the Americans, or not the British. We had the same gear as the British, except for some stuff. We had some pomp.
Except their hands are always sticky with maple syrup.
But yeah, look at the guy. Look at the stripes on the guy. Those aren't British, and look at his helmet.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
He's got an American helmet. American.
I bet she gives Gray a helmet.
It might have been just a trade.
That's being like a Canadian, because I always look at the war footage. I always scrutinize and okay, that's Canadian footage, right? That's British footage. Whereas
you see the guy apologizing right there. He's like, "I'm sorry, I shot you."
You guys, when your army went to war, they sent a cameraman. I guess most of them did in World War II, but they sent cameramen with them.
Mickey Spillane.
So tempted.
I can't hear you, Bob. But I know how you can tell Canadian footage from everything else. They're always the ones that are showing the rear of the action.
They're always apologizing after they bayonet somebody.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm really sorry about that.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. It's like Canadians pushing through a crowd. We'll do it because we just pretend it's Hockey Night in Canada. But we'll say sorry as we step over top of you. Oh, sorry. It's funny. I mean, that actually the only real live footage of the first landings on D-Day, the first ships to hit the beaches, was the Canadian, and that they found by pure chance. They had actually. A guy found it underneath a dead courier rider who had, been shot off his motorcycle, and just happened to find this film footage, and they sent it back to get developed, because the guy who had photographed it during the original landings was killed later on, like a week later. He was sending this film back that he'd shot of the landings, when they were further ahead. And yeah, it was fucking just pure luck, and it's the only one there is. Of the first landing, like the first minute that the troops were hitting the beach.
Yeah, we were too busy getting the shit shot out of us on our beaches.
Yeah, well, no, this is the thing is you see the doors open and the fucking machine gun fire is just like splattering everywhere and guys are going down. It's just like
there's actually a whole bunch of that footage. It's just that we were like at the time, like the guys came along and said, "Hey, does anybody have any film of what happened?" And then your guys were like, "Yeah, we have all kinds of film." And they're like, "No, we're only looking for film, so keep moving."
I was gonna say, I mean, you learn about this stuff in history growing up, but you don't until like I saw the same part of Ryan. I didn't really have a visual aspect of how brutal and graphic it was. In general, all those people just trying to
your imagination.
And if you, and you can't. I mean, that gives you a visual
I
representation.
never realized
but,
what
like,
the Bible
guys,
stories were about until I seen the movie.
Well, I mean, that's different. I mean, they're talking about, oh, many people died. They don't sit there like, you see like Guy Lane, you know, it's just crazy in my opinion. I mean, I didn't have
the guy
any
right next to you gets his head
expectation
blown
of
off
seeing.
by a 20 mil.
You want to read something crazy about D-Day? Read about Point de Hoc. It's a little like outcropping like a cliff off out of the ocean that the Rangers had to like throw ropes up and scale up the side
Oh,
of.
yeah.
Wasn't that in Italy or something though?
No, it's Normandy. It's like all the way to one side, and they had a bunch of artillery pieces up there, so the Rangers practiced scaling ropes, but the Germans saw them coming, were throwing down grenades while they're trying to climb up, and cutting the ropes while they're trying to climb up. But they also had
a movie about it, I think.
Yeah, they also I heard them talk a vet talking about this in a documentary, but I've never seen pictures of it. But they apparently tested putting fire trucks with ladders in the boats and running the trucks up and they would have like a machine gun on the end of the ladder, and the guy would just pop up and like blow the Germans off the side of the cliff, which is fucking insane.
That would have been pretty fucking badass, actually.
But I don't think it worked. I think they just ended up having to climb up while the Germans.
I think it was too far, and the fire trucks couldn't get through the beach. And but wasn't the Canadian American Commando Group involved in that one, or was that Italy?
It was the Rangers.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. What the hell were they called? It was the first special service that the Americans ever did, and same for the Canadians, and they joined the two for some reason.
There's a link. Yeah, that's the. I thought that. I know what you're talking about. That's where the Special Forces insignia comes from. You know, a lot of that stuff. You know, the spear point and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's the first. What were they? I can't remember. I can't remember what the hell they were called. They made a TV movie about it, which was.
They had a red. It was a red spear point. It said U.S. and then underneath, or down the middle, it said Canada. Then underneath it said U.S.
Yeah, and it was the movie made. Yeah, the movie made it out that the U.S. only sent their the guys they wanted to get out of units. Yeah, Special Service Force or whatever. But and the Canadians sent their elite, and they said, and the Canadian troops that talked to said, oh no, they sent some really good guys.
Here you go.
Bob's former OSS. So.
Yeah, right. Never had a chance to serve. What can I say?
Those guys were OSS. That was the whole point.
Here you go, Devil's Brigade.
Yeah, that's them. Yeah, Devil's Brigade.
I'll put a link.
Yeah, they were apparently they took a town with all these Germans in it, using nothing but their knives, apparently.
The Americans tricked the Canadians into doing that.
Said, I bet you couldn't. Yeah, we could.
Sorry I took your talent.
They didn't have to trick nobody. It was probably the Canadians talking a bunch of shit, and they were finally like, all right, well, then go do it.
That makes sense.
That could be.
Can you imagine having like 12 Canadians talking shit? At some point, you're going to break.
Oh, there's lots of those apparently.
Thank God we just got
You should watch that movie, G-Webs. It'd make you crazy.
Thank God we just got our token Canadian.
Yeah, that's right. I'm the token Canadian. Yeah, Devil's Brigade. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Germans apparently didn't like them at all. Yeah, when they went into I read all about them. When they went into the Aleutian Islands, they were the most heavily armed group of soldiers in the world, because the guy replaced all the Thompsons and light weapons with BARs and I forget what else. BARs, maybe even Bren guns. I don't know. But yeah, these guys were just because he went and looked at the Aleutians and went, oh, we're gonna have to shoot through ice and heavy stuff. We need heavier weapons. So got rid of all the, short range shit. very good commander, I'm trying to say, I guess.
How's it going, Huck?
Yeah.
How Kimosabe?
It's going.
Hey, Huck.
Did I miss anything exciting tonight?
No.
Yeah,
Well, we talked
the
about
cat attacking the dog.
I joined the chat.
Eventually, they let him in.
Gee,
Well,
was
did you
it
see that
Ape
video
County?
of the cat attacking the dog after the dog attacked the kid?
Yeah, that's the big news today.
Yeah, I saw that.
Nah. Well, according to the news here, the big news is that Aaron Rodgers is dating Olivia Munn.
Well, did you see
Yeah,
that
I
video
know.
of that cat back in about 8 or 9 months ago, where he's going after that gator coming out of the water in Florida, I think it was, and the gator actually backed off and said, "Yeah, fuck this shit." You know, it was a regular household cat just swatting in the gator, made him go back in the water.
Yeah, but that's to make up for all the hundreds of thousands of cats that have been eaten by gators. Be right back.
Alright, well, there's video of wild desert cats. These is somewhere in like Africa or Saudi Arabia area or something like that, where they're actually their main source of food and water is by killing venomous snakes. They should see these cats go after these snakes. It's freaking amazing.
There's water and snakes?
The blood.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, so I mean the cats will basically just
All
with their claws
predators are like
carry the
90% water. That's how most predators don't have to drink.
Yeah, well, the cat would basically,
Well,
with
maybe
its
not most.
claws, shred the snake's head. And not get struck back either. It's just freaking amazing how fast
See
these
this
cats
video
are.
yet, Huck?
What's up?
You see the video we're talking about yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't care.
Alright. Just making
He's so
sure.
anti-cat that he's willing to let that kid be
No,
sacrificed.
I'm not anti-cat. I'm anti-baby. So.
Oh, okay. He's like, if
That
that
kid
kid
looked
wasn't
like he had
prancing
a
around on his big wheel, like they own the place.
Yeah.
Kid had it coming.
He was
Well, I
crying.
know he's talked about getting a cat for his
But
garage.
you can't tell from the one video where they're just showing the dog. That kid might have been throwing gang signs for all we know.
Yeah. No, it was obvious that the parent was like right there too. I mean, the kid wasn't just out there alone. The dog just came out of nowhere. Well, I mean, from around the truck. I don't know what. Brutal though.
Mom bailed, like, "Oh, you're on your own, kid."
Could have been taunting it. Called it a four-legged tourist.
Running for a pistol.
I don't know. I mean, you said for a pistol, I wouldn't be willing to risk my child's life if I had a child anywhere that I knew of.
Yeah, but the dog like attacked and then ran off. It was away from the kid.
At that point, if the dog had run off, then I'd be more concerned about the
That kid should have been trained
kid's well-being
in
than the
hand
dog.
combat to break that dog's neck from the first place.
Yeah, I think we should be focused on the real issue, why the kid
Yeah,
wasn't
the
able to
kid
break the...
didn't take any of those 4 knees out. Come on.
Exactly.
Yeah. He didn't pull out a Glock 42 and...
How did that dog walk away? The kid should have
24.
taken out a knee. You had to see the kid still had one good knee. The dog went right for the kid's knee.
Gotta teach your
There's a
kids
good
how to
chance that
fight
dog's
back.
Canadian.
Sweep the legs, sweep the legs.
That would have been a Canadian kid. He would have been dead. He would have apologized. "Please don't bite my leg. Please don't bite my leg." But
I'm sorry, my leg is so tasty.
American kid, he held his own.
Dog was trying to drag him off.
Damn pit bulls. No, I'm playing.
That wasn't a pit bull, I don't think.
It had kind of a shape on it. I don't know what it was when I was a kid.
It was definitely not a pit bull.
Yeah.
No. It might be Chow next.
Dude, chows are fucking vicious, dude. If you buy a dog with a purple tongue, you know you're getting a bad deal.
Uh-oh. I think Neptune watched that video because now he's attacking cats. I told you he's attacking Marlo right now. Marlo's a complete.
How many times do we have to tell you, Corp, look before you sit?
Oh, I was already sitting though, so that was Neptune was playing with Marlo, and Neptune was a little
Guys, you're not drinking, man. You want to pass out on all three of them.
I almost passed off from jabbing myself in the thumb with a screwdriver. I was lightheaded for a few seconds. That freaking hurt. But at least the super glue is working. Don't need stitches. Well, it'll only be 2 stitches at the most anyway. By the way, pry something apart with a screwdriver. Not a good idea. Especially when your thumb's right next to where the screwdriver is. That's my public service announcement for the day.
So, what's your thoughts on Duracoat?
Cerakote's better.
Yep.
Duracote's fine.
Oh, hell,
only if you want to keep repainting it.
Really? How much experience do you have? I've been doing it for 5 years, and I haven't had to repaint really much of anything.
With what?
Duracoat.
Cerakote wears better.
It wears great. You know, it's gonna wear, but it's not like you need to repaint it unless you freaking scruffed it upside a brick.
We also cook it on. We don't use the air curing stuff. We also strip everything down to the bare metal before we spray it. So it's bare metal on bare metal.
Now, if only Ross was around, he'd tell you all the reasons why to Cerakote instead of Duracoat.
Yeah, because I've got those 2 Milsurps. I've got those 2 Milsurps. I was thinking about Duracoating the barrels on them.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I've Duracoated my barrels. I haven't lost anything.
Or
it's fine.
I think if it's Milsurps, you should just leave them the way they are.
They were sporterized already, Bob. So.
Oh, okay. If they already been butchered, then you can do whatever you want.
We like to paint our toys.
That's my problem is I want a 303 British, right? But I don't want a sporterized one, and that's all that's left here now.
Yeah.
Unless
that's what I got.
Yeah.
Remember those ones about 3 months ago I showed you on Facebook?
Yeah.
Yeah, they came up again. I went ahead and bought them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? It's still a good action, and I've considered it just to shoot the action, because it's so fast. That bolt is so fast.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's an awesome system.
Yeah.
I just Cerakoted my carry pistol.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it wasn't a buck around, I'd still have my Enfield. I had unmodified Enfield.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. You know what I always wanted was a jungle carbine, and a friend of mine had one, and he used it for deer hunting because it was short and handy. And you think he'd sell that fucking thing to me? No way. I offered him. I think it's because he used to date my sister, and she broke up with him, and then so he was never gonna sell that fucking gun to me. Yeah.
I just imagine everybody in Canada knows each other. Like a small town.
Yeah. There are only like 5 people in Canada, so yes, that's true.
But my wife did go to high school with our prime minister.
Good lord.
There you go, Bob.
Oh yeah, I see. You know, I'd be
That's so
tempted.
horrible sporterized, so they're not supposed to look that way.
I know. They shouldn't, and they don't actually look good that way. They actually did one that was a government issue sporterized 303. They issued to their pilots who were flying in the Arctic and stuff for defense against bears and stuff. And it actually didn't look bad. I had a chance to buy one of them, and I was, but you know, it's a 1950s production, and it's sporterized, but it's factory sporterized, and I hemmed and hawed until somebody else bought it. I've done that too many times.
I've never seen you not hem and haw, Bob.
Yeah, well. See, the thing is, when you're my age, you know you're not going to get that many chances to get, you know, the right one, so you kind of dither about, should I get this one or that one, or this one or that one, because, you know, I'm not going to have 10 years to go, oh, I should have bought that one, and then buy that one.
Yeah, I understand. Another 10 years. Yeah.
Oh, I think I probably got at least 9.
It's already 120. What's another 10 years?
Yeah. Glad I'm not 120. You ever seen anybody who's 100 and anywhere over 100 that isn't in a hospital bed somewhere? It's like, personally, I spent my last few years, I don't want them to be that way.
You get a chance, Bob, check out my page and tell me what you think about that channel art I got.
Yeah? Yeah, I will.
Got some new stuff going on there.
Cool.
It looks like a burning flower.
What part of the country are you in, Scott?
Ohio.
Oh, okay.
Hey, has anybody heard of these universal Weaver base barrel mount? And they clamp onto the barrel of anything. And it's got 4 Weaver rails on it.
I don't clamp anything onto my barrels.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'm thinking, for a cheap piece of shit gun, I want to put a flashlight on or a laser. What the hell?
What if you go put it on a cheap gun or something like that? Just use duct tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this was only $7, so.
Didn't you know duct tape fails at -30 Fahrenheit?
Okay, so anybody who hasn't tried this camel form stuff yet, now they come. Now it's in Cryptek. You gotta get it. It's awesome.
Is it like tape?
No.
It's Ace bandage, but it sticks to itself. You can put it on anything, on your gun and stuff.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, okay. But it peels off without leaving any residue and shit.
It's totally. It sticks to itself. Look at it.
Oh, that's really cool.
Oh yeah, you stretch it over. You can put on your grips. You can camouflage. You can do your whole gun. This stuff's on eBay for only $12.99. The Cryptek stuff. It's fucking awesome.
Cool.
Get a cut, you peel a little bit off your gun.
Yeah,
and
man.
on your arm, yeah.
And so, like, really, you could just wrap yourself. You could get naked, wrap yourself in that stuff,
And it
you'd
smells
be
good,
just like
too.
super stealth.
Ooh, smells minty.
No, it doesn't smell good. It doesn't smell good. You just smell awful. So it smells good. But either way,
Excuse to get naked, Bob.
but either way, thanks for sharing.
No, that's Quark. Any excuse to get naked. Myself, I live in Canada. I don't like to get naked because it's fucking cold most of the time.
I hit another milestone.
Hey,
No,
in Canada, it's cold 11 months out of the year.
Oh, it's not.
I hit my
It's
channel.
actually nice here now. Hey, Quark, you got snow? We haven't had snow for like a month.
They're talking about a chance of flurries tonight.
Yeah, not us. No. It's
fucking
everything's
85
melted. It's the flowers are blossoming and
The
stuff.
Picard is in the chat. He should show his face and show everybody how clean shaved you look.
Yeah, we had tornadoes around here.
But
I don't get those very often.
Excuse me, it's 70 degrees right now. and
Once or
it's-
twice a year.
that's
We
about.
still
about
haven't had a
60.
70-degree day. It's been over 7 months since our last 70-degree high temperature day.
We've had 60 in your temperature, 60s. That's kind of what it was today.
We're in the freaking 90s. It's ridiculous.
We're in the 60s today because those storms that came in.
fucking Portland, Oregon, dude. It's not It's not supposed to be tropical here.
Sorry to hear that Spurs kick some ass tonight.
Yeah.
What it is that they're not calling it the polar vortex anymore, but the polar vortex is still south. So it's causing the disturbances. So the center part of the country is going to be colder than normal, and east and west coast are going to be nice and warm.
Yeah, right now we're going through a massive weather change. That's that's not a. You can't dispute that. You can dispute what's causing it, but you can't dispute that we're going through a massive weather change. So,
Harp.
My channel hit another milestone tonight.
Chem clouds or whatever they call them, chemtrails. And it's like, oh my God, have you never watched a movie in World War II where those B-17s are flying, 40,000 feet with their turbo superchargers, and they're pumping out streams of condensed air, just like the big jet engines.
Wow, your memory's really gone, isn't it?
When I
was a kid, there was not one chemtrail in the sky. There was contrails that went away about 5 seconds later.
No, you look at
shit
the
just
videos.
bumps out and sticks there. I don't need videos. I have a memory.
And you could see those trails for like months, or not months,
I'd just like to
but
point out
hours.
that we're talking about chemtrails on gun channels.
I know. This is.
Well,
This is American Running. Let's get off this topic.
You guys have been huffing
Yeah,
your own
I was gonna say.
chemtrail chemical a little too much.
Somebody's doing Jacobs.
On a different topic, I'll put you up on notice. I have 150,000 views, so I'm catching up on you. And I'll get to, 1 million views soon. Alright?
Yeah, I'm closing in on 100,000 views
pretty
myself.
Good,
I got a video with that many.
That's pretty good with 50 subscribers.
Actually, I'm 1,300. I'm waiting at 1,400 so we can fucking close this contest out. Give away a holster, but nobody seems to be really interested in it that much to the point where they're like, you would think they're like, oh, I want a, free $60 holster.
What did you want for your contest, though? What were people supposed to do?
No, just, say I want in. If you're a sub, if you're not a sub, me and Mission Concealment. And if you really want to also go to the Facebook pages, like them. The ones that are in the video and the details, and in the description. And then also, if you really want, only one person has done a video response to get an extra 5 entries into there. Only one person has done one so far. So I was like, all right. Yeah.
Well, just send it to me, and I'll give you guys a big old boost, and I'll review it and stuff.
There you go. Hey, but you know what? Before you told me yes, let me tell you why you're gonna send me the free knife.
Yeah.
Hey, Edge, I'll do it, but only if I can wait. If I can wait until I choose the holster until I actually have a handgun to put on it, or put it in.
They're wanting once you get somebody's hands, get some exposure. And I can't say nothing but great things about Mission Concealment, man. Ron makes some really great products.
Yeah. Are they leather or Kydex?
Kydex.
Kydex?
Hmm?
So what do they make them for? Anything or?
He makes them for the guns he has.
Yeah, he has. I mean, he's not.
He
He's
just has
put out there the
Glocks
form
and MMPs, I think.
Pretty much. Glock MMPs and 1911s, I think.
No XDs.
Well, 1911 maybe. I could see that because I'm really want to get one of those cheap $349 Norinco 45s that are basically a government model.
G-Web's put a picture of one of those on Facebook today.
What?
But
the Norinco 45s.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like with the box and the whole
styrofoam
box.
Styrofoam box they come in. But realistically, Ron. Right now, the guys here. And what's really cool about him right now, Bob, I'm gonna have to talk over your time. Only time I'm gonna do this.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I know nobody does this to you, Bob. But it's one time, right?
No, it's okay. I'll quit interrupting. No worries.
But I mean, right now at where he's at and what's going on with him, he can pay a lot of attention to detail in his holster craftsmanship, and it's pretty neat, man. So I mean, anybody's gonna get them. They're literally one man making them, putting them all together from start to finish, and there's a lot of attention to details going in them, putting them together. From myself inspecting the one he sent me, just out of the blue, telling me if I wanted to check one out. The Stone guy who got one in, and I know I heard of a couple of people ordering them from him as well as Good Guy, and man, his quality is really top notch, man. I would put them up there with anybody who's making holsters, as far as you know, the big boys like Bravo Concealment and Force City. I mean, and his wait time is next to nothing. So you can't go wrong doing business with him. The only thing he is right now, he's limited to the guns he has available. But that should, you know, hopefully with a good push from fellow YouTube enthusiasts, gun enthusiasts, we can make him started to where he can you know, grow some.
Now, is that him in the chat room?
Yeah, Bravo Mission Concealment.
Yeah.
Hmm?
I was gonna say, hell, have him come in.
I think he should know how to join. But I'm very impressed with his products, and like I said, I've been looking at holsters, and I've gotten some sent to me, and you know, you always want to do a good review if you can, you know, based on the product you're given. But the one he gave me, I was like, instantly, I was like, no problem, man. Hey, this shit's you know, better than most stuff I've seen coming in. And I got a good portion of my channel dedicated to holster reviews. Got a couple more coming in.
You have a lot of holsters, though.
Yeah.
Holsters are like, you're like Digital Prophet, but with holsters instead of shoes.
Yeah, that last holster I got from this one guy, local guy in Houston, man, he gave me a nice holster review. And I had to take my time trying to put a nice review together for him on it. It's a great holster. It's made out of leather. It's from 1911. But it's a $165 holster.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Leather can be a bitch. I've tried to work with leather. I didn't like it. It didn't like me.
It's really, really easy if you follow the certain process.
Yeah.
The thing with this guy is his holsters start off like at about I think was it 1/4 inch, and then no, not even 1/4 inch, like 3/4 inch, and end up being no, a 1/4 inch, and then end up almost getting the 3/4 inches, 1/4 of an inch and 1/4 inch to start with, and end up at some parts being up to 3/4 of an inch thick. The way he puts it together, I mean, he really puts a lot of time and work in each one of these, and that's why he demands you know, X amount of money for them. And a lot of people say I'm gonna never pay $165 for a holster, you know, but you know, it's that when you get to that level, it's a whole different cup of tea, you know, if you're into that. And a lot of Rangers use them and whatnot. He makes awesome products. He's a local guy, great craftsman. I got the review. I should have hopefully coming out by I think maybe by Monday. I should have released that one.
Yeah.
I was gonna buy one until Ed started plugging them. Never trust a Cuban.
Not Cuban. If anything, I'm more Spanish than anything else. But
Leon 4006.
I know. I heard from Yankee that you were actually Cuban, but
Yankee thinks I'm a Puerto Rican, but Yankee's Jewish, so he doesn't know shit.
yeah, but he's a Jewish from Alabama. That they're really almost not Jewish anymore.
Who, Yankee?
Yeah.
He's from West Virginia, isn't he?
What?
Is he? I thought he was. Oh, okay, well.
Yeah, West Virginia.
Isn't that the same place almost?
No.
It is to me.
Yeah, it is to me. I mean, you guys got so many different states. I mean, holy crap, they're cut up into little tiny pieces. I was looking at the map the other day going, what the fuck? Like, you know, my country's cut up into, like, pie slices, basically. You know, like, this, and, you know, oh, yeah, we forgot about this big chunk on the top.
Pie slices, you're basically what? We don't know how to do angles, so we'll just cut everything in straight lines.
Yeah, well, unless there's a lake or something, you know.
So the comment Daniel put, too many options. Hey, it was something he came up with, we collaborated on, and that was his decision. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't. You know, the holsters are there in the competition. If people want to get into many people done it before like this. They've done even more. You know, with more options. It was just the deal. Basically, if you just join in and and most of the time, most of the giveaways, people usually share the video, and that gets a lot of people enticed into. That's how I've been, enticed into giveaways. Like, hey, this guy's giving away, like, for instance, I know a guy giving away a 1911. If you do a VR, he's giving away a 1911 pretty soon, and by the end of June, I think, or June, early June, he's going to cut it off, the entry level. But who doesn't want to win a free 1911? And some people who doesn't, I see people do contests for 22 ammo for a decent holster. It's up to you whether you want to get in or not. And the more people that do, hopefully they'll get it. Because we really like somebody who really wants it. If you're gonna procrastinate about, it's too much bullshit to do it, well then, so be it.
Yeah, you wouldn't want free stuff.
Hey man, I mean, if you're gonna give away, it's all about the participation, people getting into it, and getting interested in the channel and networking, the whole 9 yards. It's good for everybody. When everybody starts getting like, what's too much pain in the ass? Well, then don't do it.
But I mean, the thing is, I've entered about 8 or 9 of those things, and I've won 3 times, and
never won. But
and I always feel like I shouldn't enter anymore because I already won more than once.
Hey, I've won twice.
I won a flashlight and 2 knives.
Or just enter as many as you can possibly enter, and then do giveaways on your own channel.
Yeah, I've thought about that. Like some of the prizes, I've thought about just doing a giveaway with them.
Well, you've done your own giveaway. You did on a couple knives you got too.
Oh yeah, I gave away 3 knives, but that was my 100 subs. I think I might do one at 1,000, but I've always said I think I'll do optics at 1,000 and just give away.
I'm doing a giveaway at 1,000 too. So.
Scope and then a couple of cheaper, just different optics, because somebody who's maybe just getting into guns, it would be great. Oh yeah, I've got a cheap little aim point here.
There's some new channels that are crazy, man. There's one guy, Junior Dougal. He's a good channel too, I think. But he's already talking like when he hits 3,000 subs, he's giving away like a $600 pistol, $700 pistol.
I don't like that's getting too much, right? Then
if you can afford to, if he can afford to, people have given away Mosins, people have given away little 1022s and whatnot.
I mean, that's like a Mosin's $150 at the most.
200 now here, but nevertheless, what I'm saying is that they differ. I've seen some smaller channels giving away a couple 100 rounds of ammo, and like I said, it's all about the fun of getting people involved and getting interested in their channel and spreading the word that these are new people coming up, and one day they might be one of these guys that might blow up into something, or then again they might not at all. But it's the participation and people's interest in getting them instead of being the same people all the time. Just that you hear about, and that's how some smaller channels develop.
Yeah, well, I'm doing a giveaway 1,000 subs. So if you get to 1,000 subs before I can do the giveaway, but
what are you at now?
So far as a $50 pen.
Quark, what are you at now for subs?
860 something.
Oh, so you're about 100 ahead of me. Titch.
Yep.
But speaking of people doing giveaways, though, I was on one of the other chats. Michelle just playing, got good chats. Funny girls usually on there. But I was on there and I wasn't even in the chat. I was in the external, just talking and making comments and stuff. And this guy who was also in the external, who's starting a web page. Oh, I'm gonna have a giveaway. And anybody in the external, and he just, I guess, drew some names and he picked mine, and okay, you're gonna get this knife. And I actually hadn't been paying attention to see what knife it was. Well, it was a handmade bushcrafting knife, and I get it, and it's fucking nice. Like it's more of a production handmade knife rather than a pure custom. But damn, it's a well-made knife, full tang and real good thick steel and sharp as hell. And
meant to be used.
Yeah, exactly. Meant to be used, and a nice sheath on it. I mean,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I take that back. I did win one giveaway that one time on Stone Guy's chat at PDQ. I didn't win that. And first thing I want. It was awesome, thing. Then they even offered to, for me to ship it to them. My cost of shipping it to them, and they would install it, on the receiver for free. And
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
no, it was cool. That was the one thing I didn't win, but there's one guy who's doing a 1911 giveaway, a Para Ordnance. What model is it? The basic one, but it has, it's not all basic.
Sorry.
What model they got? It's the, I can't remember right now. But he's giving away that. Basically, he wants to do a video on, why you think you should get a 1911. And I don't think I'm gonna win a lot of points saying, yeah, I got 2 of them. That's why I need a third. I need that third one, but I guess what you come up with, and that's pretty awesome. There's some dudes giving away that and stuff like that if they can afford to.
Yeah, three's company.
Well, and you think about it, there's lots of guys like Luke carries 3 guns. Well, why not just instead of carrying, your main auto, a backup auto, and then another revolver or something on your ankle? Why not just carry 3 45s? You could have dual shoulder holsters, and then maybe a appendix carry or something like that holster. Hey. That would be badass.
My cat is freaking crazy.
All cats are crazy, dumbass.
No, Phobos. He actually I threw away this paper bag in the garbage.
Yeah.
He pulls it out, brings it in here, drops it at my feet, and wants me to make it into a little ball for him.
Into a ball or into a...
he wants me to take and make it into a little ball so that he can go and play with it.
Yeah. Well, cat people have a saying: if you drop something on the floor and the cat starts playing with it, after a day he's quit playing with it, then it's garbage again.
Well, exactly. So now I got to make him this little ball, because as soon as I pick it up, he jumps on my lap and keeps looking at me, and I know exactly what he wants.
Yeah, well, cats are way smarter than we give them credit for. We have one cat, if he decides he's hungry and wants to get fed, he'll just start doing stuff like getting up on the dining room table and lying down on my wife's placemat. And she'll go, "What are you doing? Get up there!" And 5 minutes later, he'll be up on the kitchen counter, and she's like, "What are you doing up there?" I'm like, "He's hungry." "What do you mean?" "Well, because he's being annoying. The cat knows if he's annoying, he'll get fed. Now, if it's just me at home, he goes and annoys me. But if my wife's at home, he'll annoy her first." That's how smart a cat is, because he knows I will fucking outweight him if my wife's home. If anybody else is around to feed the cat, I will outweight him, because he eventually will get tired and go bug somebody else. But yeah, the cat actually, he becomes annoying to get your attention, right? And then he will, get on the floor and chirp at you, and then run towards where he gets fed in the laundry room, right?
Yeah, mine used to come up and paw my legs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, now.
That's what Neptune does when he's hungry and he wants food. He sits there and tries to annoy me by making noises with different things, and he knows it's just to feed him.
Yeah, well, they're just trying to get your attention. Pay attention to me. I'm hungry. Yeah, cats are weird that way. Dogs, yeah, I mean, they'll kind of do it. They'll come up and whine at you and stuff. Actually, Emmett will come up to me and he'll whine at me if he wants me to throw a frisbee for him or something, or do anything to entertain him. He'll come up and he'll look at me and he'll whine, and then he'll kind of step back and forth, and then he'll whine some more, and then finally he'll bark, and this really high-pitched, annoying bark that he has. Like, he has 2 barks, right? He's got his golden retriever bark, "Stay away, I'm going to kill you," or his like, "Yip, yip, yip, yip," like, "Pay attention to me." And that's what he does. So I have to go throw his toy for him, or he'll keep doing that. And I'm not allowed to beat my dog into submission, apparently, according to my wife.
Yeah, well, making that little paper ball for him is exactly what he wanted. Yep.
That's good. Now let's not talk about cats anymore. I think we did that too much already. Or dogs. Let's talk about guns. So I think I'm going to take all the crap off my M14. I just don't enjoy it with all that bipod and the scope and everything else. It's no fun to shoot. I mean, it's accurate as hell. Like it does really. I should actually do a video before I take all the crap off and show how. Anyway, hell of a nice rifle to shoot at long range. Like out to, well, my range right now I'm limited to 200 yards, because they're starting to close it down because the fucking city's moving around the fucking gun range. It used to be like 2 miles out of town.
Well, that's bad planning by your gun range. It should have been 5 miles out of town.
City. Well, when they opened the gun range, it was like 5 miles out of town, out of the city. But the city's just like quadrupled in the last 5 years. It's fucking sucks.
Well, that's what happens when you live in Saskatchewan. You got Saskatoon.
Yeah, I live in Saskatoon, not Regina.
Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say. Then you got Regina. So everybody wants to leave the Regina and go to Saskatoon.
Well, we got Moose Jaw. Moose Jaw is a cool place because it Capone. You guys had that gangster in the 20s, Capone.
Al Capone, yes.
Al Capone, yeah. He used to hang out in Moose Jaw, and there's all these tunnels under the city that, you know, all the whorehouses and bars. Like when we had Prohibition, we had it for like about a year and went, oh, this isn't working. So we got rid of it, and then of course we shipped lots of alcohol to you guys because we could make it.
Yep.
So anyway, there was all these tunnels that Al Capone used to hang out in Moose Jaw, of all places.
Well, my question is, has Geraldo been there and found his secret vault?
Geraldo, I think he actually did, part of his show, he actually did talk about the tunnels of Moose Jaw.
Well, it's probably his unlocking Al Capone's.
Oh, I know, and there was nothing in it. Yeah.
Nothing in there yet.
Yeah, that was fucking hilarious.
He lost total and complete
credibility.
Back then.
Credibility, yeah. He just that was his career was done.
Well, his career done until he went to CNN.
Yeah. But yeah, it was Moose Jaw. Yeah, I live in Saskatoon, which is considered the most beautiful city on the prairies. You know, we got this wonderful river runs through the city, and we've got parks everywhere, and historic hotels that were built by, you know, the railroad companies that first joined the coasts of Canada and all this kind of crap. But we got nothing else exciting. We don't have any battlefields. We don't have... Yeah. We just kind of grew wheat here. Wheat and cows.
Yeah. Well, I've been playing around with this monkey fist I got today. I'm like,
really?
Dang.
Why would you... Like, somebody cut a monkey's hand off and petrified it so you could play with it?
No, it's a metal ball bearing inside paracord.
The metal ball bearing what?
Inside paracord.
Inside paracord.
Yes, it's like a... Look up monkey fist.
What's it for?
Self-defense.
Has it got a long handle to it?
Like 6-7 inches.
Some of those things to swing and what do they call them?
It's like a blackjack.
Yeah, like a blackjack, but it's
Kinda.
made out of paracord.
Okay.
So I'm like thinking that'd be really cool to make one of these with like a 2-inch ball bearing. I just have no clue where to get a 2-inch ball bearing.
But the handle's flexible paracord, right?
Yes. This one attaches to a keychain.
Oh, see, that'd be kind of handy. And it's 7 inches long?
Yes.
1-inch ball bearing? Oh, yeah, that'd fucking hurt. Well, the paracord's going to soften it. It'd be better if you could just have the bearing by itself.
No, it's like a dead blow hammer. It transfers the force differently.
Oh, I suppose.
Yeah, trust me. I was playing around with it today, trying to hit something, and I completely missed, and it actually ended up hitting the back of my forearm, so I got a nice big welt in the back of my forearm.
And a lot of gun-free zones won't pull those off your keychain.
Ah, yeah, I get that.
So, I mean, just making one all out like a 2-inch ball bearing would just be cool. I just don't know where to get a 2-inch ball bearing.
You could just cast a 2-inch lead
Ace
ball.
Hardware. Ace
You can
Hardware.
get them on eBay.
Ace Hardware? I don't have an eBay account.
Yeah.
Well, I had an
um,
eBay account, but they yanked it because I don't want to run that
You can
story
probably
again.
get it on Amazon.
Yeah, and they'll deliver it with a little helicopter. Well, maybe a little bit bigger one because it's 2 inches. What? See, why couldn't you just cast a 2-inch lead weight? And then
Well,
do
first, I don't have a torch.
Why wouldn't you have a torch? Everyone has a torch. I have 4 torches.
Well, because I never needed a torch.
Well, now you do. It's a good excuse to buy one, and you need them. They're
And I
important.
have lead.
You have what? Lead? You have
I do
lead?
have lead from Sinkers, yes.
Perfect, man. All you got to do then is drill a 2-inch hole. Use your Dremel. Drill a 2-inch hole into a piece of wood, and pour lead into it, and then put your monkey fist around it. Doesn't have to be
20
perfectly round.
$20
I've
free
got kind
shipping.
of like a...
Or $20 free shipping. Yeah, I'd rather do that because fuck, it's a lot of work to actually cast lead. I've done it.
Damn, 1.2 pounds.
That's pretty heavy, eh?
Holy
2-inch
crap.
diameter chrome steel. Oh, I want one of those just cuz.
A monkey fist is something that sailors did for like tossing lines long distances.
Oh yeah.
You can do it without a ball bearing too. You can just tie the rope into a knot and it makes a big circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's something that's like one of those fancy sailor knots.
Now you know what I'd like to find is some titanium 68 caliber ball bearings. Because those would work in a paintball gun. And if you turn that paintball gun right up, you could probably get close to 400 feet per second with those things. That would, at any kind of close range, like within 100 feet, would fucking go right through you.
Oh, damn. That's expensive for just a 2-inch ball.
Oh, come on, Quark. You've paid more than that to get bald.
Uh-huh.
That was kind of crude, sorry.
Well, hell,
The thing is, I
for,
used to have
the same
ball
price you can get.
bearings.
Same price you can get 10 1-inch chrome steel ball bearings.
Yeah, that's one, and that's what I have right now is a 1-inch.
Well, what you could do, though, is take, say, let's see, 4, 6 of them, kind of tack them together into that shape, and that'd probably be at least as heavy as a 2-inch.
I used
It
to
would
have,
look really funny hanging on your keychain, though.
yeah, I used to have some ball bearings. I just can't find them.
Oh hell,
I
I've
might have
got
got thrown away.
a shit ton of marbles that are that size.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what actually we used them as the breakers for marbles.
Mm-hmm.
I cheated and used those big ball bearings.
Yep. Oh yeah, me too. My dad, because he was a diesel mechanic and he used to work on huge diesel engines, he used to get these things all the time. You know, bearings would fall apart and it'd be like a big ring of fucking big giant ball bearings in a cage, and you know, something would break and or one of the bearings would go and the rest of them would be fine, but they'd be, you know, useless. They're not in the cage anymore. So he'd bring those home to me. Fuck yeah, I was just deadly at playing marbles. I clear the fucking field, man.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing what Ace Hardware has. I know I've got a couple in town, so it's the interesting thing.
Well, like I say, I mean, if you just glued, you know, 6, you could make, it's kind of a ball shape. It's kind of roundish. It's more, I mean, more of a star or whatever. But you'd have the weight, and then once the monkey fist is wrapped around them, they might as well be one piece. So it should transmit the force the same. I mean, a blackjack is filled with sand or lead shot. I had one of those one time. I don't know what the hell I did with it. It was an actual RCMP issue blackjack. Instead of nightsticks, they issued them with like leather blackjacks. That's kind of cool. One of my brother's friends left it at the house one night. We never did figure out where he got it from. I can't watch the Snowpiercer. It's only available in the United States. Living in Canada. Man, great actually. If it wasn't for the fucking winter, I'd never leave. But no, I'm sick of winter.
Well, I'm sick of this freaking cold weather. That's a different story.
I did find something interesting, though, that I think I might have mentioned it before. I have, checking through, I can apply for a carry permit. It will be denied, of course, but I think I'd make a neat video series. Okay, here's my permit. I'm going to apply for this. And I'm mailing it. Here's my denial. Here's why.
You're lucky you'll actually get it.
Who knows? Well, that'd be kind of fucking funny, actually. Would be neat.
You get your carry permit, but they won't let you have they won't give you the permit to have the handgun.
Oh no, that paperwork's already in the mail. It's just like a matter. It takes them 2 months to fucking send it back to you. No, it's so simple. I mean, if you just pass these things, you don't have a criminal record, you don't have an ex-wife who, is going to say, fuck no, don't give him a gun. Your wife says it's okay to give him a gun, and you have 2 other people, that are not related to you that say yes, it's okay to give him a gun, then you get a gun. You get a little license that says you can buy them, and like after that, I can go into a gun shop and say, I'll take that .357 Magnum revolver. Okay, here you go. You pay for it. You take it home. There's no 5-day waiting period. Nothing. It's just like, no, you've already got the license. You're good.
Yeah, I've got to go pick.
Your wife has to approve it.
Your
wife has to approve that you get a gun.
Yep.
That's insane.
Nope. It's not actually.
That's absolutely insane.
It's kind of ridiculous, but I mean, shouldn't your wife be willing to say, okay, you can get a gun? I mean, because otherwise, if your wife is like that crazy that she's, no, I'm not going to let you get a gun, maybe you should be divorced. Of course, then you'd still have the same problem because your ex-wife has to.
Yeah, that's even worse. Your ex-wife has to say it's okay. Yeah. That doesn't make any sense at all.
I mean, it wasn't a problem for me because my wife was like, no, I don't care. I know you're trustworthy with a gun, and I never had an ex-wife, so I had 2 other people at least that would say, yeah, he's okay, and never been in a mental institution and never been or haven't been a felon within the last 5 years. They only go back 5 years. If you've been good for 5 years, that's okay. You can apply for a gun, and you'll probably get it. You might not get a handgun. They do a little deeper search for that, but.
Yeah, I can remember going through my divorce. Last phone conversation I had with her, she was like, "You son of a bitch." Yeah, she wouldn't be approving anything for me. I know that.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about that because, I'm still married to the same woman after, it's 28 years now, I think. But, I'm old. That's the way we used to do things. It was kind of like, oh crap, we got kids. Well, it doesn't matter how much we don't like each other. We have to raise the damn kids, and I sure the hell don't want to do it on my own. And she was like, same here. All right, now we'll just work things out. It's after you got kids, you're too tired for anything else other than just, being a parent and then having a few moments of relaxation. The only reason I have time for YouTube videos is my kids are teenagers now, so mostly I just want to strangle them, so I have to stay away from them. Yeah, most of the time my kids are pretty good. They're some of the better teenagers I've seen. I still want to strangle them, but they're still, Oh, just for anyone watching, I actually wouldn't strangle my children. I mean, don't be silly.
Yes, you would, Bob. Yes, you would.
No, I wouldn't. My dad never ever strangled me. He beat me with 2x4 once, but he never ever strangled me. But, looking back on it, I probably deserved the beating. I shouldn't have laughed so much when he got run over by the horse. It's his own fault, but it was fucking funny. A long story, I'm not going to tell it. But it's not like, those abusive parents who would just beat children for no reason because they were mad or something. It was usually, I'd done something that pissed them off. Other stuff I could get away with. Once I turned 16, it was like they just went, oh, fuck it. And then, I'd come home at like 3 in the morning and it'd be nothing. Never hear a word about it. Of course, the old man always get me up at 6 to bale or something, clean the barns. Skid steer's broken. Got to shovel out the stalls by hand. Get to it. Really? You want a bad morning? You get up after 3 hours sleep and having drink way too much the night before. Go into a cow barn first thing in the morning when it's 30
Well,
below.
you should still be drunk by then, Bob.
Oh, you are, but you know what? Cow poop smells really, really bad after they've been in that barn all night. Because you go in there and it's all humid. Because we don't, you don't heat the barns. You just put a bunch of cattle in them and they stay pretty warm. So they don't freeze to death at night, but holy fuck, the air! Oh, all you can smell is poop, and more poop. My dad would walk in and go, "That's the smell of money, son." Of course, then the market dropped out from under cattle, so that really wasn't the smell of money anymore. It was then the smell of, oh god,
methane.
Yeah, methane, which damn it, there's so much wasted energy going to waste in this world. I mean, it's just incredible the amount of cow shit that they just like, no, it's not worth our trouble to turn it into fuel.
Well, there are some farms that are doing that.
Well, and they should be. I mean, some of these big the feedlots, right? I don't like feedlots. I don't think people should buy cattle that have been in a feedlot. I don't. I won't buy any beef that's been put in a feedlot and fattened up for a couple of months because it's just cruelty to animals. And even as a person who grew up on a ranch, and we used to go out and we'd pick a nice steer, and apparently my dad didn't want to shoot them, so from the time I was like 6 years old, I got to shoot the cow. Or the steer, I should say, but not a big deal. Put the 22 to the middle of its forehead, shoot it once, it drops to the ground, slit its throat, hang it up on the bucket of the tractor, let it bleed out, gut it, clean it. That's just growing up on a ranch. But the beef I get is still basically that kind of beef. It's not stuff that's been put in a feedlot.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, what
Squirrel?
Well,
Well, actually, dragon.
What just happened there?
we're sitting here locked in on Huck because he's showing a really awesome dragon.
Yes.
Well, thank you. It's not complete yet. Obviously, I haven't engraved it or anything. But
In the middle of my story, I saw a dragon. That would be squirrel for most people, but
hasn't seen its final
dragon.
Hasn't seen its final polish or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's nice. It's a buck, isn't it?
Yep, buck 110. It's got an amethyst sky, dinosaur bone, mountains and ground, the background. It'll all pop out a little bit more when I get the metal engraved. You can't
I
really.
was gonna ask anything of mine. And what's the moon made out of?
The moon is a red art glass and jasper.
Ah, cool.
So it's a nice deep red.
Damn.
Little holes in it. A little hole right there. The sky is kind of cool. You can see like the bolt that locks the knife in. I don't know if you guys can see it, but you can see the pin behind some of the amethyst crystals. Like it's
I see it now.
kind of clear.
Yeah, amethyst is awesome material.
One of the things I'm working on, trying to make up for not being able to grind.
Is that for a customer?
No, that's eBay or
Oh gosh.
wherever.
Damn it! I paid my rent this month. Oh crap!
Yeah.
I paid
Wow.
the electricity and I can't buy a damn freaking knife.
That's actually what I was hoping to do, was pay electricity.
I was going to say, I was already on your eBay account, looking at the, was it the 50 BMG you got on there?
Yeah. I think that one's on there now. Yeah, I've got a couple bullets. It's actually kind of empty right now.
Yeah. Actually, you got down in the description, you got it as a 300 Win Mag.
Oh, really?
I have a 300 Win Mag. It's
Thank you for
fucking.
pointing that out. I use template listings and I miss it sometimes.
Yeah.
Hawk, why can't you grind? Did you hurt yourself or something?
No, my sander died. The switch died of my sander.
Now is that just like an upright belt sander?
Yeah, basically, I mount them flat like a table sander, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, usually they run up, up and down. But
Yeah.
I like to run it back and forth. I like a flat table to set my stuff on.
Okay.
So is just switch that died?
What's that?
So just a switch on it that died?
Yeah, but it's like a $35 sander, so I'm just gonna get another one.
Oh, okay.
I just haven't been able to get to Phoenix yet.
You know what I used to do is I used to
switch
take
is a
my
pretty easy thing to do.
I used to take my Makita belt sander, and I would clamp the handle into my. I had one of those Workmates, those little table things that it's got a. It kind of clamps together, comes apart and clamps together. They're usually a cheap little table that has little screw things that pull the sides of the table together. So they'll clamp onto, something you're working on, a board or whatever. But I put my belt sander there, clamp it into that. It was really solid. And then I would just run the belt sander, right? And you could just lock the trigger down, and it would just go the one speed. And then I could use it for forming stuff on, much like you were using yours, right? But I was using a handheld belt sander for it. Just put it in this clamp. You probably put it in a vise, it'd do the same thing.
Yeah.
As a backup.
No, fools. That way.
Yeah, what the hell did I sand? What was I using to sand?
I
that?
dropped the Punisher knife down to one of my lowest prices ever.
I saw that.
That's if that sells for that price, that'll be the lowest I've ever sold an inlaid knife for. No, that was standard price back in the 90s, the 80s and 90s, but
Yeah. Well, inflation's changed since then.
Yeah, tell that to my customers. Tell that to some of my customers. I've got some guys that have been buying since the 80s and 90s.
Oh.
Yeah. Why is this more? Well,
Yeah.
how much does a gallon of gas cost you? What did it used to cost you in the 80s? There you go.
Pretty much.
Well, I mean, that's all you have to. Like I say, when I was 16 years old, if I had $5, I could cruise around town, literally, just do the cruise circle all night on a Friday night until 6 in the morning on $5 worth of gas, and that was in something that was considered gas guzzler back then, eh?
Geez, when I got my license, gas was 79 cents, 79 to 89 cents a gallon. And then I remember when it went over $1, I was like, oh my God, no, not over $1. It happened like within a year of me getting my license.
39 cents a gallon when I started driving. I found a receipt from when I had my 55 Fargo. Half ton. Flathead 6-cylinder, man. It was power.
Yeah. I was going to say, $10 filled up your gas tank.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And you could
No,
drive.
that's what it filled up mine. $10 would fill up my gas tank.
Yeah, it was less probably. I never bought gas back then, though, because I was 16 and lived on a ranch, and we had farm gas. It's a different color, but it's basically just regular gas.
Yeah.
But you don't have to pay tax on it because it's for the farm.
And if you ever get pulled over, or they check your gas,
you know what you can do? If you put your gas in 1-gallon glass jugs and leave them in the sun for a day, they turn red, and then they look like you're running premium. I learned that real early. Actually, one of my neighbors taught me that.
It's a precision machine. Have to run premium.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, if you left it 2 days, then it would turn like kind of yellow, like regular gas. And I mean, cops weren't that smart.
That back when it was steam powered.
Yeah. Tell you what, I had some nice freaking cars back then that if I owned them now, I could just sell them and I'd be like super retired. I would for sure. I'd make my wife retire.
Yeah, my father owned the first Corvette that had just switched from one. I can't remember what it was. It was the 60s. It switched from one model to the new model, and it had the shittiest model. Card.
Yeah, he switched.
No, it was not the shittiest model. It was actually the good model.
No, the one from the 60s, and then the seven. I guess the early 70s ones were okay, up till about 73. And I know after that, they eventually had a Corvette with a 225 horsepower, I think it was.
Yeah, it was
a 350 Chevy.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say he got it with air conditioning, a convertible with air conditioning, and I priced that for him one time online. If he still had that car,
yeah,
he would have was in near mint condition. It would have been like $100,000 car.
Oh yeah,
and he only paid like $3,000 for it.
Oh yeah, well I had a '69 Barracuda convertible with a 340 4-speed. Pistol grip shifter, fucking awesome car. So rusted out by 1971 that there was not even any saving the car. I bought it, and it looked really cool. And another thing was that it looked really cool with the roof up. When you put the roof down, it looks stupid as hell.
Yeah, my father's though had the fan belt would rub against the engine block and eventually wear the engine block. So.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, there were some. They did make shitty Corvettes. And I don't like Chevys generally. Like, the only Chevy product I actually kind of like is the Corvette.
Man, Chevrolet.
And there's only certain ones. I like the split seat ones, the 63s. And if you got them with a 283 fuel injected with a 4-speed, those were cool. If it had a power glide, they weren't cool. Like, no sports car should have a 2-speed automatic transmission. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Chevys. I'm not a huge fan of Fords. Phone on Road Dead.
The pork.
Yeah, I'm liking the Toyotas. Japanese cars, period.
So I've been thinking about, you were asking me about the Tanto I just bought.
Yeah?
And the only reason I could see you maybe not liking it is because you already have the GI Tanto.
That's what I keep going back to, yep.
Well, the thing is the only thing that's different really, besides the size and of course the beefiness, is that the one I have is like streamlined for carry. I mean, it's super thin and lightweight and all that.
Well, I think what is that, Oz 8?
Yeah, it's Oz 8. It's good stuff. I mean, nice and hard.
Oh yeah, I like Oz 8 steel. I like it better than 8CR.
Well, like I said, that would be the only reason I can think of that you wouldn't want it.
Yeah, that's what I'm going back and forth, but I just like it because it's silver.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I have to say, it's a really, really smoking deal for $35-40.
It's like $34 on Amazon.
Yeah, exactly.
It's in my wish list. I'm not doing anything about it yet.
Well, it
Couple
kind
of
of
things
sold me. I'm definitely going to
You
get
got to feed that extra cat now.
Oh yeah. Just opened a new can or a new bag of cat food, so I have to go up tomorrow and buy another bag.
Yep. Oh, the worst part is if you're the prepper type like me. I mean, I have to prep cat food and dog food. I tried to convince my wife we could just let them hunt, but she knows enough about if shit hits the fan, letting your dogs and cats out mean that somebody else is gonna have a meal.
Yep. No, the way I'm looking at it is, cat food's not that bad. At least, 16 pounds for like $26, $27 is lasting me 3 weeks.
Yeah, and you can't eat it yourself, so.
Yeah. Well, I also get them tuna as treats, so I can eat that myself too.
Yes, tuna is great, man. I got flats of tuna in my preps because, I mean, the stuff will keep for fucking years. And if you got tuna and canola oil, you can survive. You won't be super healthy at the end of 2 months of just living on that, but you'll be alive.
Yeah, if I had this car right here, I'd have if I still had it.
Yeah.
I'd be a rich man if I sold it.
Yeah. That's a $250,000 car now.
Yep.
Have you seen this one, Quark?
I wish I had pictures of my cars, but when I was younger, we just,
looking right now,
fucked around with the camera or anything, eh?
I know.
I had to get the film developed, and very few people actually took pictures of shit. My mother's got all kinds of pictures of us as kids, and plus movie films even. But she was just one of those people who did that, eh? I don't even have that many pictures of my kids. Shamefully.
That looks cool. I'd rather have the Kobu.
Yeah. I was just saying it's
wanted to step up and steal for $10 more.
True. I didn't even look. What steel is that one?
The 4116 German stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, at least my experience with the 4116s is that it doesn't take quite as good an edge as the Oz 8s.
The one I bought, the Kobun, was this listing here, and it was $32.99 free shipping. There you go. That's the exact one I bought, or the exact company I bought it from too.
Yeah, it is a great price.
A fantastic knife for that price. Throw it in the gun channel.
I want a sword. That's the next thing. I want a sword.
Yeah, Huck was throwing up those cheap swords the other night. A couple links, I think.
Yeah. Well,
I
I
did
mean,
a
there
little
are
research on them.
not
They
bad.
bend like they're sheet metal.
I know. I was putting them up as a joke, dude.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't putting them up as for serious. I've owned tons of shitty swords. I know how they are.
I have several of them. Actually, my son's got a cheap one that's not bad. Like, we put an edge on it, and other than the fact I'm pretty sure it would bend easily.
Or break.
No, it wouldn't break. It's soft. These swords, or Chinese copies, are soft.
Yeah, sometimes you get them that are hardened though, and those are the ones
Yeah.
that shatter. I've had them shatter on me.
Oh yeah. No, this thing's soft. It'll bend before it shatters, but it does take an edge. I just don't think it'd hold it. But at the same time,
I'll probably roll right over.
so it'll work, for the first 2 or 3 strikes at a zombie. That's not bad. Better than nothing. Better than
Probably
kind of.
better than nothing. Yeah.
I was watching a movie the other night about zombies, and they were, people were just like trying to improvise anything. They're in a kitchen, and it's like, okay, we got a knife, but somebody gets a meat mallet.
Yep.
That's kind of weapons they're stuck with, right? I mean, construction site, you could at least get hammers and stuff, and be way better than almost anything.
Yeah, well, still for budget swords, I'm going with those cold steel machetes because those things are freaking wicked.
Yeah,
I
but they're
can't
so
think.
short.
They're not though. They have longer ones. I mean.
24 inches is short.
A machete is not a sword. It doesn't work the same. It doesn't. It's not balanced the same.
Well, if you get one of the sword designed ones, it is. I mean, if you get one that's shaped like a machete, it won't be.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, the saber they make is like that's. I can't imagine a saber for a better price. Like a better saber for a better price.
How much is it?
It's like $35.
A saber. That's not
and
bad.
I don't even remember how long it is, but it's a saber, but it's made in the style of their machetes with the the economy handles and the economy steel and the economy. But it's super good quality. I mean, I've had my kukri for years and beat the shit out of it for forever, and I've never had any issues with it.
Yeah, I haven't really used mine. So cut down some branches around the house, but other than that, I haven't done anything with it. Because like when I camp, I take axes and mauls and stuff.
Yeah, see, I took my kukri for years, so I didn't have an axe. I had to use it, and I used the crap out of it. Never had any issues. I struck it on river rocks and.
Well, there you go, Bob. I put in the internal for you. And the length of the cold steel cutlass machete is 24-inch blade.
Oh.
So 30 inches overall with the handle.
That's not bad. I mean, I'm just not crazy about cutlasses. I think a saber is a little nicer, but I really would like a traditional English longsword, not a Scottish one, an English one, right? So about a 34-inch blade, something like that. But like an actual English sword.
Yeah, well, I have the Kopis machete, and that thing is...
That's a nice looking machete, though, for that price especially. Yeah, that's kind of like a machete that you can also use for fighting. 24-inch blade length, so 2 feet of blade. That's nice.
Yeah. Well, Bob, I'll link to the one I have.
You can get a decent katana for like $150.
Yep.
That's what you're after.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I really want a katana, though. I mean, they're nice, but I mean, they're a sword you have to have some training to use.
Yeah.
Whereas, I'm like, I have a little tiny bit of training, and I'm never probably going to get more. So it'd be better to have a sword that was more that could be used by the common man. But in the meantime, here's what I'm gonna get. Well, I already bought. I'll wait till it gets here. But here's what I've got that will be almost like a baby sword. Where the hell is it? There it is.
He's got to look through all of the swords to find it.
No, not all the swords.
Yeah, I got that. I got the Cutlass, I believe, on my wish list on my wish list as well. 'Cause I'm like paying for like 30 bucks. I mean, it's not a bad deal.
There.
I like
That's-
that. I like that
that's-
one. I
That's
just
what I'm
put
getting. That's what I'm getting till I bother to buy a sword. Because it'll also, I think, fit my M14 and the M1 Grand when they finally become available.
Oh, jeez, yes, they are.
Isn't that the nicest bayonet ever? That's an old school bayonet.
16 freaking inches.
No, that's not a bayonet. This is a bayonet. That's a bayonet.
Jeez. Japanese? Oh, long French one. Oh yeah, the French had some really long ones. Yeah,
I
they
have
were
one of
big.
these.
Sword.
This is the one that I have. It is a fucking sword. I mean, there's no questioning it. It's a sword. Like it's not even a machete. It's a damn sword.
Handmade long France military army bayonet dagger.
Yeah, I don't know if it's on this one, but on the spine of mine, it has. Yeah, you can see it's got all the like French like cursive engraving on the spine that tells you what forge it was made in and who made it and all that stuff.
Nice.
27 inches.
Yeah, it's a brutal fucking sword.
Well, what do they do on...
at that point, you're carrying. When you put that on your rifle, you now have a pike that's like 7 feet long.
Yeah, because the rifle that those went on was like 6 foot long. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say they did this on.
Here, look at this, pup.
They did that for American Navy, like in the 1800s.
Oh, longsword, yeah.
It was a bayonet that would attach to the end of the muzzle loader. It also could be used as a sword, and the thing was freaking huge. And it looked like a cutlass.
That's nice. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for. I don't know. I don't really like the style with the big ball on the end. I know the English did some that were much more.
Yeah, I'm just looking at stuff that's under $100.
Yeah. No,
There's
that's cool stuff. I mean, yeah, like you say, under
Here,
$100.
look at this one. There's another one without that.
I've never had good problems on eBay though. I've had some nightmares.
Well, no, these are examples. These companies that are available. I mean, whether or not you like this particular seller or this particular price, I'm just saying these are what available. The prices are pretty competitive.
Yeah,
see, that's nice.
At times it
long
sucks
is
that
that
I can't. Yeah, at times it sucks I can't buy from freaking eBay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$68 postage to the U.S.
You shouldn't buy so much and sell so much foreign for
it. Wasn't that? I already told the story.
Oh yeah, you sold a guy an empty box.
No, I sold a guy a perfectly working serialized item that sold for $800, and said it alright, broken. I had insurance on its item. Send it back to me in the original packaging and everything else, and it was swapped out. He had swapped his that he had broken for mine because there are different serial numbers, and eBay took his side.
Because you didn't have pictures to prove the serial numbers.
I had pictures to prove the serial numbers. Yes, what he told eBay was he was selling a different serialized item. He swapped them out. He sent me that I sent him the broken thing.
I think Six String's asleep.
I'm here.
Oh, Dano's trying to get your attention in the gun channels chat.
Oh, what the hell, man?
He needs a suggestion on a 20mm flashlight holder for a battle belt.
Suggestion on 20mm. Oh, well, that's a crazy question. Yeah, I like just getting like the Leatherman Mutt pouch. That thing can hold all kinds of different size flashlights. And I do have one of those Blackhawk CQC kind of Kydex-y holders, but that's for like tiny flashlights. But I experiment with just using like double stack mag holsters for flashlights. You know what I mean? I don't know why he's not in the chat here.
Ooh, I like
I
that
wanted
one.
to hear that. I waited. I wanted to hear the story about why Cork wasn't allowed on eBay anymore.
Who's buying and selling hentai?
Oh yeah, I saw all that craziness.
Yep. So eBay tried to charge me back the price of the item, and it did not go through, and I never paid them the price of the item, so I'm not going to be ripped off.
What about the insurance? Did that cover it? Oh no, because that would have been
The packaging was undamaged.
Oh really?
Yes.
I mean, I've had a couple things like that happen. I sold this Egyptian Nefertiti bust, and it could have broken. I don't know, but they said, came all shattered and blah blah blah.
I did stuff extremely well. Some stuff I sent Hawk. They're just rocks anyway.
Yeah, I had a bad experience buying something from eBay once. That was the last time I had anything to do with eBay.
I do a lot of business on there, like Huck, so it's kind of like I know what to look for, and I'm a excellent seller, so.
Yeah. Not only did I ship it in the original box it sold in with all the packing material, I wrapped it up in like a pound of bubble wrap.
Do you mind me asking what was the item?
A lens for a camera.
I'm telling you, dude, Japanese hentai. Why does nobody listen to me?
I bought a counterfeit golf club off there once, and then the guy kept trying to offer me like money because I'm like, this is fucking counterfeit. And in PayPal, they had me go to a pro shop and have a golf pro write a letter saying, in his opinion, it was fake. So they refunded me the money and let me keep the fake because you're not allowed to sell counterfeit items on eBay.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The lens was completely caved in, and there's no way that lens could have been completely caved in the box, wrapped in all that bubble wrap.
Yeah, right.
So that guy either dropped his or broke his somehow or got one for free and just tried to rip me off.
I sell a lot of guitar amps on there. I used to, at least I just did another one. But one guy, so one of them, and I don't like to do, I hate it when people do the signature request for me, because it's like, you know what, I just want to go pick it up. So I did it on this one though, because it was, it was like $600. So the guy comes home, I emailed the guy, whatever, he's like, hey, I went to have someone pick that up and it was signature required. I'm like, okay. And he goes, well, you should refund some money because you didn't tell me that it was going to be signature required.
Well, actually, everything you said that's over $250 you want to be covered by PayPal has to be signed for.
So it's like, I always unclick that signature required thing and just put insurance or something. Pay for the insurance instead. But, yeah, so then he gets it, and he just gave me a bad thing. You know what? I just let it fly, because I could give 10 craps. It was the only negative request I've had out of 600 items.
Yeah,
and every year it drops off.
I got a guy right now that sent me a bunch of files in a documents envelope, like mill files, like metal files.
Mm-hmm.
In a documents envelope, flat rate for like $5, and it was like $17 worth of shipping that I paid on the listing.
Right, and it's a $5.95 flat rate.
Door, and he goes, and they go, well, it's a $15 postage due. So I had to pay to get the damn files that I needed. And he still hasn't refunded me or answered any of my emails or anything. And I know, because he didn't give me feedback, I know if I give him a bad feedback, he's just going to retaliate.
Yeah, right? It's like a little game you have to play.
So now they're allowing sellers to leave feedback again? Because they weren't when I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't leave negative. They still don't let you leave negative. You
They
just
don't?
have to. You have to. You can write a negative comment, but it's always positive. Here, let me go on my thing.
I'm just gonna go get my feedback now.
Yeah, let me go see what I got here, because I'm supposed to leave feedback for this freaking thing. Let me see.
So that ended up costing you like $30,000 in shipping.
Everybody go leave Tactical 6 String negative feedback.
Yeah, that's certainly not my name. No,
I
you
got a
all you can
question
do
for
is
you.
leave positive, report this buyer, or leave feedback later. Yeah, you can't leave negative feedback for a buyer. It's still, which is the most ridiculous thing ever.
Well, that stopped, a seller from being vindictive.
Yeah, that saves me right now in this situation I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
The six-string question I got for you that's not eBay related. You ready?
Yeah, hit me.
I'm gonna make you. I'm gonna work you hard one more time.
I am laying down.
Oh,
So
Jesus, Dano, where are these coming from? I'm gonna work you hard.
He's laying down, spread eagle. All right.
yeah, I'm on my back. Lay it on me.
On that battle belt that it's my understanding, and I guess I'm looking for confirmation, and Huck and the rest of you may have some info as well. Isn't the standard width, and I understand there's no universal standard, basically about 20 millimeters on the flashlight width?
You're asking.
Diameter?
Diameter of what?
Of the flashlight.
Of your flashlight?
A weapons flashlight that you would like mount to an AR or to a shotgun.
Oh, see, no, that's where it's all kind of different. Like, a big flashlight's like an inch in diameter.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about a weapons flashlight, not a handheld.
Yeah, but they can be the same thing, Dano.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, some are dual purpose, I understand that.
I use the Sureflyer for my weapon light, and it's not coming off.
But generally, the most common sizes, and the reason that there's somewhat common sizes is so that the manufacturers of the weapon mounts themselves can make one mount that'll fit many different.
Right.
And
but
so
that's a game I've played.
Or 30 millimeter, or unique to that model.
That's why I went with the Viking the Viking Tactics light mount, because it comes with a sleeve, and you can put in from pretty small flashlights to just over an inch flashlights for the mount. But
what I'm trying to do is, of course, be cheap, but I already have a couple of 20 millimeter flashlights that I actually really like for other purposes. But I would like to be able to use, so I got the same battery with the same recharger, and all that for one that I would put on my battle belt. So
I think the better question is, how long is this weapons light versus how thick is it? Or is that what you're talking about with 20 millimeters?
Well, it's how thick it is, because you mount it through something that's going to hold it by its width. I mean, it's only maybe 6 inches long.
So then put it in like I said, get a cheap double mag pouch and just put it on your battle belt. Oh, you know what you should get? Here you go. And this is what I got. And I put this on my my chest rig. Again, it's not cheap, but get some Blue Force, the 10-speed stuff that's elastic. That thing can hold a flashlight, a knife, a double mag, a single stack mag. I love those things.
If I can get an angle right.
Let me see that frickin' thing. Alright, hold that thing up there.
Good God. If somebody was only just listening to this, you two would sound like...
Hold that thing. Ooh, that is big.
Is it just the diameter you're worried
That's
about?
pretty average, actually.
Damn it, Bob, quit interrupting him.
If my hand is the virtual holder on a belt, it fits.
Oh my God! Don't do that. Please don't do that.
You take both his hands to hold on to that thing. Oh my God!
But now you understand what it is, the kind of holder that I'm looking for. I'm looking for a vertical holder to go on that would work with PAL's webbing.
Dano, a freaking Condor pouch, which is probably $8 for a double mag. The top flap is Velcroed, and you can adjust it, so you can adjust it out, and it'll fit that flashlight.
Yeah, I don't know the size, so they are somewhat either stretchy or.
Let me grab it, so we're let me go grab it, so we're sure if it fits.
I mean, I could measure it if you want me to go get my tape measure. I think Bob is gonna die. But it's literally this big. And it's black. If color makes a difference, it's black.
Quit! Fuck!
Big and black.
And look how powerful it is.
It's not true.
Oh, right in my eyes, damn it. Right in my eyes.
Okay, I'm fine now. I'm fine.
This is getting good. All right, here's my battle belt set up. Oh my god.
That thing still fits you from 2 years ago?
Holy shit! Yes, yeah.
Or if you had
I
to
got a
expand
really
it?
big. I got an adjustable belt.
Yeah.
All right, so here's one of my Condor deals.
Have an adjustable strap on.
Look at that. That's a mag with an extended base plate on it. Here, I just happen to have the tape measure right here.
It's width by girth, right?
Okay. Well, every morning when I wake up, I wait a minute. Okay, Dan, this is just this is 6 inches here.
Fucking funny.
This thing's 6 inches, and it fits in this Condor deal just fine. Alright.
I can't see your video feed. There it goes.
Alright, refresh or something. But yeah, this is fitting just fine. And it's 6-inch double stack bag. Okay.
Okay. So this thing, like it would fit your holder.
Oh, it would absolutely. And I got an inch to spare, too. So, you're going to be just fine here.
Now, I'm not counting the 15-inch tail, which would make it a total of 12 inches.
I got one of these things. Do you see that? This is that Blackhawk thing. That it's hard plastic with the with the tongue in it. Okay, but you can't put.
I'm not out on that.
Here, this is a Phoenix.
I mean,
And
my flashlight is,
That's my
water.
flashlight holder right there, and it's it's Kydex. Whatever.
I'm getting a custom made one.
A hole in the
I'm
bottom
not a
of
peasant
your.
like you guys.
Bob, give me just a sec. Is
There's
there
no
a
hole.
hole at the bottom so that water doesn't collect?
Yes, there's grommets.
So,
Okay.
don't you mean so fluid doesn't collect?
So
Something.
Condor sells
Fluid
those.
or say water. I mean, But
That's
yeah,
a
the
double
bottom-
mag.
Bottom, that's one of the good ways to drain the holsters and shit like that.
But see, this is a mutt. This mutt Leatherman pouch is bigger, even though it's not adjustable. Let me see how that fits that bigger mag.
But that flashlight holder is a Condor?
The actual flashlight holder?
Yes.
No, that's a Blackhawk, but you can only fit. Look at it. This is almost tight in it. This is just well under an inch.
You guys are perverts.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna guess that mine's about 3/4 of an inch. It's
That's
pretty
why-
similar to yours.
Yeah. I love this Leatherman holder.
They're both
Mutt
white,
holster.
but they're both black.
But like I was explaining, yes, Condor gear is certainly not the best stuff in the world, but these battle belts, you can get one of their solid color ones for $16. It's almost like, why not get it?
I don't
But it
need
does not
Yeah,
come.
why not have it? Because I mean, most of the time you're not going to have to put it on and wear it for a year.
Exactly. But it does not come with the internal belt, Daniel. You got to get yourself something for inside.
I already had an extra belt.
But I got.
That was not a problem.
Yeah, no, you definitely want the H harness for this, but it's definitely load bearing.
It's just that I put on I already have the battle belt today and put it on without the harness, but of course I don't have anything hanging off of it right now. But it was tight enough that I suppose once I put some serious weight on it, but.
Well, yeah, once you fill it with magazines, Dano, you need the suspenders.
Yeah.
It might hang on your hips, but it's really going to kill your back after a few minutes.
This is my left side. It's pretty loaded up.
Well, actually, the ironic part is it's so tight it made my back feel better.
Oh yeah, and it's got the foam thing. It acts as a back support, absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially you can let it ride high.
I mean, I have an orthopedic device to wear for my back, and it's actually very similar to that as far as the pressure it puts on there and how tight it is. Because I cannot physically wear any sort of upper device, around my shoulders with any sort of weight. So it's got to, with the exception maybe of a pen and a flashlight, everything needs to go around my waist.
Huh.
My favorite's my two 40mm grenade pouches that hold 2 smoke grenades in the back.
Yeah, I think
I have those.
Those are nice. I would like to have those.
They're just tactical smoke, but why not? I mean, they're $8 a piece.
You know what? We can have bear bangers here, so I mean, basically, you could put a bear banger in there.
Whatever.
Like basically a giant firecracker.
Right,
that scares bears away.
A dump pouch and an admin pouch. Now, I really didn't buy the dump pouch for its actual original purpose, but it's really, because I'm not going to be running IDPA or any of that stuff. But I bought it as more of a general purpose place to put stuff that's small.
Yeah.
You're not going to do a Jaeger? You're not going to do a Jaeger course? I'm going to do a Jaeger course.
You hear about my back?
Yeah, well, my shoulders are fucked. I don't care. I just won't do really well at it. I'll just
if I go
do it
to
anyway.
lay on the ground, that's going to be my final resting place, Bob. I will not be getting back up.
Course?
No, come on, fuck, man. I'm crippled and I can do
Pretty
shit.
sure there was a.
Yeah, but the medication available in this country is not the same as the medication available in your country.
Yeah, it's not over the counter here.
Yeah. If you live in Washington State and where is it? What's the other? Colorado?
Colorado.
Yeah. Yeah. Then it's available.
That doesn't do too much for pain.
Yeah. I mean, I have no idea if it works
It doesn't make it go away, but it makes it more enjoyable.
But that does. It does. Here, let's see.
Enjoyable is also bearable, right?
But in all seriousness, I am a prepper, and I don't use it as a bug out because I don't have the physical capability to bug out anywhere. But I do have the determination to get home.
Yeah.
And that's the point of my battle belt is to have enough stuff so that I can get home.
It's the best option because when I wear my chest rig or my stupid cross-draw vest, you're everything's right in front of you, which is fine. But I want my chest area clear so I can hold the gun close to me and rest it on the battle belt if I have to.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't mind on the harness, putting up a couple of pens and a flashlight, little stuff like that, just to keep it off the. But put the serious.
I'd like to have AR-500 plates in front of me and behind me, but
Well, again, that's the weight issue, and that's not an option for me.
Right.
I mean, that's
why.
why.
For me, I can carry that kind of shit. I just can't do shit with my arms.
Yeah, I mean,
I want a Serpa holster on there.
I want plasticized map of my area.
Yeah.
I got my Glock knife on here, and I got a Serpa holster.
Yep.
I live in a bunker, big concrete house. So
one thing I bought, and I don't know if it's worth a shit or not, is one of those universal holsters for it.
Well, no, you know what those are good for? Some of them actually are big enough where you can put a handgun with a light on them into them.
Well,
but
yeah,
they're not bad. I got an Uncle Mike's one that's got a top snap over it.
Well, this is a Condor variation again, but it did have a mag holder on it, and so I'm also kind of hoping that mag holder might be big enough to hold the flashlight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If it's not Velcro, I'm not that. If it can't be adjustable, it's probably not. That's why these Condor ones are, as shitty as people think they are.
Right.
They are adjustable. And this thing has got plenty of retention, and that mag is 6 inches. It's just as long as your flashlight. So.
And you know what I find interesting is as much as people beat on them because they're made in China, these are the same people that won't blink an eye when their shoes come out of Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit that it was made out of China. But but it's okay if everything else they buy is made somewhere else.
Put it this way, and this is the thing. It's set. It hasn't failed yet. It's not like I pounce on it. And now I know that I prefer a belt over anything else. So now if I really want to get high-end shit, I'll buy a really good belt. And a really good battle belt someday. But you know what? This one hasn't failed yet.
And I'm never going to be actively training in it, like, again, the Jaeger stuff, because I'm not physically capable. I will only need it, and hopefully I'll never need it, but if I need it, I'll only need it once.
And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know how it could fail. I mean, what could fail is the belt you buy to put through it.
Right.
And I have a nice Riggers belt with a Cobra buckle on it that I could put through here. And if something failed, it's only going to fail in one part of the webbing. That's 1 inch of the 36-inch belt or whatever, you know?
Do you ever see that video, original SOE gear? They have these belts that they pulled 2 trucks with.
Yeah.
That's the belt I have.
Yeah, that shit's good.
And now it's a great belt, but the downside is to change it from one pair of pants to another is a royal.
Oh, I hate that. I have I get a Shellback Tactical tag belt. It was only $29, but it came with the Cobra buckle. You gotta fold over the Velcro. You gotta take the buckle off. You know, it is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's the taking the
buckle off.
The buckle off that
sucks.
You know, yeah. Now, if you wear the same pair of pants 3 days in a row, I suppose you only got to deal with it twice a week.
I do that at work, but I don't wear my Cobra buckle belt to work. I should actually.
Yeah, I mean, I wear my work pants 3 days in a row because, you know.
Well, when you work outdoors, things.
You don't wash jeans.
But actually, I do have a question for some of our knife people in our chat.
Yeah.
Is I was looking today. I have my M9 Ontario M16 bayonet fits on my battle belt just fine. The problem is that it's a little long and a little bit heavy. So I'm looking for an alternative that I don't want something small. It's a fixed blade, but something smaller than an M9 bayonet.
But it will still work as a bayonet?
No. It would just be...
why the fuck wouldn't you want a bayonet, though? Just carry the bayonet and put up with the weight and you go,
okay.
Damn it, I got a really cool knife that also I can put in the end of my rifle and stab zombies in the forehead with.
Well, I don't know how far I might have to walk someday, and since walking is one of my issues...
It's mine, too.
You know, the old ounces equals pounds thing. I'm not trying to get up a mountain, I'm just trying to get home.
Hey, Dan, I posted a link.
So you're looking for a fixed blade knife.
That hopefully.
How long do you want the blade?
Well, have you ever seen an M9?
I can't remember the length of it. Is it 4 inches, 6 inches, 8 inches, 12 inches?
It's more like a 5-inch blade, isn't it?
It's much longer than that.
Dan,
No,
if you can't
5,
take
6 inches maybe.
The Jaeger course, take this course right here.
It's much longer than that. You guys have never seen an M16 bayonet?
Yeah, they're not that long. They look like basically a standard.
All right, I'll be right back.
Right, escape.
So I'm trying to think of something.
I'm thinking Swiss bayonet. It's got like an 11-inch blade. That's
I
a
might
bayonet.
watch this. She's cute.
Yeah, if he can't take the Jaeger course, and I've seen a paralyzed dude go through it, that one course you can go through.
I might take this course if she's the one in it.
I'm going to take the Jaeger course if he actually does say I can have it for free. Because I was in the chat with him for about 20 seconds, and then my internet went fart. And he told everybody in the chat that they could get free, and Chris went and took a free course from him. So I'm thinking, well, if Chris can, I should be able to.
Okay, you see the tip of my fingers?
I'm watching this rape video. Wait a minute.
Oh,
Whoa, it just got really good.
I'm skipping the.
Oh, she definitely knows how to spread her legs. I gotta say that.
The tip of my
Unleash the inner warrior.
Hey everybody, today we're going to be doing a video on women's self-defense. About 2 months ago I got certified in women's self-defense by Steve Guardian.
Oh, bad, go away. Yeah.
Does this not look like it's his basement? Is this not his basement?
So you're looking at something that's roughly 5 inches?
No. I wear extra large gloves. So, like I said, I could go measure it.
So Dano tells all the girls that might be watching, I got really big hands, and you ought to see my feet.
I mean,
Cork's saying it's 5 inches. It's really 3.
I mean, it doesn't have to have a wire cutter in it and all that crap. I just want a very significant knife that's the next size smaller than this. That is full tang. I don't want something that ends before the handle does.
No, you get a rat 5 or 7, right?
Well, I was gonna, you could look at one of those, probably the Rat 7. Otherwise, you could look at the K-Bar Beckers.
I wasn't done watching the rape video, and now you interrupted with questions. Now I have to feel like I answer, even though I don't really remember the question.
Watching the rape video.
Yeah, well, the video about rape evasion and all that, and it's like, well, number one, lady, don't lay on your back and spread your legs so the guy can climb on top of you.
Yeah, if you're looking for something that's inexpensive, good luck there, but...
What the hell are you watching, Bob?
Well, but the main thing I have, I don't remember exactly what I paid for it, but it was well over 100.
Oh.
Yeah, let's see.
I put a Glock knife on mine. The Glock knife's nice and light, and it's big enough and strong enough.
Sometimes some of those survival knives are just cheap knockoffs of Rambo wannabes. That's not what I want.
I wouldn't buy anything like that. I mean, it's so cheap to buy a handmade knife now online. Buy one of those from a reputable maker.
Well, that's
something like Hawk or something like that, and then you've spent that's your main go-to knife. I mean,
Becker or go home.
Seriously,
Becker or go home.
If shit actually does hit the fan, and I got to strap a knife on my gear because I got to go out and fight zombies or whatever, I'm taking that knife Huck made for me, that Sykes Fairbanks Commando. That's my battle knife, man.
Imagine, in order to cut through a field, I have to cut my way through some brush. I need a knife substantial enough to do that.
A 4x4 with the.
I put a link in there. It's going to be similar in size. I don't know about the weight.
You can do that with an Azula.
Yeah, or you want this like bushcrafting type knife I won. Because it's heavy enough, you can cut bush, you can cut a tree down with it, but it's still only about a 5-inch blade, but solid steel, fairly thick, just real good quality general purpose knife that you can also use to skin, maybe gut a fish, all that kind of stuff.
I'm just going to go measure this just so I can figure out actually what it is.
You should. I'll bet it's not more than about 6 inches of blade.
A BK7 would poop on that.
Yeah, that one I'm getting for my Grand, that's 16 inches. That's a fucking mini sword.
Yeah, well, I put something in there for you, Dan, when you get back, I guess.
Yeah, well, I just pulled up that link. Yeah, this is just over 7 inches long.
Okay.
Yeah,
I said 7.5, but I was muted.
Yeah, the Beckers are a great knife. I don't have experience with them, but everything I've been hearing about them,
I said 7, didn't I?
I got a lot of experience with Beckers, and I would say that I would put $200 that Becker would cut that in half if you hammer them against each other.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm not looking for that sort of thing. At this point, I'm just looking for a quality knife that's not 7 inches long and maybe 2/3 or of the weight.
Yeah. No, that would be a good knife for you if you don't want to buy like I say, a custom made. And I mean,
get a
like I said, this custom made bushcraft knife I got is a better blade. Tougher.
I was gonna say the BK would be an option. That's like a 5-inch blade.
How long do you want it?
More like about closer to 5.5.
Okay, it's called the BK Crewman.
Or the BK2.
I don't know how to spell that,
the
but
the BK2 is a 1/4 inch. That's not a fighting knife. That's you can't swing that. That's way too heavy. That's an Allen for the BK2.
right. Called. I'm trying to figure out how to spell what you just said. BK what?
I'm finding the number right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I like my Sykes Fairbanks. I mean, it's just such a light knife, and it will slash as well as it stabs real well.
Well, check out the BK16.
BK16 is like a bushcrafter knife. BK10. Look at BK10, Dano.
That's what I was thinking of, BK10.
All right.
Yeah, see, I always have my folding knife, which is actually a decent gutting, skinning knife, right? So all I need my big fighting knife for is fighting. I've got a smaller knife that I can do all the bushcrafting shit with. If I'm really out in the
you
shit,
need
I better
something,
have a hatchet.
and if you need something cheaper, that's going to be right around that 5.5-inch mark. Then you're looking at something like the Cold Steel GI Tanto, which is like $25 area.
So the BK10, is that the one you suggested?
Yes, BK10.
Yeah.
It's a 5-inch blade. It's just a shorter version of the BK7 and the BK9.
There's a link to it on Amazon.
Yeah. I'm actually looking at Amazon right now. It's like $72.
Yep.
Probably find it a little bit cheaper, I'd imagine, for sure.
I don't suppose they have the picture of the sheath it comes with.
Has a molly back. Molly back means it's a plastic insert. It's not Kydex, but you pay for Kydex. You want Kydex, you're gonna pay an extra, $50 a sheet or a package.
Yeah. Yeah, it comes with polyester sheath, which is fine.
I found one on eBay here. Hold on, for $59.99 shipped.
I've got like 5 BKs. I would bet my life to them in a heartbeat.
Here you go, right here. Let me get this freaking link.
Somebody's got the, you know what?
Check that. See if that's the same knife you guys are talking about. Brand new, $59.99, shipped with Kydex sheath.
That one has it very well could be.
That's the Kydex for it. That's just.
That looks pretty nice with that sheath.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would definitely be again, for size appropriate for what I'm looking for.
Yeah, it's the sheath. That's a sheath only. It doesn't come with a knife.
Oh, is it?
Well, that changes the whole fucking thing.
Kinda, yeah.
I was gonna say that's a hell of a deal for that with that sheath.
Yeah,
But
I was
good
gonna say
time.
$20 off.
There you go. Yeah, they're all $70+ on eBay, so that Amazon price is pretty good.
Okay, well I'll go ahead and throw that up on my.
Yeah, is Huck still? Hey, is Huck still here?
Nope.
No.
Ah, crap.
Well, that's okay. Well, I
No, I wanted to ask him. I'm thinking for that 16-inch bayonet I'm getting for my M14, I should have a sheath for that, and it doesn't come with one. So yeah, I should see what he wants for a sheath, and plus, if I send it to him, I'll ask him if he'll sharpen it.
Well, Bob, I've seen you work leather before. Yeah, you should definitely have Huck do that.
Yep. That was one of my giveaway knives that didn't have a sheath on it, and I made a sheath. It was like a piece of leather folded over. I wet the leather first, and then folded it over the knife and pressed it down tight with some bricks that I just happened to have, and then used copper rivets instead of stitching, because stitching looked so tedious and time-consuming. So I drilled holes and put copper rivets through. It's crude. Fucking.
Kello, I put a link in the side of a double stack triple.
Mm-hmm. That's heavy, man.
Well, what was wondering is whether, again, due to the weight, do I go with a double stack on one side and a double stack on the other?
I would recommend, because that's a lot of weight with 6 mags. You could piggyback, get the one that holds the M4 mag and then the pistol mag in front of it.
Right. That maybe the wrong link. But yeah, the one I was looking at had three AR mags in the back, 3 pistol mags up front.
No, this one's all M16. It's 6 M4 magazines, 3 and 3.
I got the wrong link then.
Yeah, you want the one that has the kangaroo, whatever.
Right, but has pistol and AR.
Yeah.
But I like the 3 and 3.
Because I have kind of sacrificed. All I have is 3 AR mags on the left side, but I can empty one of the pouches in the back and put another one.
Right. And that's why I like the idea of my one undesignated dump pack in the back that can be anything.
Yeah, see, that's why I like my chest rig is it gives me 6 magazines in my chest, and I can wear a belt or whatever as well, right? So I can wear a battle belt with my pistol and whatever else.
In my chest rig, I can do 4 or 8 AR mags in there.
Well, I think 6, and then you might have 1 or 2 more in your belt, just in case you had dropped the chest rig for whatever.
Well, I was going to do the magazine pouches last to see between weight and space what I had left.
Yeah.
Because again, I can only handle so much weight. Yeah. So I got to make sure that I have my medical stuff, the stuff I really have to have. I have to have a knife. I have to have a light. I have to have a compass.
Yeah.
Some sort of weapon in it beyond the knife.
Yeah.
Well, I configure mine like every few months, so it's good to just have extra stuff. So you're like, oh, well, maybe I'll put a single mag pouch on this side now and see what that feels like.
Yeah, it also might be you go, you know what? I've got my battle rifle, so in all likelihood, I'm not going to use my personal defense arm. So instead of carrying a Glock 17 with 3 mags, I'm going to carry a Chief Special or some kind of Ruger Snubby 357 and maybe 2 speed strips or reloaders, right?
Yeah.
Well, you see,
big
this
difference
is
in weight.
That, for all practical purposes, I would just simply use my concealed carry gun as part of the setup. So this belt would sit
exactly. Yeah. What do you carry for concealed carry, Dano? I'm sure you said, but I've forgotten.
The 9mm Glock.
Okay, so a fairly light gun.
But I keep standard size mags in it, when I carry, but I can carry full size mags in the trunk.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, if
needed. Yeah, or you could have a couple of those in your battle belt and a holster on it, so you can switch from your concealed carry holster to your belt holster. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way I'd go. But then again, I would carry a 38 Snubby if I was allowed to carry. That to me would be adequate defense.
Yeah, well, everybody, even if you don't have a medical issue, everybody has limits of how much weight you can carry, as well as how far do you have to go. If you live an hour's drive from home, that could take you
8 hours easy.
Hours.
Yeah.
Because you're assuming that even then that you're walking on a normal path, which may not be a good idea.
Yep. Yeah. You may have to walk cross country. You may have to walk stealthily.
If the bridge is washed out, and you need to take some other way to cross the river.
Oh yeah, that too.
I mean, all sorts of things can slow you down. That have nothing to do with you or your physical ability.
Yep. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't walk very fast anymore. I can't. I got this stupid chronic pain issue going on, but it's one of those things that you can do it. It just costs you like 1,000 times the pain of someone who's doesn't have the issue. So this is
also, again, you gotta have the situation too, whereas you can, if you have that with you, you can also ditch a couple things that you don't need, maybe, or.
Yep.
I'm with you. I'm about efficiency and wanting to put it on and going, okay, now I got a small medical kit, I got a knife, I got a flashlight, I got my mags, I got a gun. All right, I'm good to go.
Because you're probably gonna die anyway.
And now I know I can walk it all the way there.
The other thing that I'm also putting off that I know I need, but I don't know how much I can carry, is water.
Oh, yeah, that's tough.
Because I know I have to have it, but since I am limited by capacity, it's like I'll take as much as I can handle, but I'm not sure how much that is yet.
Well, yeah, how far do you have to carry it, right?
Yeah.
Camelback is your best buddy.
Yeah, Camelback, Chris is right there, man. Those things, because it puts the weight where you don't notice it that much.
Yeah.
Because water is heavy.
But for me, it's going in the worst place it could possibly go, my back.
I'm getting rid of my camel toe as soon as all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, I got rid of my camel toes. My wife got older and then she doesn't wear those tight panties anymore. So.
Okay.
But yeah, once I get everything else figured out, the second last thing will be the magazines, and then the very last thing will be what size, whether it be camelback, how many ounces can I carry?
72.
Well, I mean, it depends. How far do you have to go, right? Like, do you think it's going to take you so many hours to walk this far if you have to walk in that kind of situation where you might have to be, booting and scooting, right? And jumping from place to place.
But Bob, you might not quite get it, and I'll try it again. If I can only walk for 20 minutes and I have to lay down for 2 hours to recover,
yeah,
that plays a serious role as far as how much water I can carry.
How far do you have to walk from where you're likely to be, i.e. your job?
72 ounces. 72 ounces is around 10 pounds, I think. So I think I have a 72-ounce camelback, and I think it weighs close to 10 pounds when it's full of water.
Oh yeah, that would absolutely be ideal.
Yeah.
I got the small one. I don't got the hog. You can get one that's called a hog, and it's got just a little bit of space. I got one that's just like the minimum. I can put my wallet, I can put my keys, and I got a little knife I clip on it. That's when I go out to do kind of long walks. I want to go minimal as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can actually probably fill those and only change water once a month, and it'd still be good water. It's just getting warmed up in your car, cooling down, warmed up.
Oh yeah, that's not the issue. It's the weight.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're looking at 10.
Like he says, if it's 72 ounces, you should be able to handle that.
Well, Bob, that's like me trying to judge the volume of your pain. I can't do that.
That's true, and I'm sorry if I was doing that. What I'm trying to say is, I mean, if it comes down to you have to figure out how far you have to figure out how far you've got to go, how much water you need, if you're moving your optimum speed, and then maybe give yourself another half of that just in case shit happens, because it will.
Well, it's like how much ammo, as much as you can possibly take, because you cannot predict how far you will have to go.
Well, you can if you're looking at just, I'm going to bug out. EMP happened, all the vehicles are dead. I have to walk from my work to my house.
Right. Like I said, I will never be bugging out. I will only be bugging home.
I agree with you completely there. I will pretty much.
But is it going to happen?
Yeah, very basic. If I have to, we've got bags, but.
Am I 10 miles from the house, or am I 100 miles from the house?
It's going to weigh less than that. It's going to, because water weighs 8.3 pounds per gallon. There are 128 ounces in a gallon. So if you're looking at 72, you're looking at even less than 10 pounds.
Yes. That's probably the best way to calculate. What the hell?
I don't know. Chris is having fun at Walmart.
Yeah, Chris is on the go-kart.
Oh, somebody turned all my volumes down, or I don't remember doing it.
Well, you're at regular volume now.
No, not my volume to you guys. Your volumes to me, and I couldn't hear. I was having trouble hearing you guys.
Well, why do you need to hear you? Can't you hear you?
I did
only through the feedback, right? Because I'm wearing headphones.
You could go for under $2,000. You could spend almost a month in Thailand.
Fuck, you're so quiet as hell, man. San Antonio is driving me crazy.
Why?
It's just hard to hear.
Your volume keeps changing, man. Sometimes I can't even hear you. And then all of a sudden you're like loud, and it's like, oh, wait, I do the same thing myself.
I'm at work, so this is not my normal.
Oh, now I can hear you. I turned you up in the toolbox, so you're good now.
Well, maybe that's what I should try. Because I can hardly hear him myself.
Go to Thailand and your back will be better.
Go to Thailand. Oh, I know those girls will walk on your back and then they do other things.
Well,
Happy
that's true.
ending.
I can't afford them, though.
Dude, it's cheap. It's cheap. I'm looking. I'm a poor dude. I'm a poor 28-year-old dude, and I'm about to go. You can afford it.
There you go.
You can, but I mean, in Canada, you get arrested.
I thought that was legal up there.
I'm not.
No, that's legal. It's not legal with 13 or 12-year-olds, though, which apparently is what goes on in Thailand.
Well,
No, Bob. What are you thinking about?
nobody said anything about that, Bob.
Yeah.
Well, Bob is good at. Bob is good at pulling stuff out of.
Prostitution, obviously.
No, I'm not.
Oh, see, I thought Dano was. Never mind. It was Dano that started the prostitution talk.
Bob is good at
There's no such
like
thing
all of a
as
sudden
back
mentioning.
sex. No. Unless you're a woman, I suppose.
Bob is good at mentioning stuff out of the blue without us talking about it. So. Let's just
Yeah, that's true. I do. I'm famous for it, actually. It's apparently my 15 minutes of fame.
Okay, what are we going to watch here, Santino?
Who's backing up the forklift?
Uh-oh, no music.
Whose phone is ringing?
No music.
Whose phone is ringing? It's not somebody's phone. That's not me. All right, that's somebody's ringtone or something.
Justin Timberlake.
Now,
Ow.
when you guys were talking about how were on your periods, you couldn't do this and that. That's when I posted that video.
Oh, okay.
Periods? Who was on their... No, there's only guys here. Nobody was on their periods.
You guys were talking about your ailments.
Yeah. Well,
ailments. Oh, okay.
we did have an old man.
You'll get them too when you get our age.
You know, but when you're an old man, then you get old man tactical.
That's true. We learn to do things the simple, easy way.
You know, you're fortunate enough to be, vile, man tactical.
You can run around and jump and shit like that. Well, we're not going to do that. We're going to, run around and slouch underneath a boulder and shoot you from behind.
I'm so excited to ride an elephant.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd like to shoot one. I wouldn't want to ride one.
I rode one when I was a kid. Back when you could ride them in the zoos, and now everybody's politically correct and PETA and all that. They won't let you do it anymore here. But I did it when I was a kid. But I want to ride it through the jungles.
I want to go shoot one in the
Were you in the U.S. when you did that?
Yeah, I was in San Antonio. San Antonio Zoo used to do it.
Oh, that's cool.
When I was a kid, one of my dad's friends came home from visiting Australia, and he had all these stuffed animals like koala bears and stuff that he killed. It was great.
You're lucky Yankees not here.
He had a full-size stuffed kangaroo.
You're lucky the Yankees not here. He's gonna give you.
Make him crazy, right? But this guy had them all over his house. It was so fucking cool.
Yeah.
He was a dentist. He was a rich guy, right?
If you want to go kill an animal, just move to kill it. There's something fucking wrong with you.
Oh, hell no. It was like getting to shoot kangaroos and shit. Now, apparently, they hire people to shoot them in Australia. Because they took the guns away from everyone, so now they have to hire people to actually get rid of the pests, which include rabbits and kangaroos and stuff like that. So, it's really good in one way. It gives people who like guns a career in shooting things.
Jesus.
It
That's
sounds
the loudest
sick, but
one
at the same
ever.
time it's like, well, you know what? Nobody else in my country can have guns, and I get to have semi-automatic big bore rifles because I'm going to go shoot wild goats on this island.
I thought you applied for a specialty permit for pistols.
I did.
When you got thousands and thousands of dollars damage because of pigs coming through your property, it's not crazy you don't want to kill animals.
Oh, I have no problem with killing fucking animals.
Pigs have no problem. Like wild pigs have no problem.
Yeah. Well, pigs, gophers. Oh, yeah. And some people will go, oh, they're so cute. They look so pretty. Look at all the baby gophers surrounding the mummy gopher. as they
Yeah,
put their heads out of the hole. And then
yeah,
you just,
say goodbye to your crops.
You'll kill
Yes.
you'll kill pretty much all the animals, not just the
Cattle, your
mummy.
cattle breaks its leg because it steps into a
Yeah.
gopher hole.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know.
Yeah, and then they make it.
I love shooting gophers. It's
They make an entire area hazardous, and they also ruin crops. So yeah, no.
well, they're rodent, and like you have to see how many of them there are, right? I mean, you look out on a field that cattle are grazing on, and you can see 1,000 fucking little gopher heads poking out of holes, going looking for the hawks and stuff like that, because that's what they're, genetically predisposed to look for and all that. So yeah,
that's when you get your 1022.
Well, it's great fun. You sit 100 yards away, sit down, put your 22 on a couple of cross sticks, and just sit there and pick them off. And it's usually headshots, so it's instant death for them. So it's not cruel.
So if I organized a Gun Channel's Thailand trip,
Yeah, no. My wife would never let me go there. I know.
I don't got a wife.
I think Chris is lost. He's going around in the same place all the time.
No, I am looking for what do you call this? I'm looking for what do you call this? Hose clamps. Hose clamps.
It's in feminine supplies.
No, not hosiery clamps. No, I'm looking for rubber, like car hose clamps.
Try automotive.
I am in automotive.
you're not feeling fresh, Chris?
What? What?
You're not feeling fresh?
I thought he was looking for hose clamps. Okay.
I am looking for hose clamps.
Backing up again, isn't he?
Yes,
That's
I
where
was.
that sound's coming from. It's fucking Chris on his cart. Son of a bitch. I gotta get me one of those disabled cards. My doctor says he can give me one. I was like, I don't want that fucking shit. When anybody know I'm
Well, I guess they don't have any hose clamps here. Oh well.
They should.
How can they not have any hose clamps? That's ridiculous.
In where? Walmart? Oh,
Yeah.
they have
Yeah.
hose clamps. You're just not looking in the right place.
What about
Play and interrogate them.
You still got to have them at least in hardware, if not in automotive.
Yeah. Go to the hardware department.
I am going to the hardware department again.
Okay. And then find an employee and tell them, hey, look, you are on TV right now. Get me these fucking hose clamps, you stupid ass.
No.
No? So I got this laser for my rifle, and it's really cool because it'll actually light up houses 100 yards away from my house at night.
That's annoying.
Ooh, yeah, I know. It's probably really bad to look at. When I'm making the cats and dog chases around the floor, I'm really careful not to shine it anywhere near their eyes.
So you're officially that guy in the neighborhood.
Yep. Well, I just like to see how far the laser would shoot, eh? And it turns out it shoots right across the 7-acre park in front of me and lights up the cheapo townhouses that are surrounding my fucking nice neighborhood.
And I'm sure nobody who's looking in the other direction can see where that laser's coming from.
No, I don't give a rat's ass. I'll say it was kids.
Yeah, those damn kids snuck up on my property. Those damn kids snuck on my property again.
Yeah.
Point lasers at my neighbors.
Yeah, damn it. It's happening again. Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. It's I think it was like this was like the laser clamp on your barrel laser light was like $19.99 or something stupid. And it's a really fucking good laser. I bought it thinking it would be like one of those cheapo lasers you buy at the dollar store that is great for the cat to chase around. But, after about 20 feet, fades out into nothing. But this thing fucking keeps its beam pretty tight. I mean, it looks like at about 100 yards, it's probably about an 8-inch circle.
There's this one consumer laser I saw that has separate intensities where you can make it like make it so intense it'll burn right through wood. Make
Oh,
it
yeah.
actually, yeah. It's like it's almost the size of like a maglite flashlight, like a about 8 inches long, maybe like an inch wide and stuff like that.
Carabiners.
Yeah, that would be nice, but I'm
Through a pair of glasses if it'd work better. No, the
Paracord, wire, toilet seats,
what?
tank supplies, emergency exit.
okay. You're just looking. Yeah, no,
Anyway,
cool.
laser. Turns out I kind of like lasers. I used to make fun of people who had lasers
You're
on
in
their
plumbing.
use it. And then I got
That was
lasers
plumbing.
and went, ooh, this is cool. Where I put the light, that's where the bullet goes.
I put that on my pistol once, and yeah, I didn't even have to aim through the sights anymore. I just put the laser where it needed to be.
Yep.
Yeah, it's official. They do not have hose clamps here.
Hmm.
Did you
Motherfucker.
have you an employee since you've been in the store?
Nope. I'm just gonna go to freaking East tomorrow. I needed to make a sling attachment for the SB brace.
Oh yeah.
Well, since you're using a cart, why don't you just drive up to the cashier and ask for someone else to come help you?
I've been everywhere in the hardware department. If I can't see it yet, I don't think I'm gonna see it. So I don't think they have it here. So
It's not like you got to walk up there.
It might be on top shelf.
Exactly.
no.
Hey, who's that guy up there? Who's that guy right there? The fat guy.
He's a stalker. He's not. He doesn't work over there at hardware.
Yeah, but a stalker will be able to get you somebody to help you.
I always ask.
No, I'm not worried about it. If I can't find it now, I'm not in a hurry. So I can. There are other easier places I can find it. So I'm here for.
Where other employees are.
I wonder why Thailand is the land of 1,000 smiles. Here, Chris. This is Chris right here, guys.
Chris is Philippine. He's not from Thailand.
No, but here.
Or no, is he Cuban?
This is what Chris needs.
You were right the first time.
Peruvian. Vietnamese. That's it,
no.
Vietnamese. Or no, you're like Kisan. You're Thai, right?
No, he's not.
Thai?
You just said I'm not Thai, and then now you ended up saying I'm not from Thailand, and then now you say I'm Thai. Like
You're not Cambodian either.
I think he's you're lost
I
again.
don't think Chris is Cambodian. I think he's from Vietnam or somewhere. Or no, the Philippines. No.
Bob, give it up.
Malaysia.
Give it up. You're lost.
Malaysia? No.
I'm not Muslim.
He's from the Philippines. Because he does the stick fighting. That's Filipino.
Oh yeah, those are Philippines. They get the best girls.
Oh, they got some hot women coming out of the Philippines, I'll tell you.
And that's why I'm not going to the Philippines.
Hmm.
Because I want to ride elephants in the jungle. Bareback. I'm going to bareback an elephant.
Do you
Good
think he'll
God.
notice?
You know, if somebody took that out of context.
Yeah.
Can't be any worse than the conversation you guys were having earlier.
Probably not, no.
You mean about this?
You guys are measuring sizes and saying it's big and black and all that.
Oh, that was just damn.
It's right here.
Oh, imagine that poor elephant. He's got a rope right under his tail that's going to be rubbing right on his thingy.
Yeah, that's what kind of I didn't understand. Like, how are you going to ride an elephant around and stick like a rope around it? You know what I'm saying? Because you know that's rubbing us.
I hear they have skin like leather.
The Walmart girl. Oh, yeah.
You just saw that, Bob?
Unfortunately, she'd probably look like a Walmart girl, so from the front she'd have like missing teeth and be all like, you know, methamphetamine, you know, really flobby boobs and
Not right. No, I got to do
boobs hanging
swords
down.
all
Fucking
over the
Arizona.
Chris is in the
There's
nut.
good-looking chicks.
Chris is in the
Oh,
ethnic
he's
section.
in the cookie aisle.
Well, that's not even American stuff. That's the ethnic section.
I know, he's in the ethnic cookie aisle. Well, he is ethnic. You know that, right, Dano? He
I
is
thought he was
Filipino.
American, but
No, well, he's American, but he's in a Filipino American. See, he's gonna look at his white shirts that come down to about halfway down his legs.
They call Europeans call it Mexican people gypsies.
Really?
Yeah, my friend, she went to Europe and she's like this bombs. Like she's gorgeous, drop dead gorgeous. And she's like all the old white men would be all racist and they'd start screaming she's a gypsy. Like scream at gypsy at her. She's like the most gorgeous thing in this world. But they call her gypsy for some reason.
That would be the dark hair?
I don't know. She pole dances though.
Oh, well, maybe she was just like that kind of girl.
I'm sending a picture of her. She does it for fun. She didn't do it for money. She's rich.
Oh, okay.
so she's kind of like a plumber.
Anyway, yeah, gypsies. I mean, in Europe they are thieves and they're tinkers. They live in trailers, right? And they just live somewhere until they get kicked out. And they'll just like come to some area of the city that doesn't have any, it's an old abandoned industrial area, and they'll set up campers and then start living there.
Has anybody noticed that Chris only eats frozen food?
That's not good for you, Chris.
And even then, it's the stuff from like 1950, the TV dinners.
You know what? He maybe likes TV dinners. Let him. I mean, obviously,
Someone's got to eat it.
It's not like he has to take a little powered cart around the shop.
You know, I'm not the only person that eats in my house. I got a lot of stuff in the house, so I got a lot of different food. So I got vegetables.
Yeah, well, Chris is kind of semi.
I've never seen you buy a fruit in my life.
That's gonna be one of my expensive in Arizona. I'm gonna get a storage unit and then put some prepping stuff in it. So.
Maybe he's in the cart because of the TV dinners.
But I'm not even in there or in Arizona. I know the stuff will be there when I get down there.
He's gonna buy a fruit just because he's not in the camera.
When the ice age hits, I'm going to Arizona, right? Because that place will pretty much be like Saskatchewan.
Well, where do you think all the
during the Ice
water's
Age.
gonna go, Bob?
What? The water?
Yeah, when Antarctica are gone.
There's plenty of bottled water in Arizona.
Yeah. Those
and all the old people die really fast, so.
Arrowhead water, maybe.
Most of the United States was an inland sea. For those of you that may not remember your history,
Yeah,
from
but I mean, I'm talking an ice age, not a. I mean, global warming to massive extents. I'll stay where
You could outwalk it, you know.
Then I'll actually get close to Arizona temperatures where I live, right? That's cool.
Sounds like it happens overnight, right?
It's a diagram.
Oh, look at it. Hey, follow that girl some more.
Go
She
back.
kind of slutty.
well,
She
no,
have
no.
panties on. Come on.
No.
Such a weird thing when they wear those black shoes.
Oh, I know.
It changes the look of their whole leg, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she didn't have her head combed over. It was like shaved.
What's wrong with a shaved head? I mean, as long as there's hair in the middle to hold on to.
Look up Bonnie Rotten. She's got her head shaved. She's alright.
Oh, more good food to go with those TV dinners.
I really don't care how much a woman shaves, as long as she shaves.
Well, there's a certain area I want shaved.
Her back.
There you go.
The kind of women Dano dates.
That was a good joke. I have to give you credit on that.
Sorry, buddy. Just had to take it.
All right, I'm out of here. I'm done. So I'll be right back.
Come on.
Stop dragging.
Follow the girls around some more.
You know, if you go up to, oh shoot, I was going to
Uh.
say how he could probably take some hose clamps off of some of the pipes there and one of the poles.
Yeah, you got a multi-tool? Just help yourself.
Yeah.
And then put the multi-tool back on the shelf where you got it from.
Yeah.
Say, well, I was just borrowing it. I didn't steal it.
Yeah, well, yeah, if you didn't actually steal it. And the clamps, well, they were just laying there. You just picked them up.
It wasn't store inventory. It was just the physical store.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not stealing, really.
Live dangerously. Come on, just put it in your pocket.
Yeah. I know. The one time my friends, when I was like 12 or 13, talked me into shoplifting, Within an hour, I was back in the store, unshoplifting it. I'm putting it back in the store. It's like, oh, I felt so fucking bad.
Was that your choice or your parents' choice?
Oh, no, that was mine. My parents never found out about it. If they had, I would have been beaten half to death. Are you silly? My old man would kill you for that. But yeah, it still just felt wrong. I mean, just.
I got a quick knife question here for you. The spine, 3/16 of an inch, is that considered thick, thin, or so-so?
That's considered thick enough to do just about anything you need.
Yeah. 3/16 of an inch.
A quarter inch is like a pry bar.
Yeah.
You're looking. I've got quarter-inch knives, and they will hack. They will, break down whatever I need them to. But the geometry on it is not set up to be quick in the hand for, let's say, if you had to use it for fighting, or if you have to
defend yourself or.
Well, actually, using a knife as a lever is another one of its in case of emergency uses.
I got a BK2 for that. My BK2 is my city ultimate. If I'm in the city and I have to grab one knife, it's a BK2. It's a quarter inch. It's actually cheaper than the BK10, I think. But it doesn't cut as well as the BK10. The BK10's a better slicer. It'd be better used for fighting. Where the BK2 is, you could pry open a door. You could pry open, just about anything with it. It's indestructible.
So how is that compared to the PK7?
The BK7 is longer, but it's 3/16, which is, you could potentially. I would say it's shorter, and BK2 is shorter and stouter, so it's going to be harder to break.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not going to break. I carry a BK9 around when I'm out in the woods, and
shorter is fine.
yeah. If you want to be able to pry, I mean, look at BK2 destruction test.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an SE5 basically.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, I would prefer to keep my M9, because I know what it's capable of as far as other duties. But
like, I don't think if I intentionally tried, I don't think I could break a BK2.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
Very good.
Got quiet all of a sudden.
I'm actually reading, you know how on Amazon they have, X amount of questions, and then so many questions have been answered? I'm actually reading about the BK7 here.
Oh, okay.
Are those your car keys or your change?
Car keys. I got a lot of keys on that shit.
He's got so many keys he can't walk. That's why he was in the cart.
Oh yeah, I was talking to a buddy of mine. I showed him the SB47 brace, and he said, "What the hell is that ugly piece of shit?" And he said, "Dude, it's a brace. You know, everybody has it. Nobody has that shit." He doesn't know. He doesn't know nothing about guns. So. It's like he even said, "Why don't we just put a stock on it?" And then I told him all about the NFA, and says, "Really? That's bullshit." Have you ever guys met somebody who didn't know nothing about, who likes guns but don't know nothing about guns?
Call of Duty crowd.
Yeah, well, there are people that like to talk about them. That's just like, people that like to talk about, the service, yet have never spent a day.
Oh, yeah. Armchair commandos, yep. But yeah, I know. Yeah, this guy thought like when I brought my the PAP pistol, he says, "Hey, well, how come there's no stock on this?" It's like, "Why don't they just put a stock on it?" And he told me the SB47. You just ruined that gun with that thing. It's like, you have no clue.
Yeah. Well, some people seem to like it that way. Because if you think you have all the answers, then you're the king of the world.
Yep.
Then we will call you the Yankee Marshal.
There you go.
Oh, burn.
You hit the nail on the head with that one.
Yankee Marshal don't know shit. He just thinks he does.
I didn't say that.
But he knows how to present the, he knows how to present.
He presents very well. Yeah. In the wild, he would be bent over with his red ass sticking up. Yeah, I know. But he's annoying. He's annoying for no reason other than he likes to be annoying. I mean, he is right about some stuff. I mean, I'm not saying he's not right about some of the stuff he talks about.
He's just obnoxious as fuck.
Yeah, he's just obnoxious as hell when he gets off on his. And I don't have a problem with that, actually. I mean, really, everybody should just take Yankee as a, you know what, this is what he's going to be like. And if you're watching Yankee, I'm believing this. But if you can agree with him, I agree with him on some things. But other stuff I disagree with him on. But you just got to let him go on his rants a little bit. But at the same time, when it gets too much, you just tell him, "Come on, shut the fuck up and let other people talk."
And how many times has that worked, Bob?
It's worked every time I've done it. If you actually tell him, "Shut the fuck up and let other people talk," he will. I mean, he's not that rude. I mean, he's not that uncontrollable. You just have to forcefully tell him, let other people have a talk.
I found a very good solution for that. Make sure he's not invited.
Oh, come on. I don't have a problem with inviting Yankees. I don't have a problem with the Yankees.
Well, I understand that you don't, and that's okay. I'm just saying I do, and that's how I deal with it.
Why would you have a problem with him? I just don't see that.
I've already stated.
If anything, you agree with him more than I do.
It's not about the position. It's about the presentation.
Oh, okay. You don't like
that rope they put around the elephant's backside.
Yeah.
You're still on that.
Yeah, I'm not cool with that. I want to ride an elephant.
You know what?
You're obsessed with elephants.
When we do that with bulls, it makes them buck harder. So you kind of got to wonder, why would you do that with an elephant? Because I wouldn't want to be on an elephant that decided it didn't want you up there. Because it'll just reach up and take you off and smoke you on the ground until you're jelly.
Chris, have you been to Thailand?
Nope.
Where have you been, Chris? You've been Korea, you said?
Yeah, with Korea. It's the only other Asian countries I've been. It's the only other Asian country I've been in.
What other country?
No,
No
the
other
only no other country other than Mexico and South Korea. That's it.
No.
We're gonna try to do a Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, and end in Vietnam.
Oh, Vietnam, you can go shoot any kind of fucking gun you want at their special places. Steve loves guns. He's this Australian guy, did it. And fuck, you can shoot RPG 7s if you got the money.
I thought it was
cars.
in Thailand.
Well, you can probably do it in Thailand too, but I know you can do it in Vietnam.
Well, it's just I thought that's the country he was going to do that because.
Oh yeah, if you're not going there for the teenage hookers, yeah, go there for the guns. I wouldn't go there for the teenage hookers because that's just sick.
I saw somebody shoot like at a range over there. They had an M1 Garand with the barrel, there was like a metal loop around the barrel to keep it from going anywhere.
Like, was it hacked off or?
No, it wasn't hacked off. It was on like a piece of wood, on the wall, and it was put there with like a U-shaped piece of steel. It's like clamped on to the wall.
Wow.
So it moves around and all, but you can't yank the gun off because the front sight keeps it there. But it's like it's like you paint it. Okay, here it's like a station. It's like a gun on those arcades.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, the one in Vietnam that this Steve Loves Gun was doing. He got to shoot like AKs, like RPGs.
Yeah, it was all military stuff.
Oh yeah, M16s. Because apparently the Americans left a shit pile of them for the South Vietnamese army, and then the North Vietnamese army got them all, and the Hueys, and they got a lot of shit out of that one.
This is another thing I'm going for right here.
What?
You guys ever seen this before?
Can't see it yet.
I won't be able to see. If it's on the side chat, I can't see it.
Oh, on the side chat, okay.
Over the cliffs, they have this bioluminescence. It's an algae, and so it lights up this like blue color. Like if you throw a rock in there, just like you would see the ripples in the water, you'll see these ripples in this bioluminescent algae that's in the water out there. And so you see like it in the surf, you see it everywhere on the beach.
Are we talking about Thailand again?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That could be romantic.
Well, I've heard about how.
Are you going by yourself with a bunch of buddies, or with your wife, or what are you doing?
Both.
You're going with your buddies and your wife?
No, I'm gonna go with my buddies and I'm gonna go probably by myself for my birthday.
Oh, okay.
You know, I had heard something a long time ago, and I wasn't sure if it was just an old wives' tale or actual real or not, but it was evidently, the old wives' tale, or the story goes, is that it was quite common, back during Vietnam for naval aircraft pilots coming in to land and to actually be able to find their way back to the carrier by watching the phosphorescent algae in the ocean.
In the wake of the carrier.
Because it would create a pattern.
Yeah, if you see videos.
If their lights are dim enough, because they can't see that with their lights on.
Yeah. Well, no, they turn their cockpit lights off. I mean, basically, when they're coming into the carrier, all their attention is focused on the lights on the ball.
But even before they're in visual range of the carrier, they can see the path of where the ship is going.
Yes, they can see the wake and that's not just there. It's phosphorescent almost anywhere. It's more prevalent there, or more noticeable there, I guess.
Well, I didn't know if it was
water temperature and shit like that.
If it's an equatorial water thing, or if it's a Pacific thing.
It's a water temperature thing, actually.
So in the Atlantic, down by South America, it is there as well.
as it gets colder, it gets less prevalent. But it is actually even up in the cold latitudes. Ships will leave a wake that will show for hours in some cases.
That's a pretty good picture. I wonder if that's Santori, if that's color enhanced or if that's real.
No, that's real. If you look on YouTube,
Is that time lapse though? A little bit. It must be a little bit.
they have
Not
videos
lapse.
on YouTube of it being that bright, and these beautiful women are throwing rocks off, and it's just like splashing, and girls are giggling, and it just makes you want to go there.
Did somebody say girls getting their rocks off?
No, Chris, no. That was earlier. We were talking about that, and you were busy doing other things, so you missed out. Oh yeah, that looks cool. I've seen that kind of sky. When I go camping, that's what the sky looks like. It's like that many stars.
Is that because you've been drinking or what?
No, it's just because it's way up north and there's no light anywhere, right? So we got those. You guys get gravity chairs there? Probably, at Walmart or whatever.
Yeah, they're great. I got a couple of them. They're awesome.
When we go camping, we get a big fire going, and everybody sits around the campfire in their gravity chairs and tilts them back and stares at the stars.
It's like a piece of canvas. It's like it's a metal chair, but you're on a piece of canvas, and you just push back, and your feet lift up, and your head goes back. They're wicked comfortable.
Oh yeah, and you
I
can
used to have
completely recline and just stare at the sky.
I've got one of the original French ones. They were called the Fumas. They were 180 a piece when my father bought them at Brookstones. Now you can get them for like $50.
Mm-hmm.
Cabela's sells them too. They're awesome.
Oh yeah, with the ones we sell at my store, they have a little tray on the arm that pivots when the chair goes back, so it always stays level. And it's got a cup holder and a little tray in front of it, eh?
Yeah.
So you can put your beer in there and.
Got the little tensioner on the side, so you can put yourself back in position.
Oh yeah, you can lock yourself where you want.
They're awesome.
Levers, right? Look, I take my binoculars. I got some really good binoculars for when I'm out boating and stuff, and take those and shit, man. You can see planets, and sometimes you'll see like space stations go by. It's fucking cool.
So Bob, with where you're at. As long as you're not, clouded in, you can pretty much see the aurora borealis most nights.
No, a lot more in the winter, and in the summer, not so much. Kind of changes, right, when it gets warmer. But yeah, as soon as it starts to cool down around again, but we have seen it in the middle of summer. You'll see just these huge auroras, and they're just like Northern Lights. I mean, that's what they call them, right?
I mean, I've only got when I was in high school, I got to go to Canada once, camping, and we were about 180 miles over the border. And in the 2 weeks that we were there were 2 nights that we actually got to see them. One night it was kind of barely you could tell, but the one night it was actually really impressive.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, it's really common here. Like in the winter, if the skies are clear, you're gonna see that most of the night.
Right.
See them in New Hampshire sometimes, a couple times a year.
Well, it depends on how charged the atmosphere gets. The thing is, on the poles, it gets charged more, right? So we get to see it more. But when it's really getting charged, you can see it all around the world.
So that can kind of be like your personal gauges to the end of the world.
I don't know. If like big solar flares, you'll see that, but only after the fact. By the time you see them, your electronics don't work anymore.
It says it takes like 15 minutes for that to hit us from the sun, doesn't it? Like an explosion.
Yeah, at the fastest it's going to go 15 minutes. Most of the time it's going to be about a day.
Right, because a coronal mass ejection, which is what it's actually called, that's not coming at the speed of light. It's coming fast, but that's why they can detect it before it actually gets here.
Yeah, they figure most of the time you're going to get 12 to 24-hour warning, which isn't that bad. I mean, you could take like all your computers and stuff like that and put them in trash cans and As long as they're insulated from, any of the electronics touching the metal, it
Yeah, but it could
probably
be like
will
that
work.
movie Knowing, and the whole world's gonna just incinerate.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't think that's going to happen. And if it does,
Someday
people
it
will
will.
still go underground. Like, I mean, I have like potash mines within, I don't know, 20 minutes of where I live, and they go down a mile and a half into the earth. I think
don't know
you'd be probably pretty safe from an incineration down there. Unfortunately,
If you
what
want to be
would
the
it come back up
yeah,
to?
exactly. Do you want to be the last one living?
Jesus is gonna take me home.
There will be no plant life to live off of when you come back up.
I know, and there won't be any animal life either.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Well, that's what I mean.
Well, if there's no atmosphere either, if there's no ozone, you'd be fucked up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so eventually, even if you were in a mine, the air would get sucked out of the mine, and yeah, you're going to die unless you can start growing, beans and whatever inside the mine. Probably you don't have much of a chance. But you could survive the initial impact. I'm pretty sure in the bunker I would be okay for the first impact of rays,
I
but
bought my $200 heirloom seeds from the lady on the internet, so I'm good.
There you go.
oh, I have a whole fucking vacuum sealed tin of heirloom seeds that are, they'll actually breed tomatoes and shit like that. The big thing is, I don't want to lose potatoes. But I'm really worried about potatoes. How do you, you can't really store them. You can't get freeze-dried potatoes that will actually then, work again.
Spuds.
Yeah, I mean, and that would be bad because we don't want to ever lose potatoes because they're the greatest thing in the world. They make French fries and mashed potatoes and all the goodness. Those
They have almost no nutritional value.
Doesn't matter. If you mix them with cows, then you get butter and
Well,
potatoes.
if everything else is dead,
You want to survive with the sizzlers.
Survive with cows, man. I'm telling you.
Get me a steak and a baked potato, please. Let's not forget the sour cream.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I got a whole lot of cans of Argentinian corned beef that will last for like 50 years. So
Oh, that's
I'll
the
still
best.
have some beef to eat.
The Argentinian
disgusting.
beef is the best.
It's disgusting. It's like going in a Bonanza or I guess Sizzler.
how do you have that preserved?
Hmm?
How do you have that beef preserved?
I've got it in a vacuum locked time chamber in my pantry.
Time chamber.
Yeah, it's a vacuum lock. So time stops inside there and nothing will go bad. It took a lot of work and cost me about $1,000 a month in electricity, but hell, it's working, I think. I don't want to put my hand in there because it goes all funny when you go through the field, but yeah, it's good. Other than that, it's good. Yeah, I'm just in cans, Dano, but it will last in cans as long as there's no moisture. There's shit from 100 years ago that's still edible that they found that Arctic explorers had left. 100 years in a can. You could still eat it. You wouldn't want to, but you still could. Wouldn't kill you.
That's what they said, or that's what they proved?
That's what they proved. Yeah, that there was nothing in it that would be, fatal. Nothing in it, and there was nutritional value in it. It was some can of stew or bully beef or something that they opened that some Arctic expedition had left there for 100 years. So I mean that was 100-year-old canning technology. Shouldn't it have gotten better?
You're assuming the quality of the input initial product is also better. In fact, it's actually worse.
Well, no, you're talking the cows? Not here.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh. We raise our cows proper.
Okay, I gotta ask. What's the proper raising of a cow?
You raise it on a field like a buffalo would live. You raise it like a wild herd animal. And then when it's about a month before you're taking it to market, you give it some extra oats to just give it that extra layer of fat. And they don't mind because oats are good. And then you lead them into the trailers and take them to the auction, and they get put through chutes and auctioned off, and you get lots of money, and it's a really good meat. Because that's the same meat we ate. We ate the same meat we sold. So that was,
So in your experience and your knowledge, there's absolutely no such thing as preventative maintenance on a veterinary level for farm animals.
No, and there was no need for it. There was no need for it because
I'm
they
talking
didn't
about
get
now. Because you're saying the same thing is true now of the beef as it was 100+ years ago.
Well, it is where I live.
We got grazing fees now.
Yeah.
That makes the beef better.
Yeah, we don't have grazing fees because we have so much land. Like farmers have 7 sections of land to raise their cattle on.
So it's that fee contamination. No.
We don't have any contamination here.
Well,
we're in the middle of the country.
well, you don't have to pay grazing. Well, maybe not you personally, but your range, the people that raise cattle on open ranges over government lands don't have to pay fees.
Not really, no.
It's literally a
but
free
most people
business.
don't do it here, right? Most people have their own land. So, we do have community pastures, but most people who use them are somebody who maybe has a 10-acre home and has a horse or a couple of cows. But, yeah, it wouldn't be somebody with 500 head or something like that because there isn't that much community pasture that people use. I mean, it's usually used for... The way ours came about was it was for people who lived in town but, had a horse or a couple of horses to pull their buckboard or to ride or whatever. Then behind the town there was a community pasture that everybody got to let their animals graze on. But, there might be the odd cow, milk cow or something, but not herds or anything. Land was so cheap, it was if you wanted to have a big cattle herd, you just buy a big chunk of land and let your cattle graze on it.
Wasn't the money free too?
No, but I mean, an acre of land when I was maybe 20, 18, 20, so 40 years ago, basically.
And that was in 1820, wasn't it?
My dad bought, I think, 4 sections of land at $65 an acre. Yeah, and it's 160 for a quarter, so 640 acres for at at $65 an acre. I mean, huge fucking chunk of land.
Yeah.
And it was, it was kind of part slough, part bush, a lot of pasture, great for cows, right? Because cows, weather gets bad, they go into the bush, they're fine. Nice big thick bush there. They had sloughs to get water from because cows will drink fucking anything. And lots of pasture, right? So cows had the life of Riley. And it was really good for hunting because it was. That's the great part is, one part, the back part of the land was bordered by a game reserve. It was the Manitoba dune area. It was like a desert area in Manitoba that had sand dunes and stuff like that. So it was a national park. And then the other side was the military gunnery range for their 155mm howitzers and their tanks and shit. It was a gunnery range. But there's all this wildlife there, right? Because you weren't allowed to hunt there. So, of course, they would wander right into my dad's land. And, I mean, it was back then you get a homeowner's elk permit. So yeah, we used to get an elk every fucking year because they just thought our yard was part of their territory. Once a year, one of them would die. Well, that was the price they paid.
So, how many pounds of meat can you get off of adult elk?
Adult elk varies anywhere from about 400 to 700.
Yeah.
Males to females. The younger ones are way better eating, but they really don't taste a whole lot different than steak, than a really good quality lean steak. That was what I loved about them, right? They were lean, and you could barbecue them. You'd cut them about 1.5 inches thick, barbecue the steaks, and they were fucking awesome.
So, if
Best
you were
eating
allowed
I've ever
one
had.
per year, would you give up the quantity of meat for slightly better quality?
Yeah, probably.
I don't know if it's half the volume that you're giving up when you get a small one. But that's a lot of meat that you're giving up.
Right now, yeah. I would rather go for the younger one that was better tasting. Shit hits the fan, no, I'm going for the big one. And then I'm going to shoot the little one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot mama and the baby.
Well, you don't want the baby to die of starvation.
Well, that's right. And it's still like, 200 pounds of meat.
Yep. I'm gonna have to go, guys. I've got another storm coming in, so.
All right. You take it easy. Survive the storm.
You can always smoke the meat too.
That's true.
Make jerky.
That's the only way I like venison is as jerky. I'm so sick of it because I grew up Dad was always going out and getting deer, and grew up that I didn't like deer. Don't like it now. Don't like venison. Even though I've had really good cuts of venison. Like these are big. I think they were kind of farm raised deer, but really well. Lots of fat in them, lots of marbling, and still didn't like it. Whereas elk or a moose, oh fuck, moose is the best. It's like steak, but with a little extra flavor. So it's like you don't even need to put that much salt and pepper on them. I mean, just put them on the barbecue, cook them. Flip them, keep them like you want them like a good steak, right? So you want a little red in the middle, but the best fucking
marbling
meat
in it?
Sorry?
Does moose have a little bit of marbling in it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's got well, depends on the time of year you're hunting, but and the moose. But yeah, I mean you get a good moose. It's just got that. It's impossible to describe, but
I guess what I'm trying to say is there are certain wild animals that are always very lean, like rabbits, and there are other animals that tend to have, as long as it's not a lean year, will have marbling in the meat.
Yeah.
Which of course adds to the taste.
Yes. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. A lot of people have a problem with is the fat is the taste.
Yeah, you don't realize that is the taste.
Yep.
The meat is like the potato. I mean, it doesn't really taste like anything.
Yeah.
It's what you put on the potato that gives it the taste.
Yes. Well, my son always eats the fat. My wife hates the fat on her steaks. Always cuts it off. And my son's just like, oh, you're not going to throw that out. That's for me. He's like, I want the fat. But he's like 14, so right now he's like sleeping 18 hours a day because he's growing about 4 inches a day.
Aren't deer for the most part pretty lean?
Yeah, and that's one of the problems. Like I said, even the ones that are like farm deer.
Yeah.
That I have eaten because, got invited to a dinner, found out later it was like, the wild game was from game farms.
Right.
Yeah, it's still it's just like for some reason deer just won't get that. They don't get the taste. I mean, for some reason the fats don't get into the meat or something.
Yeah, it's got that rabbit quality.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you could starve it. You can eat rabbit every day and starve to death and die of rabbit. What tells it called? There's a name for it up here.
Yeah, it's actually in Wikipedia. There's a name is the name for that rabbit rabbit starvation or whatever it is.
Yeah, rabbit starvation. Yeah, it's because there isn't enough nutrients. There, you can eat as much of that meat as you want. You will still starve to death and die.
Because I've had the venison, which of course is only as good as the person making it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've also had the venison sausage, which again is only as good as the person making it.
Well, venison sausage, I mean, the big thing with that is you have to mix it about 50-50 with pork to get the fat content. Otherwise, it'll taste like crap.
Right.
I mean, I got a deer, and it was actually a young one. It should have been pretty tasty, but the guy who was cutting the meat, he was like, we weren't at a butcher. He was just doing this himself on a bandsaw, and he cut the steaks really thin. So it's like, oh, it's not really a dinner steak. Well, we'll have them with eggs. So I fried them up in a frying pan and served them to, the wife and kids with eggs, and they were just like, oh, it's disgusting. It was like, I didn't mind it. It was tough.
Okay. Now, is it when it's thin like that? I forget what the tool is called, but there's this cooking tool that kind of looks like a hammer.
Yeah.
It's made out of wood.
A tenderizer?
Yes, I think that's what it's called. And you can actually beat the meat.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what though, Daniel? I mean, I'm going to tell you the best way to deal with a deer if you shoot one, grind it up, mix it with pork or beef or something, and make sausages with it. And just, they're great for breakfast, they're great for dinner. Deer sausages, I mean, they're basically a pork sausage, basically. So you can cook them for breakfast, you can cook for dinner, lunch, Have them with one of those, noodle prepackaged meals you just add milk to.
Well, guys, I just realized it's about 3 o'clock in the morning my time. I have got to get to bed.
All right.
We'll see you now. So, Spur, are these like training videos to watch so you know what to look for, or what? Because I'm starting to second guess myself here.
Just shoot the really fat deer.
We're not talking about deer anymore.
We're talking about battle belts.
We're going back to Thailand.
Battle belt?
I might go on this trip with you. When is this trip happening?
Are you guys back on that goddamn trip?
Well, he posted some videos, and then I'm off. Now I'm off watching all these videos.
Go for $1,003 will get you there and back.
$1,003. And how many whorehouses do they take you to?
Well, is the Philippines cheaper?
And how much are the payoffs for the cops so they'll let you out of jail?
My buddy's in the Philippines right now. He's probably on his 3rd week of 5 weeks. He's not ashamed.
No, the Philippines girls. I'm not going to go into this on a live chat. Let's just.
No. Well, that's fine. But I need education.
Yeah, I can educate you to the side.
But I'm ready. I'm telling you right now. I'm out. I want out of the U.S. Okay.
No, I wouldn't go there. I mean, the Philippines. I mean, a lot of people there carry 45 autos because they make them in little shops there. Apparently.
Somebody's ready to chop some wood.
Chop some wood? What?
It's called a euphemism, Bob.
Oh, well, see. Now you're doing all those highfalutin things, just trying to confuse me.
Jesus Christ, ever since I bought this Volvo, I got nothing but Volvo ads. I'm like, goddamn.
You bought a Volvo?
Fucking right, it's my 3rd one.
You're one of those people?
Yeah, when you get one for $3,800, that's
God,
mint condition, all-wheel drive. What would you have had me get? Okay.
My brother-in-law had one of those sports car Volvos. The funniest looking thing I ever fucking saw.
Well,
It
for
was all like,
3,800, that sounds like a hell of a deal. I couldn't beat that.
but it's a Volvo. Who the
For
hell wants a
3,800
Volvo?
in decent condition?
It doesn't matter. It's a
Volvo's
Volvo.
killer. Yeah, Volvos are awesome, except
No,
for
they're not. They're fucking nerd cars.
Okay, whatever.
Whatever.
They're killer. They're safe.
No, just kidding. They're a good car.
I got the
Very
cross-country
pedestrian,
turbo, all-wheel
you know.
drive. It's got decent
No,
mileage.
I mean they make the attempt to be sporty and fancy, but everybody still looks at them and goes, "It's a Volvo."
It's comfortable.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah, it's my
Dodge
third
is a
one.
quarter-ton truck.
And speaking of that, sometimes T6 you get what you pay for.
Hmm? Yes, well, you know that's true too. Sometimes you get a really good deal for a reason. I've actually had a few of those. Oh, now I know it was $1,000. Now I know it was $1,000.
There's a difference between cheap and high value. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I look at it this way: is it? You know what? As long as I've got something that works for what I want it for, and I'm happy with what I paid, I don't give a fuck.
So, since your hand is paid for, you're pretty much set for life.
Who? What?
Great, I like this. This is like a training video.
Everybody knows what's going on except Bob.
I can train you for Mexico. I'm in new territory when I go overseas.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on now. What did I miss? Surfing, don't want to know what's surfing because it just looks silly. Let's just wait for the sharks to eat you.
Bob, we're live, so we can only bring you in so far.
Oh my goodness. No, I still don't want to go there. Nope. I'm not going to watch any more of that. I just don't want to fly anywhere where it's like, oh crap, now we've had an EMP and airplanes don't work anymore and I'm stuck on a fucking island and I'm the only white guy or I'm one of the minority white guys.
Then you're never going to leave Canada, Bob.
Exactly. That's the thing. You gotta take a couple of weeks,
No,
smell the
I don't
roses
want
or
to
the
go to
sores or
Arizona.
whatever it
I
may
could
be.
fucking walk to Arizona. It'd take me a year, but I could do it.
Yeah, but
Walk from Arizona back to Canada. Yeah, well, that's why I only want to go like within the continent. Or not continent. The mid-continent. I know. I don't want to go where they're. I really don't want to have an ocean in between me and where I live and where my guns are.
I carry my guns with me 24/7.
Yeah, but yeah, and you're going to go to Thailand with your guns? You think?
Right on my shoulders.
I feel uncomfortable now that, I think it's been just over a month that I've been a legal concealed carry holder due to the state that I live in Illinois.
Yeah.
Midsummer, I've got to go to Ohio for a wedding of my niece. And Ohio and the state I live in do not have reciprocal agreements.
Oh, yeah. So you can't carry there.
Right, and they also don't have non-resident permitting system either.
So you can't even take a gun there, or you can take one, but you just can't carry it or anything.
Well, if I want to leave it in the trunk the entire time.
Well, it's better than not having one.
Well, I mean, and then I've got to go into a hotel to stay at, and then family events, and
yeah. But I mean, still, at least it's in your trunk. Shit hits the fan, you can open your trunk and go, well, the law don't matter now.
Well, except for the drive there and the drive back, I think I'll be spending more time not in my car than in my car.
Yeah. So that's a little worrisome. You have to worry about somebody breaking into your trunk, but as it happened recently, odds are it won't happen while you're there.
Well, you see, you're going on odds, and the one thing that I have learned, at least in my life that is true, is I cannot predict when and where evil will visit. And I'm actually not joking on this part.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I like that saying, and it is true in a sense. However, you can predict if I go park in a really crappy part of town,
you can't
and
predict
go to this really cheap poorhouse, then yeah, I got a way better chance my car is going to get broken into or the wheels going to get stolen than if I stay at this, Hilton hotel.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have a choice.
I mean, you can put odds on things, but you cannot predict.
No, you can't, and I agree with you completely on that. But what I'm saying is, you just look at the odds, right?
And
odds are I'm safe. Odds are I'm not. And now maybe you have to stay at the creepy hotel that's downtown with all the hookers with needles hanging out their arms. But
I've been in situations where safety should have been assumed by everyone around, yet someone died.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean I was just at a steak dinner at a local kind of bar pub, and somebody arranged a steak dinner as a fundraiser for one of the women at work whose son had been pretty much crushed in a car accident, and because he had just lost his job and everything, he was like, they were getting almost, all the operations have been done, but she had no one to help her, put her son, who was in a body cast, from the bed to the toilet and stuff like that. So
we went to Thailand.
We went to did a fundraiser and got us some money to pay for some more, nurses to come help care for him. But anyway, the bar we had this fundraiser, and a week before the fundraiser started, someone got knifed and killed in front of the bar. And I was like, oh, and a lot of people were like, I don't want to go now. And I was like, oh, fuck yeah, because, I mean, the odds are, a bar in Canada, the odds of someone getting killed in front of it are like 1 in a million. So it's like, we got the next million days before somebody else dies.
If you truly believe in those odds, then why do you even think about why you even would want concealed carry?
Well, I just want to carry a gun. I don't think I'll ever have to use it. I just want to carry one because it's fucking badass, man. I don't care. I don't. If I never have to pull it out, I just want to have it in case I do. I carry shit all the time that, I mean, most of the time I carry my multi-tool. I use my multi-tool maybe once a month. I actually take it out of its case and use it to do something with. I still carry it those other 29 days, Yeah.
Let's change the subject. I see Chris has got his new advanced. It's not a toy. I don't know what to call it.
What is that ugly thing? Nobody uses those.
How is that, Chris? How do you like it?
It's fine.
Yeah? Do you think you'd actually shoulder it?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, there's been a couple of guys.
Isn't that, in a sense, illegal?
No, there's a couple of guys that have already
very nicely shouldered.
And shouldered it and put it on YouTube.
It's awful close to your face, though. I mean, I just don't know if I'd want to shoot it that close to my face. The shells ejecting out. Oh, you got an AK, so they all kind of fall out the side instead of going properly out the middle.
Yeah, they go all the sides. I mean, I did a hip fire on this thing, and they all went very close to my body, and they all went away from me. So.
Well, that's nice. I mean, it's good it works that way. Actually, that looks pretty cool. When I come down, you gonna let me shoot it?
Yep.
Cool. I'll let you shoot my Norenko M14.
I don't know if you can take that here. Norenko.
I have to check on all that shit. Yeah.
What do you call this? I got this from Hawk. So.
Oh, that's that muzzle brake.
Yeah. Well, flash hider.
Yeah. That's fucking cool, man.
And it got me the detent. The detent was a bitch to put in, but I finally got had to hammer that thing in there. So.
Now, how's that thing shoot though? Is it shoot good?
Not yet. I haven't shot this yet. I just got this yesterday. All the stuff yesterday came. So
you got it. You put a stock and a muzzle brake on it before you ever.
I did not put a stock on this.
Oh, not a stock. Sorry, a arm brace.
Thank you. This
I
is
thought you
a.
fired it as a pistol, though. No.
Huh?
I thought you fired it once as a pistol.
That did. Oh, it fires good as a pistol. No, he's talking about how with everything.
Yeah,
Oh,
with the muzzle brake. I'm talking about the muzzle brake and the arm brace.
The new
Not yet.
configuration.
No, not till tomorrow.
Okay. Make a video, man. I want to see that.
I am.
That's a neat looking little gun.
There's a channel called Tactical Tunes.
FX Hummel. FX Hummel. Yeah, he did it.
FX Hummel. And he has a fairly lengthy video where he went and went to the range, shot it, evaluated it, did it in a number of different positions, and including shouldering it, and kind of gave kind of like a little mini review. But
now I'm gonna put this on here. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, right.
Yeah, Tactical Hummel. I mean, he's done some pretty decent shit.
Yeah, and he's actually, he's got some pretty
he's
cool
also
videos.
showing himself blowing a gun up and shit. So I like that part.
I mean, and I also like, in addition to the shooting, some of his what I'll call gun songs. I mean,
oh yeah, his songs he writes are pretty awesome. So
I know they're funny. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I'm gonna try to do it like this gangster stuff.
So what do you? I mean, it's pretty late. Nobody's probably watching. What do you guys think? Should I do a video saying guess? I was thinking for the contest for the 1,000 subs, I'm gonna go because it's gonna take that long before I get my fucking permit because of stupid government so goddamn stupid slow. They have one. I swear they have one woman who processes these permits, and all she does is go, no felonies, like no violence, blah, blah, blah. Okay, here it is. But they have one person doing the whole fucking country.
Because they don't want you to do it. They don't want you to do it. So.
I know. You know what else? I went and researched a little more and found out, yes, we do have a right. Well, maybe not a right, but we can carry in Canada. We have a right to apply to get a carry permit in Canada.
You said that before, but the RCMP won't say no.
Pass it. Yeah, I'm thinking I should do a video once I get my pistol permit. Once it finally gets here, I'm thinking I'll do a video. I'm gonna buy this gun. I'm gonna then apply to get to carry it. Now, I actually can justify it in that, I have physical disabilities and I have to walk across a dark parking lot in a part of town that's not the greatest, Our lumber yard's not in the greatest part of town, and we're open till 9 at night, and I work nights every night. And then I can just like do a video with this is their reply and this is why they say no. So I'm thinking that'd be a good video.
What do you call this? Is the RCMP in streaming distance? Because if they are, I don't think they're gonna let you.
Oh yeah, no, they're I mean, the RCMP are in every major city in Canada. They're not the police force, but they're
in some
Canadian police force. I mean, they're a police force for everywhere. If you don't want to pay for your own police department, you can rent the RCMP, and they'll be your police department.
There's like the national police.
Like small towns, instead of getting their own police, they can have the RCMP police the town. Otherwise, the RCMP will still be there, but they'll only police the highways. They're kind of like the highway patrol unless you hire them to be your city police as well. Yeah, I mean, some of them are really good. I met some really good ones when I was younger. Some, really cool guys that were not assholes. They like guns. They like shooting. They, thought everybody should own guns. So, if you guys own guns, then we don't have to come out and kick your dumbass off our lawn. You can just go out and fire around in the air and go, get the fuck off my lawn, or I'm going to put the next one in your legs.
The only rule about this thing is do not stuff this with anything. Do not glue this on.
Yeah.
And don't glue it on. Pretty much everything else is you can do.
But it does fold, right? It bends back and forth.
No.
Oh, I thought it did. I thought it was.
No, it comes off.
No, I meant, is it kind of flexible and bends back and forth, or is it solid when you lock it up?
Solid.
Oh, well, that's fucking decent.
Off like that. Mine sticks on there pretty well.
That's the first thing. I'm gonna buy that before I even move down there for like half a year. Just put it in a storage unit.
Mine doesn't move at all once it's on that tube. Like that tube they made, that Cax, whoever made that shit made it right.
Yeah, well, for some reason, what they call this, the this one was fairly loose when I got it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me. So.
Hairspray it.
No, I can't. Once it's, one of the biggest things they're not. I don't know. Does that constitute permanent attachment?
What are they gonna do? They're gonna look at it and be like, what is this? I can't. How are they gonna tell there's hairspray on there unless you're using like glitter whore hairspray or something?
Well, couldn't you just paint it with paint?
Paint what?
Well, I'm thinking like, one of those thick, heavy paints, right? Nice epoxy paint would stiffen it right up.
You can modify the buffer tube in any way you need to. You just can't modify the brace.
Okay. Okay, that gives me relief. Because I did kind of did lengthen up a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, because that's either then I'm in federal breaking the federal law with my little Cax tube because it's not a traditional buffer tube.
Yeah.
Or a traditional pistol tube. It's made specifically for that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's made for it and it's sold to you and nobody says it's illegal, why should it be illegal?
Because the ATF has a penchant for changing their minds.
Well, then that's their problem.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, their problem becomes our problem.
Yeah. Oh, they're doing that here, right? These guns are illegal now. You're all felons, and it's like, like 15,000 people in Canada are felons.
Yeah. You got to understand that here the prisons are private, and if they need to fill it up, if there's not enough criminals, well,
Yeah,
they'll fill it up somehow.
Yes, that's the problem. Is the same government that wants to make more prisons and privatize them is also the one that wants to say it's okay to have guns and, we shouldn't be restricted to 5-round magazines and blah, blah, blah.
We just repeal these laws, arrest them all.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's the government that's like, we're gonna let you have more guns, but we're gonna make more restrictive laws, and it's kind of like, well, I don't break laws anyway, but still, shouldn't be putting people in jail for smoking a joint, In
my opinion, a gun owner should only be afraid of two things. Using a firearm and harming somebody with a firearm. Like presenting a firearm and harming somebody with a firearm. They should not be afraid of how they carry it, how they hold it, how they have it, how it looks like. They should never be worried about that. That to me is bullshit. You should never be worried about how your firearm is and it could break the law. Only if it hurts somebody, or if you're perceived to be trying to hurt somebody. That's the only two things that a gun owner should be afraid of. But no, this country's pretty much made it like, no, you have to be afraid of your magazine capacity, its configuration. Is that a firearm even legal? But,
I see the point you're getting at, Chris. But I mean, it's like, people are worried. I mean, it's a tactical looking gun. It must be, we must outlaw it, even though it's based on a 1022, which is not outlawed. I mean, that kind of stuff is ridiculous. It's nonsensical. They're making laws up because of the way it's like the T-shirt, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that thing. I always thought that T-shirt was so perfect. It's because I'm black, isn't it? And it's and AR-15 discrimination.
Uh-huh.
And it truly is that way. It's people think ooh, it looks tactical. It looks like a bad gun. We must outlaw it. And it's no different than if it was a fucking wood furnitured hunting rifle.
Because a flashlight makes a gun more deadly.
Yeah, exactly. Now, ooh, it's got a rail on it. It's more deadly. No, it's not. It's the same fucking gun. You could just leave this thing in wood. It would do the same amount of damage. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you people?
You can blame Hollywood on a lot of things. So, but then there's still just general fear of the gun. So.
Yeah, I don't get it, man. I mean, seriously, if I had to get shot with something, I'd way rather it was a 223 than a 30-06.
That was once my friend of mine, one of my not so gun friendly friends, come up, talk to me, like, so asked me why I carry guns, like, just in case I get attacked on the street. It's like, well, you know what? Here's a solution for that. Don't hang out those places. It's like, it's not, you know what? It doesn't have to be in certain places. You can get attacked anywhere.
Yeah, don't hang out in the mall. Don't hang out in the, the dry cleaners I'm going to get my dry cleaning at.
They think there's only like certain places, like for example, South Phoenix, where the ghetto is. They're like, don't go there because that's where the criminals are. That's the only place you should be carrying. Like, no.
Yeah, I'll carry wherever I want. Yeah, I'm going to fit in so well in Arizona.
Have you ever been here? Yeah, you have been here, right?
I was there for about like a week, I think, when I was in my 20s, but, I was drifting around through the States in the winter while I was laid off from my job.
Yep.
Yeah, Texas almost made me poop my pants because I
Spurs
made the mistake of carrying my wallet in my inside jacket pocket.
Hey Spurs.
What up?
What do you think? On this end right here, I'm gonna put like the. That's why I was looking for the hose clamps.
Yep.
Hose clamp it and get like a ring, like what do you call it, a keychain ring. That's where I can put my sling. Doable?
You can, yes, yeah. You can get those mounts. Those. Hold on, my patient's moving.
I know what you're talking. There's a CNC Warrior mount that goes under here.
Yeah.
But you have to unscrew
the
this
hose,
thing.
the hose clamp and stuff would just be.
I think you're better if you're just wanting to do it just to extend it out a little bit to get more length. Those things.
Yeah.
You need to measure it first, but I'm pretty positive you could just use PVC. I mean, PVC is a couple bucks.
I already have something in here.
Is it working?
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
You got it.
That's no. I wanted to use the it's duct tape with black electrical tape.
Yeah, and a PVC would look a little bit nicer. If you painted it, it would look a little bit, but it wouldn't be anything.
Okay. But no.
I would get one that just clipped on the hand grip or went under the hand grip or something, Chris. If I could. The hose clamp would just look really bad.
I think it would too. I mean, I think it's taken the queso black. It's taken. It goes well beyond the electrical tape.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the thing is, the only other option is something from CNC Warrior that's $30. Are you kidding me? I can get like I can get a hose clamp for like 50 cents.
Yeah, but I mean, does it look better?
Just
what?
For $9, dude. I saw one for $9. The one that Huck has, I think. You have to modify it, but.
Yeah, that's
one. Get one goes under the hand grip or something. I mean.
I have to modify it because it won't go under here because this thing is already takes up on it. So I know. Yeah, I have that. Yeah, Huck gave me one. So.
Yeah, I would do that rather than a hose clamp and shit because that would just look bad.
So that's on a buffer tube too, then, right? So to speak, it's on a tube because obviously you're moving it backwards, yeah.
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I thought those were stuck being close to the receiver on the AK version.
No, it's just they took the rubber piece right here and then the same length as the CAC tube and put it on adapted it to a buffer tube. You can even, if you ever get the SBR, you can even take this out and put a
That's cool.
regular AR stock on there in its place. You might have to modify it a bit, but yeah.
Well, if that just takes regular whatchamacallit, just get you can get those QD ends and just put a castle nut on it to hold it up.
Yep, you can do that too.
I mean, you can get a castle nut for like $3, and so you can get I've seen them as low as 15 from CAC's QD mount. So for under 20, you got a QD mount.
Yep. All I gotta do now is the sights are actually perfectly lined up. It's hard if you do it as a brace. You can't look down the sights.
No, you can't. It's kind of piss poor at doing that part of, if you're going to use it as that, it does a real poor job.
Yeah, it's what do you call this? It's useful for like shoulder or like hip firing, basically. Keeps it stable as a hip fire weapon. That's about it.
If I stand off and I like hold it straight out instead of holding it forward, but I hold my arm out to the side, like you can put down the sights like that.
Let's see. Whose chat is this? We're still live? I thought Guru had it held down. Huh.
That's what I thought.
It's the lobby chat.
Yeah, I think the idea is GWAS wants to run these chats.
Yeah, but how do we? I think they're like using something to hold it open.
Well, once it's over, if him or Guru aren't here, it just ends until someone realizes it's over, and then he posts another thing. So it runs 8 hours, and then if he's around, he'll post another one.
Okay.
Well, I think originally he was talking about giving other people the ability to post links, but I don't know whether he ever did or not. Woo, these are nice gloves. I'm trying out different vinyl gloves for staining and working on stuff, because I went and looked up what some of those stains are made of and realized that I probably shouldn't be getting that stuff on my bare skin. That's kind of like closing the barn door after the horses run away, but at the same time it's I
just realized that
to try eliminate as much of that stuff as I can.
I just realized that on eBay you can only get 10-round mags.
What?
On eBay you can't get a mag any more than 10 rounds.
Oh, that's awful. I wish I could.
Just in case.
Oh wait, I can, but they're only pistol mags.
What do they call this? Just in case Californians decide to buy.
Oh God, really? Honest to God, they're doing that?
Well, yeah, on eBay